I brought to you a new course for making this chat application using Ionic and Firebase Realtime database. You can build all this with the help of signals implemented in throughout the application. It's time to get to our computer screen. Before implementing the application, we at first need to understand what is Firebase Realtime DB and Firebase Firestore. What is the difference between the two? Because these are the two databases that Firebase provides us. Firebase Realtime Database is Firebase original NoSQL cloud-based database because it was introduced at the very earlier point in Firebase, and at a very later stage Firebase Firestore was introduced. So Realtime Database allows us to store and sync data in real time across all clients connected to it. Whereas Firebase Firestore is a NoSQL database or kind of a NoSQL database that was designed to overcome some of the limitations of the real-time database. Firebase also offers a more modern, flexible data structure and supports advanced queries. Now we are going to see some of the key differences between the two. So the first difference is the data model. Real-time database uses a single JSON tree to store data, making it more like a hierarchy key-value store. Whereas the Firestore uses a document-based model and stores data as collection and documents similar to a file system hierarchy. Each document can contain nested data, which provides flexibility for more complex data models. So this is how the data is structured in both the databases. Now the second difference is related to the query support. In real-time database, we can work with the simple queries based on the tree structure that it is providing us. But in Firebase Firestore, we get more advanced queries compared to the real-time database, including the range, compound, and array queries too that can be executed to perform complex operations. The next one is related to the performance. Real-time database works well for small to medium data sets, whereas Firebase Firestore is designed for larger, more complex data sets. And you will come to know why I am saying that from the coming points. Now comes the scaling part. So real-time database supports vertical scaling because it is applicable only on a single region, but Firebase Firestore supports horizontal scaling as you can go for multiple region support. As of now, this is a scenario. If they change it later on, then we will see about it. Now the next comes the real-time syncing. So both the databases provide real-time syncing of data across all connected clients. But in Firebase Firestore, you get a better control. It means that you can enable and disable as needed. Even you can switch on and switch off in real-time database also. But yes, the things that are given in Firestore is much more efficient compared to the real-time database in this scenario also. Now comes the next part, which is the security part. Well, security rules, these are given for both real-time database and Firestore. But in real-time database, security rules are database-wide. Whereas in Firestore, they are more granular down to document level. So you can just execute the document stuff to provide rules and execute some of the things like role-based authentication and whatever you want to do, you can execute at the document level itself. You can fetch the values out of the JSON data and work on it on a single field or something like that. These things I have already covered up in my Ionic course. So you can check out the links if you want to know about it. For the time being, these are the key features or the key differences between the two, which you need to understand. Apart from that, we also have some more use case examples that I'm going to show you, with the help of which you can understand which database to choose when, because both databases have their own pros and cons. But based on your application need, you can select those. For the time being, if you want to create a chat application with the help of real-time database, you can create a simple chat application with real-time messaging. But with Firebase Firestore, you can create a large-scale messaging platform supporting multi-user threads, which means that for simple applications, real-time database can work pretty smoothly, but for larger applications, definitely, which I have already shown, you can go for Firestore. So in our case, currently, we are going to build a simple application, simple chat application, which is good with real-time database also, and you can execute the same with Firestore too. The next example comes of the social media application. For social media application, if you want to work with these databases, then with real-time database, you can work with the comment section for smaller user bases. But in Firestore, you get an opportunity to work with full-scale social networking platforms with complex data models, but you need to take care of the pricing part. because the pricing in both the cases is different depending on the functionality that you are using and depending on how many operations, read and write operations that you are performing. So in Firestore, it can be quite high in some cases. So make sure you understand each and everything properly before working with these databases. Now, the next thing is the real-time gaming. If you want to build some gaming application and want to integrate your Firebase databases, then you can go for it. You can perform multiplayer games with real-time data syncing and updations with real-time database and do this complex state management and offline support with Firestore. Also, both the platforms support offline capabilities and many more features are there. Now, the next example I can show off is of the IoT devices. If you're working with any IoT devices, then at the time, you can go for real-time control and monitoring of IoT devices with the help of real-time database. And for Firestore, you can go for large-scale IoT systems with advanced queries and offline syncing. So these features you get for this particular examples. Now, along with that, I would like to mention about the pricing model also, that real-time database is charged by data users. That means GB stored and GB downloaded. But in Firebase Firestore, the amount is charged based on the operations. That means how many reads, writes and delete you have used. Also along with the storage that you have worked with. So the amount of storage that you use, based on that also, the amount will be calculated along with the read-write operations that you perform along with the deletion too. So now you have got a clear idea when to use what. We are good to start off with our chat application. So let's get started. Now at first we are going to start with creating a new Ionic project. If you do not know how to do that, you simply need to install the Ionic CLI globally in your system at first. Then you need to run the command to create an Ionic application, for which this is the command which you can run. If you just hit the command Ionic start, still you will get the option of selecting a project and what type of project you want along with the framework too. But if you want in a single line, then this is the command to create an Ionic project with Angular framework, and that project is going to be a blank project. And I have selected the standalone project here, for which you can simply hit the command --standalone. If you do that up, it's going to create the standalone project. And if you don't want that, you can pass here no standalone, which is going to create the NgModules project. After creating the project, you need to go to the project root folder location, enter that and then hit Ionic serve. In this way, you are going to start your application and run it in your browser. Like the way I'm running here. This is the file structure which I have in my Ionic project. I'm not going to go in depth of the file structure and explain you, because there is a dedicated course which I have built for beginner to advanced level, where I'm teaching all these things in details. So in this course, I'm not going to explain you this part. I'm assuming that you already know about it and you have come here to understand how to build a chat application with the help of Firebase. So now I'm going to start off with my home screen design. Let's go for that. In order to build that up, I'll go to the homepage HTML where I have cleaned up the code, removed the code that was already there. And in fact, the SCSS file also I have cleared everything. Now what I will do, I'll try to design it just like a chat application like WhatsApp, for which what do we need? We need to create tabs page, right? So I'm going to create a page called tabs. And if you are not familiar with standalone project and you want to work with NgModules project, then at the very end of this particular course, I'm going to explain you how to transform this standalone project into NgModules project. But this is the latest approach by which the Ionic applications with Angular framework is built. So I would suggest to go for the standalone project currently. Okay. With that being said, let's get started. At first, what am I going to do? I'm going to set up my theming part here, for which I'll go to the variables.scss file within the theme folder. Now here we don't have any files. I have already passed something, but it is in a committed manner. Okay, which I'm going to explain you how I got it. But this is just to apply theming. If you don't apply this also, even if I remove it, okay, in this way, this is the file that you might be getting and you will see some theming already working. For example, if I go to the home page and pass some color to the toolbar, let's say color to be primary. So now you can see the color is changed, which is the primary color for us, because the colors or the theming part is now moved from variables or SCSS to the node modules folder wherever it is installed within that. And also for the dark mode, the code is removed and passed in global.scss file. There is an import, actually not one import,
There are few. These 3 imports, any one of those you can use based on the requirement which I've explained in my course. You can just check it out. I'm in the beginner to advanced course for Ionic. So here I'm going to apply now the theming part, for which I'll go to the variables or SCSS file and have the things that I had earlier, which is this one, and I'm going to uncomment all of it in this way. If I do that up, it's going to show the color which I've applied here, which is similar to the WhatsApp. If you want to know more about the theming section or how to generate these colors, you can just go to the documentation of Ionic. There we are in the Ionic framework documentation in the theming section, which you can just see here in the guide. If I just scroll, you will see the theming part within which you have color generator. Here you can generate the colors by just passing the hex code, and it's going to give you all the colors which are related. Okay, make sure you pass the colors in each and every one. Like secondary I have passed, tertiary I have passed, then only it's applied here. And after doing all of it, you get the code or the object in this particular way, which I have just copied and pasted it there. This is how we do it. And after doing that, what am I going to do? I'm going to create a page called tabs. So let's work on it quickly. I'm going to be little rapid in this case because like I said, I have already assumed that you guys know about Ionic beforehand. Okay. So let's get started. I'll do what? Ionic G page tabs. And let me create a pages folder because we'll be working with the authentication part later on. So we'll do it in this particular way. The hierarchy is very, very important to manage the code readability. Now the pages are created. Look at this. We have the pages folder. Within that, we have the tabs folder and the files within that. Now what all things do we need within the tabs page? I don't need any of this. Instead, I'm going to work with Ion tabs here. Within Ion tabs, I'm going to have Ion tab bar. And within each Ion tab bar, I'm going to have Ion tab button. If you're not familiar with this, you can just look into the Ionic framework documentation where you will find all of it. So this is the Ion tabs. If I go inside that, this is the code which is written here. So this is a proper example which we need. Uses with router. Also, let me copy the whole Ion tab bar or the whole code actually. That will be better. I've copied it and I'm going to replace everything here. This is I think Ion tab button, not tabs button. So that's a mistake which I have made. Now I have pasted it. I'm getting some error warning because it is not imported automatically. I have to hover on it to get it imported. Now let me remove the code which is not important here or not required actually. I'll format the document and look for the ones which I don't need. This two I don't need. Toolbar I don't need. Title, header, and contain I don't need. What about Ion icon? Yes, I don't need Ion icon. Ion tab bar, which is fine. What about Ion tab bar? It's done. What about Ion tabs? Well, Ion tabs is not taken or what? Yeah, it's taken automatically. So when you hover on it, it is taken automatically. So make sure you are working properly with all these things and remove all the imports which are not required. Okay, now our code is much cleaner. The next thing I need to work with is the HTML part where I will change all of it to the ones which I need to work with. So you can have something like status here. We are not going to work with that, but I will just have a tab for it. The icon name I'm going to decide later on, but next thing which I'm going to have is calls. Well, you get the option of calls, but we are not going to work with that too. Icon name will be call here or call outline will be better. This will be calls. That's what the router name which I'm going to have. And then we will have our chats. Finally, the last one will be the settings. Icon name possibly cog. We will check it out. But the page which I'm going to create for that will be settings. This will be our home page actually. Or you can call it chat also. Let me call it chats. C will be small and everything is good to go I think. This is not home. This is status. So how do we find out the icons? Well, I think you already know that. But still, let me go to ionicons.com and look for chat bubbles. This is what I need. So chat bubbles outline. You can directly pass it here if you want to. But if you want to copy, simply click on it. It is copied and you can replace it here directly in this way. Fine. After doing that, we also need status. So let me look for update. No. Well, possibly among this we can pass anything. Should I go for this? This is chat bubbles ellipses and what about this? Chat box, but not relevant. Let me search for settings here. First of all, let me just go for it. This is the one which I need, cog outline, which I told you about. So cog outline, which I need. And here in the status, let me just pass chat bubble outline for the time being. I think that will be looking better. Alright, chat bubble outline. Now we need all these icons to work in standalone project. What you need to do is you need to go to your TS file, and in the constructor you need to add the add icons here. Okay, import it from Ion icons. That's what you need to do. And then within this, whatever icons you're using, you need to pass it. Like I'm using chat bubble outline. I'm not getting the suggestion. If you're not getting the suggestion, simply copy it and pass it directly in the imports in this way, like the way I'm doing from an icons/icons. The next time you go for it, you will get a suggestion for it. Let's check it out. Chat bubbles. You see all the options are opened up. What was the next one we had? I think cog outline we had. So cog outline. Imported, then call outline is there, isn't it? Finally, one more is there. What is that? Chat bubbles outline. Alright, let's go for it. Chat bubbles outline. If you go for all of it, it's going to work. It's actually bubbles. I need to import it. It's imported now. Okay, all of it is imported. I'll just format the document and everything is good to go, isn't it? No more errors. But still we see the home page. I'm going to remove the home page from here because this is not needed anymore. We have the chat space, which is our home screen now. So let me just delete it. Delete. It's deleted. And from the app.route.ts file, I need to get rid of this home screen or the home route. I'll redirect to tabs by default and get rid of this home in this way. The next thing, I need to prepare the route for the tabs, for which I'm going to create a new route file where I'm going to keep all the things. So now I have created a file, tabs.route.ts file, and here I'm going to create a constant called routes, which will be of type routes here, which will be imported from at Angular/router. That's going to be equals to an array which will hold our routes for the tabs. Now here by default, the path will be an empty path. And the component which I'm going to call here will be the tabs page. Now within this, we will have our children routes. So children, where I'm going to have each route one by one. So as of now, where do we have the other routes? Well, we don't have it actually. We haven't created any page for that. So let's create it one by one, for which I'll go to my terminal and create the pages. Ionic G page. Within the pages folder, within the tabs folder, I'm going to create a page called chats. Once that is created, I'm going to create another one called status. What all things do we have now? We have one for calls and one more for settings, right? So I think all of them will be prepared now. Let's see where the routes are, not in the app.route.ts file, but in the tabs.route.ts file, we get all the routes as we have defined it within the tabs page folder. So it comes directly into the route file, which is present at the nearest. That means the tabs.route.ts file. It maintains complete hierarchy, so we don't face any problem of that kind. Now, I'm going to move all of it within the children in this way. Okay, give a comma to get rid of the error. Let me just show you properly what exactly I'm doing. So in the first one which I created, I'll just path an empty path where it will be redirect to, which will be my default route. My default route will be /tabs/chats. So by default, it's going to enter the chats screen, and path match will be full. So this is the settings which I have done for the routing within my tabs. Everything is formatted. You can just click here, right click and go for format document. Everything will be formatted as per the requirement. Once that is done, everything is good to go. Now I need to show something here, for which I'll go to app.route.ts file, and instead of the load component, which is for providing lazy loading for each component, I'm going to remove that or change it to load children, in which I'm going to call tabs.route file and we'll call my routes here. What's wrong? Okay, it is routes. Alright, I think everything is sorted apart from this. Now can you guess why this is giving an error? Because we have to pass here export keyword, then it's going to work properly where it will be detected. Okay, if you don't pass export, that means you are not authorizing it to be used at some other places. So now this is ready. and we are working with it. We can see that we have all the tabs here now, isn't it? And we can design it up, right? Great. Everything is working as expected. Fine. So the tabs part is ready now. Even we can apply some more things. Now I'm going to apply some functionality to access the or to actually detect the tabs change, and based on that I'm going to change my icon here along with the colors also. We'll work on it. So for doing that up, there is an event here called Ion tabs did change, or will change also you can use. There is slight difference that after change only this did change event will get called and will change when it is about to change. Alright, I'll call a function call, let's say get selected, any function name you can pass here. Now I'm going to go to my TS file and create this function get selected and call an event. Let me give it of type any, because if you are unsure about any type, then you should pass any here. And if you want to log the value, you can just do that up. Not time log, I just need the log here. I don't know why nowadays I'm getting time logs most of the time. Some typo errors, no problem. So let's check it out. What do we get if I try to change it? For the time being, I have chats, and as soon as I change it, you see it is changed, right? Now, since it is changing, what I need to simply do is I'll create a variable here called selected tab, which will be equals to, I'll use signals. So signal, and it is going to be of type string. An initial value, if you want to pass it, definitely you can. Let me pass chats here. If you don't want to pass it, you can simply just keep it empty. Okay, and import the signal. Why it is not getting imported? It is already imported. Why the error is coming up? Okay, I need to pass the initial value, then the error will go away. So it's gonna be chats. That's fine. Now I need to set the signal value here. So this dot selected tab dot, how do we set it? We have to use this set function here to set any value in a signal function. So I'm going to set event question mark dot tab. That's what you got, right? So once that is set, I can use it wherever I want. Let's say, for example, for the status, I want to pass, instead of chat outline, whenever it is selected, I want to pass chat bubble. So in order to do that, I'll pass here selected tab. If it is equals to status, then what am I going to do? Because the tab name we have given it as status here, and that will be the route name. So if it is status, then I will pass chat bubble, otherwise chat outline will be passed. Chat bubble, spelling is wrong. Let me just correct it. Alright, so what's wrong here? Okay, this is a signal function, so we cannot pass it directly as a normal variable. We have to pass the function symbol. Once I do that up, I'll format the document and I'll go to the tab space TS file. So as of now, this is selected. I need to change the icon, for which let me just have chat bubble. This is the one. Now you see chat bubble is being used. If I select anything else, it will not be implemented as I have to pass it everywhere. So let me quickly just copy this part and paste it everywhere. So in this case, it's going to be the route name will be calls. That's what I've given in the route name. So it has to be the same. And I'll get calls. Similarly here also in the name, I need to just convert it so that it can accept my variable or the signal function. This is going to be chats, and if it is chats, what I need to call? Well, I need to call chat bubbles, not bubble. There we go. Last but not the least is our cog. So let me pass the same thing once again. So this is done, but this is going to be settings. So ternary operator is coming into very handy. This is the ternary operator which we are using here to apply everywhere. Okay, everything is done. We just need to import this icons and we are good to go. Let's go for it. So I'll be needing calls, chat, bubbles, done. One last, which is the one cog. This is also done. Now if you just try to select something, you see the icons have changed. There you go. It's working nicely. So this is how we can implement it up. Now if you need to change the color, definitely you can go to the CSS file and work with it. So I'm going to work here with the Ion tab button, within which we get certain CSS properties like color. These are the default Ionic properties which you can directly use. Let me pass the default color to be, I think let me leave it as it is. The default color is the medium color, I think. So instead of that, I can simply pass color selected. So the one that is selected, I don't want to give the green color there. Instead, I want to pass the dark color. So variable ion color dark. That is what I'm going to call. You can see now it is changed. If I click, this is changed to the dark color. And what do we have in the dark color? If you want to check it out, you can just go here to the variables.scss file and just check it here. Where is our dark color? This is the one. Little greenish, dark greenish type. So that's great. It's working for us. So in this way, we have prepared our tab screen. It's time to go for the home screen, or actually in our case, it's going to be the chat screen. That's the default route that we have given. And even you can pass it here also in the tabs route after this children also, outside of this children. Well, the default route will take you to the tabs page, but still if you don't want, if you want to be secure, definitely you can just copy it and pass it outside of it in this way too. Okay, just to be on the safe side, where it's going to redirect if it is an empty route. By default, definitely you have given it here, but still to be on the safe side, you are passing it once again. Okay, so let's go and design our home screen now, or the chat screen. Before moving ahead, there is one thing which I missed. In the settings, if we are selected, then I'll set it to cog. So let me change it to cog here. Otherwise, cog outline will be there. Okay, now we're good to move ahead. Let's go to our chat screen now and design it. So what am I going to do? I will have this kind of a design only. Okay, but let me just change the name to chats. This will be chats once again. And after this, because this will be applied only on the iOS, otherwise you will have this particular header working for the Android. So this is the design part, which you can just check it in the official documentation where you will find it. Okay, so I'm not going to explain lots of tags here or the components of Ionic, but we are going to implement that up, and what is the thinking behind it, we are going to discuss about it. So in the chats screen, what we are actually going to do, we are going to have the chat rooms that we are going to create. And how do we create the chat rooms? Well, we need to have all the users that are available within this particular application. Mostly what happens in WhatsApp, if you do not have someone, you can just look for in the contacts, and if they have the same application, then it shows up. Otherwise, you get an option to invite. But in our case, we are just going to register few users through login, and then we'll show up here. We'll have an option to add a chat room. Chat room is basically nothing but the chats that we are going to have here, the list of chats. And within each chat, we are going to have the private chat or the group chat that is going to take place. Primarily, we are going to focus on the private chat. So that is the whole concept about this simple chat app that we are going to create. We are not going to design the whole application for the time being. Later on, let's see if I go through this particular parts also. For the time being, we are mainly focusing on the chat screen. Alright, so in order to have something here, I'll create a list. Let me have an Ion list, because we will design it. Then we are going to work with the login part and for the authentication part. After we go through the authentication part, we will have our users ready. Then we can have an option to select some users. Okay, we'll work on that in some time, but let's first design our chat screen page. So within Ion list, I'm going to have Ion item. Now within the Ion item, what will I have? At first I need to pass the image on the left side. So I'm going to use Ion avatar here. So Ion avatar slot will be on the start, because if you're going through the direction from left to right, that means that is how you are designing it up. In Arabic, you write mostly from right to left. So slot start means left to right. If you're following the normal direction, like in Arabic, if you're following RTL direction, then it will be on the right side. So within the Ion avatar, you can work with the Ion IMG tag or normally the IMG tag. So I'm going to go for Ion IMG tag here. You need to pass an SRC. And in fact, in latest version of Ionic, I think if we skip this particular part in this way, if I just remove it and pass it up, still I won't get any error. We'll try this up. Let me pass something. So for the time being, I'll just keep it empty, or should I pass something? Well, let me pass a URL. So within the strings itself, because this is going to accept a variable. Now let me pass it up. Let's see what it shows, because it will be downloaded or it will be showing up directly from the browser itself. So it is going to change every time I reload. Let me just show you. Look at this. Every time it is changing. So this is the URL for that pro avatar which I'm accessing for the time being to show you up. Great. So now this is done. We get the Ion avatar. After that, I need to work with the Ion label part where I'm going to pass the name of the chat room. In private chat, it's going to be the other username. So let's say it's going to be techniques, let's say for the time being. And I will have a p tag where I'm going to have my last message. So last message, and I'm just passing it up. All right, this is ready now. I will also pass an arrow mark here just to show that you have to get inside it to see some details. And in order to have that, I'm going to pass a property here called detail, or you can call it attribute also, to be true. If I do that up, it's going to show me the arrow mark, which is great. Now this is passed, but we need to style it up. It's not looking that great. For styling it up, I'll go to the CSS file and work with my Ion item within the Ion list. So let me pass it in this way so that there won't be any confusion. Ion item, where I'm going to work with the Ion label to pass a font size of, let's say 1.2 rem. How much it's going to be, let's check it out. This looks fine. Then for the p tag, what I will do, I'll have some margin top. I think 3 pixel will be enough, which is fine, right? And the text size, I'm going to keep it as it is, or you can just change it as per your requirement. Let me try to change it. Font size 0.8 rem will be fine, I think. Okay, it's quite small. How about 0.85 rem? If you want bigger, definitely you can go for it, but I'll keep it this much. So I don't think I need to do anything here for the SCSS now, apart from one thing which I'm going to see after I loop this particular Ion item, because we are not going to have a single chat. We are going to have lots of chat, can be possible, right? So I'll use at 4, let's say item or chat of, let me call it an array of 10 items, which will be tracked by index. Spelling is wrong. All right, now corrected. Well, directly it's not working. So let me just do one thing. I'll create a variable directly here at let chats equals to array of 10 items. Okay, and I'm going to pass the chats directly here. Well, the syntax is fine, but it's not working. It should be capital A in array. Let me directly pass it in the TS file and see whether it works or not. So chats equals to array of 10 items. Okay, now it's taking. So we cannot pass it directly here. Anyways, not a problem. It took some of my time, but it's completely fine. Okay, now we have 10 items here. Great. All right, I need some spacing between all of it. So what I'll do is in every Ion item, I'm going to pass margin top of, let's say 2vh will be fine. All right, now I have lots of spacing, which is looking great. If you don't want the spacing at the top, definitely you can remove it by passing Ion item colon first of type margin top 0. If you do that up, from the first item, the margin will be removed. But I don't want to do that. I'll just keep it in a commented manner because this is looking fine, isn't it? Great. Everything is working as expected. Now the chat screen is almost done. Just check this out. Okay, why it is not scrolling? I think I need some more items. So what I'll do is, let me just have, let's say 20 items. Now I'll be able to scroll completely. Look at this. The scrolling effect is showing up, isn't it? That will work only on the iOS. If I go for Android, this design, the changing will not show. Let me just show you. If I go for Galaxy S9 and just check it now. I reloaded it. You can see only this particular part. The transition part is not showing up. So this is how it is managed, the design part in Ionic. Now the final thing that I want here to be done is to have the toolbar. So I'll go to the HTML file once again and work with the toolbar here for the buttons on the right side for adding the users. So I'll work with Ion buttons. That will give me that option. Slot will be end because I want it on the right side as this is LTR. And within that, I'm going to have a button in which I will have an Ion icon whose name will be add circle. Okay, let's check it out what it shows. Well, it's not coming up because we need to add this particular icon here at first. So in the chat screen, in the constructor, I will add that. In every page, I'm going to add it up wherever I need the icons. And don't worry, if you're passing the duplicate icons, it won't be registered again once registered. Add circle. Okay, done. Now you see the icon is coming up, but I want it bigger. In order to make it bigger, I'll pass here slot icon only. So it will become bigger if I give that up. Look at this. It has got bigger. This comes into very handy because it says that you're just passing the icon, not any name. And that's why it gets bigger, because it says, okay, fine, if you are passing only icon, I'll take proper size of it. So this is done, the designing part. I'll just keep an end for the click functionality. So let me pass some click events here. If you click on it, I'll open up a model. So let's do it later on, not now. So I'll work with the functionality part later on, because at first let's go for the login part and then the authentication part. Then we are going to jump again into the chat screen where we are going to have our users. When we open it up, we are going to open up a model and show the users. So there are a lot of things that needs to be done. Let's do it one by one. So let's jump into the login screen now. Now let's work with the login and sign up screens. So I'm going to create a page, Ionic G page called within the pages folder actually. And I'll name it login, because this will be outside of the tabs page, isn't it? That's why I've created another one called login. And within the login, we will also have one more page called sign up in this way. Let's have it. So 2 pages are created. Let's design it up now. But before that, let me just go to the app.route.ts file where I have login and sign up. Let me align it properly because I want navigation to be done properly. You can go to sign up only from the login. And we are going to work with email ID and password, not with phone number and OTP. Because in Firebase, working with OTP part, I think it charges something nowadays. So it is not free. And I want to show you the free part at first. That is why it's better if you go for email ID and password. If you want to know how to work with the authentication part with phone number and OTP, you can check out my video. I've already made a video on it in the Auth screen playlist. But for the time being, let's work with email ID and password, for which let me first align the routing properly. I'll use nested route functionality to pass it within the children of it. So I'll make it children of this particular login screen in this particular way and pass my sign up part. Now, if I do this in this particular way, then actually sign up becomes a children of login, not a sub page of login. If I want to make the sub page of login, then I need to do something of this kind. I need to pass a route here or a path, empty path. So whenever you enter login, this should be called, and I'm going to move my component within that in this way, which means whenever you're calling this particular path, it is going to get inside the children and look for the default component, which is going to be the login component. And if you go for sign up, you can go for it. That means /login/sign up. That's going to be the route if you want to go to sign up directly. Okay. So this is the hierarchy which you need to maintain in order to do that. Otherwise, you can simply pass this children part directly into the other route by creating like the way we have done for the tabs. Okay. Hope it's clear to you. After doing that, we can go to our login screen and work with the functionality there. So in my login screen, what I need to do is, let me just get to my login screen at first from here. So instead of chats and tabs, I'm going to pass login. All right. I am into the login screen now. I don't want any header part to be passed for the time being. So I'll just remove it, and full screen is fine so that it can take the full size of the screen. I don't want any header within that as of now. And I'll directly work with the form here. So let me pass form tag, within which I'm going to make an ion list, or directly you can work with the ion item also. Let's do that. Let me call ion input, not ion item also, directly ion input, and where I'll have the placeholder to be email. Type will be email. What else? Form control name, because I'll be using the form group here from reactive forms module. So form control name will be email here. Let me just correct the spelling. In order to use it up, I need to pass form group here. So form group will take a value. Let me call it form only, and I'll pass it within the TS file. So form of type form group. That's what I'm going to use from at Angular/forms. And initial value is not passed. So I'll pass a not symbol, exclamation symbol, to denote that, okay, fine. Let me handle the initializing of value part. I'll not initialize it, but I'll pass some value later on. Okay, so that's what it means, and it is done now. But in order to make it work, instead of forms module, which is already present in this particular file, I'll just get rid of it because I don't want to pass it. And even the common module also, I want to pass reactive forms module. Alright, now you see the errors are gone, and instead of passing directly to the tabs page, I'm going to redirect to the login page for the time being, so that I can make the changes directly. Otherwise it's navigating to the tabs page by default, which I don't want. So now let's check it out. If I hit enter, I'm getting redirected to the login page, which is fine. So you can play around with the routing part. For the time being, I need to design this particular form. In order to read the error, there is another property called error text, where you can simply pass a message that please enter your email, and you see a border is coming up from this. This is what happens. I also need to pass an icon. So within the ion input, we get an option directly to pass an ion icon. So I'll pass ion icon name mail outline. Okay, and the slot will be at the starting position. I want to pass it. Okay, this is done, but still I won't get it until unless I add icons. So you are getting the point, right? What exactly I'm trying to do? I'm trying to design the login screen, and then we are going to design the same sign up screen. After that, we are going to apply the functionality for the authentication part. So for the time being, this is the latest Ionic components which are implemented here, with the help of which we are able to design it in a very easier way, like the way I have shown earlier, but it is much easier than the way we have used earlier, right? So I'm going to wrap everything up within, let's say, an ion card. That would be better. I'll remove the shadow if not needed later on, but for the time being, I think ion card will be better. So ion card, and I'm going to put all my ion input within this particular card. All right, this is coming up. Great. You can give some margin also if you want to, when we will have some other input tag, which actually I'm going to have right now for the password. So for the password, let me just copy it up and paste it again. What will be the changes here? Well, type will be password, of course, so that we can have that asterisk symbol designed by default. And placeholder will be password here. What's next? This will be password. I've not initialized the form as of now. Don't worry, I'm going to do that. So either you can pass a simple message like you need to enter your password, but since I'll be doing something in my TS file with the form where you have to accept minimum length should be 8. Okay, so in that case, your message will change. That is why I'm going to put a condition here, but right currently, which I'm going to apply it later on. So don't need to worry. Don't get confused. This is very simple. I have implemented a lot many times. So this is the condition which I'm going to apply. If it has error mean length, means this particular form where you have the password has error mean length, and everywhere you need to give question mark wherever I have given. Otherwise, you will get a warning or something of that kind. See, this error or warning will come up. Somewhere error, somewhere warning. So make sure you are passing everything properly. Then I'm passing the error that password should be of at least 8 characters, must be of at least 8 characters long. And then if that is not the case, then please enter your password, which is when you touch it and not pass anything. So that's what it means. Everything is good to go. Let me align it properly. And what else I need to change here? Well, definitely I need to change this particular icon. Let me pass key icon, or lock will be fine. I think lock closed will look better. Lock closed. Let me pass it in the TS file also. Lock closed outline. Okay, done. This is ready. We get the icons also properly working. All right, what's next? So after this icon, I'm going to pass another component called ion input. There should be a hyphen here. Ion input password toggle. Quite a heavy name. And this should be passed at slot end. Okay, but I need to import it as by hovering. It's not getting imported automatically. So let me just pass it here. Ion input password toggle. You will see the feature of it in a second. Once I pass it here, where is it? There we go. Let me pass it here and the error will go away. And you see an icon here. Great. If I type something, just see, this is working. If I click on it, see, I can just toggle directly. I don't have to write the functionality manually here now. With the help of this password toggle, some of our code is reduced. Pretty cool, right? So this is ready now, but the design is not looking that great. We have the functionality for our email and password, but we need to fix a lot of things. So let me go to the login screen and work with that. So even I can do one thing. Instead of the ion card, since ion card is of no use to me, I'll have an ion list instead of that. Let me pass ion margin. So it will have some default margin. Along with that, I also need to enlarge it, right? And place it properly. And in order to work with that, I'll go to the CSS, but before that, let me just remove ion card because it is not in use anymore. So why do I need to pass it, isn't it? Let me get rid of ion card from everywhere. I'll go to the CSS file, work with the ion list, in which I'm going to pass transform, translate in Y direction by 20%, or you can go for more, like 50% or something. But I'll have something at the top, that is why I'm not going for that. And after you do that, you can work with the ion input, pass a font size to it. Let's say 1 rem will be fine. And for the ion icon, within that, I'm going to pass a font size of 1.2 rem. So it's getting a little bigger, which is fine. Now once that is done, let me pass some padding also. Ion padding to my ion list. Alright. And some margin bottom for this ion input, for which I'll pass a class ion margin bottom. Okay. Now I'll go to the TS file. Don't worry, we'll fix up the design. A lot of things needs to be done, but at first I will initialize now my form. So for doing that, in my ng on it, I'll work with this.form and initialize it to the this.form group. You can use form builder also, not this.form group. New form group, and in this way we are going to prepare it. So what I was saying is, you can use form builder also instead of form group. So whenever you want to work with some dynamic inputs or some dynamic fields, definitely you can work with form builder. But here it is very simple, email ID and password. So we can directly work with the form group only instead of the form builder. I'm going to have the email here, new form control. This is how we do it, import it. And within that, at first I'm going to pass the initial value. Let me pass it null because there will be no initial value. Now after passing the initial value, in the braces we can pass validators, which will take an array in which you can pass validators dot required fields to make it a required field. Let me format the document. So along with the required field, it should be an email also, which it's going to check. You can pass a pattern if you want to, but let me just work with this particular thing only for the time being. Now after the email, I will also have one more called password. The same stuff I need to apply it there with little difference. Let me just copy and paste it at first, and then this is going to be, instead of the email, I'll pass min length like I told you, and the min length should be of 8 characters long. Okay, this is how we do it. And once we do that up, everything will be fine to work with. Okay, so this is initialized now. If you want to change the color of this ion input, let me just try it whether it gets changed or not. So I'll just pass color here. Let me call it, what should I call it? Dark. Let's try it. It's working, isn't it? So I think this is fine. This is fine. Okay, so this is working. Our validators is properly working. It's time to go ahead and work with the other stuff. Now the next thing is to create a div. I'll create a div within which I'm going to have a button. So let me pass an ion button here to submit my form. Within the ion button, I will have an ion text to pass my button name. And why I'm doing that? Because I'm going to give this button a size of large in this way, but I don't want the text to be larger. That is why I'm doing that. Expand to be block so that it can take the full size. And I will also pass some class to it, like ion margin top, because I want some margin from the top. And you can also pass some padding also if you want to. Okay, so you get a lot of spacing here now. If you want to change the name within the ion text, definitely you can do that also for this particular text. Like if I want to change the color to, let's say secondary, I can do that. That's why it's very, very important to pass or to use the ion text. But I don't want to do that. I will keep the default color, but I can change the size of this ion text if I want to. And you can pass it outside of the div also. So let me just do it. I was just using the div, thought of centering it up, but I'm just giving it size of block. So it will take the full size, not a problem. Now, if you want the text within that to be bold, you also have another property called strong to be true. If you pass it true, it will become bold. Just check it out. It's working. Alright, so this is done. What else we need? We need a forgot password thing too, which I'll pass within a div, as this is a button, but only at a particular position. So I'll pass a div, and within which I'm going to have an iron button, but I'm going to align this div, align on the right side, and on my iron button, I'll write forgot password. Okay. Now this button I'm going to pass fill to be clear to remove, fill clear to remove the box, and then the size of this button I want to pass it to be small. Along with that, I want to change the color to, let's say, dark, or medium will be better, I think. Right? Looking good. So this part is ready. What else do we need? At the bottom, I will have some more features, but for this button, I'll give a condition also, because when we submit the button, I don't want to show the login button. Actually, I want to show the spinner here, for which I'll give an if condition. I'll have a property called is login, let's say. Actually, is login function, because we are going to use signal here. Let me just pass it to get rid of the problem or the error that we are facing currently. Let me just pass it here. Is login equals to signal import of type boolean, and initial value will be false. So if is login is not true, then I want to show this particular button. Which button? Our login button. Otherwise, I want to show a spinner, which I'll pass it within the else condition, for which I'm going to copy the same button and pass it here. But instead of the text, I will have a spinner here. So iron spinner I'm going to use, where name will be, I'll use crescent. You can just check the documentation if you want to. And apart from that, what I'll do here is fill will be outline, and block is fine. Everything else is okay. This strong is not needed, or you can keep it. Let's check it out whether it is applied on the spinner also or not. So I'll just change the condition to if it is true, then let's see. Okay, this is how it will show up. If you go for the login, if you click on the login, that's how it's going to show up. I think it's better. But what if I remove this outline? What it looks like? Let's check it out. Even this is not bad. So I'll keep this particular one, which is good. So let me change the condition once again. All right, everything is fine now. Great. This part is ready. The next thing is to pass a feature to move to the sign up if not logged in. And also we need to pass something at the top. So let's do it quickly. Now after this particular form, I'm going to work with a div here. Align everything to center. And within this div, what am I going to do? I'm going to pass an iron text. Don't have an account. Well, if you don't have an account, simply I'm going to give a button here, because if you click on it, you need some transition or some effect which can be handled directly by this particular button. That is why I'm working on it. So iron button, fill will be clear so that no box will come up, and the name will be sign up, of course. Then what am I going to do? I'm going to make the size of it to be small and color of it to be dark. Also the text to be little bold, so that it is quite visible that it's a button. And I will also work with a router link to navigate it to the sign up page. Directly I'm passing it. You can pass /login/sign up also, but I'll directly pass it here. And in order to work with the router link, I need to import it in the standalone project. In NgModules project, you don't need to work with that, because it will be handled directly by the router module. All right, too many things we have done. Where do we have this particular text coming up? Oh, have you worked anything? What's wrong here? All right, we are outside of the iron list. So what I'll do is, let me move this iron list outside of the form. That would be better. Where is the closing tag? There you go. I'll move it outside and move this particular div after form. In this way, format the document. Everything is good to go now. We see the design here. Great. Now I want to align it properly, for which I have to do something. So let me pass a class to it. Let me call it sign up. This is the user defined, but before that, iron margin top. If I give that up, still it won't be having a lot of spaces. So let me just get rid of it, and I'm going to transform it directly. So dot sign up. transform, translate in y direction by how much? Let's say 30%. Oh, 30% is not enough. How about 80%? Okay, still it's not enough. It should be, I think VH will be better. So what about 20 VH? Oh, it's quite a lot. 10 VH, where it's gone? It disappeared. Let me change this one also to be in VH. How about 20 VH will be fine. And I don't see this sign up anymore. What's wrong? If this doesn't work properly, the transform part, you can work with margin top. Let's say margin top of 10 VH. Now you see the design is coming up. So sometimes transforms create a problem and you can fix it in this particular way. How about 20 VH? It's fine. If you don't want to work with that, let me show you and footer part. Okay, it's showing up. Now what I'll do is I'll move this particular thing, this whole div. Let me cut it and pass it within the toolbar. Okay, there you go. Fine. So if we do that up, everything will be structured properly. I'll just get rid of this sign up. In fact, I'll go for margin bottom this time, but I can do it directly. So iron margin bottom, I can pass it here. Iron margin bottom to have some spacing from the bottom part, which is fine. Now what I need to do is, well, everything is good to go here. I'll just change a few things and everything will be fine. First of all, remove the border. So iron no border. There won't be any equal sign. What am I doing today? And for the toolbar, iron toolbar, I can directly pass a color here, but I don't have anything white color. So instead of passing it directly here, I'll go to my CSS, work with the iron footer. Within that, we have the toolbar, whose background color, -- background, that's the CSS property, default CSS property that we got for the toolbar. And I'll pass white color here. If I do that, the background will be of white color. And this is working properly. Within that, we can work around with the div or directly with the iron button. For example, within the div, I will pass vertical alignment to be WebKit baseline middle. But still it is not aligned properly. Let me just check the console log. How can I fix this? So I need to work around with the iron button here, to which I am going to pass the padding start, which I just saw, to be 0. So the starting point, there won't be any padding. What about margin left? Will be 0. Okay, it is quite close now. Even if I don't pass margin left, I think still it will be fine. But this vertical alignment is not working in our case. What I need to do is I need to check it again, how to align this whole thing vertically. That's what I need to figure it out. So within this div, if I pass vertical align, just check this out. So it's not working on the div. What about the iron text? If I apply it there, vertical align, look at this. Okay, I need to pass this particular thing in my iron text. So I'm going to copy it and let me get rid of it first. On my iron text, I'll apply it. If I do that up, everything will be sorted. You can also change the size of it. Let me go for font size of a little smaller, 0.8 RDM will be better. Okay, so I think this looks fine. What about if I don't give it 0? How much spacing it will be? It's too much. I don't want that much of spacing, so this is fine. What next I want is, I want to pass text transform to be none for this particular button, because if you go for the Android phone, then you will see that this will be in capital letters. If you don't pass text transform to be none, that's what I don't want, and that's why I have changed it. Okay, in order to show you, let me just do it. I'll comment it up and you will see this is how it's showing up. Hope it's clear to you. So this is now ready. What we need to do is, we need to get back to our HTML file and work with something or give a title to it. Basically, I want to pass something here. I don't have a logo currently, so I'm just going to type the text and show it to you. Within the iron list, let me have an iron label here, where I'm going to pass the name to be, let me call it Fire Chat. Fire Chat, all in caps. Let's see how it looks like. This is coming up, but I want it at the top, right? So in fact, I will change a few things. Like I'm going to change the translate YE to be 10 VH. That would be better. Don't worry, I'm going to go back to the HTML file. First of all, let's design this up. Then we are going to look into other things. So I'm going to align it to the center and text center. This is not working. So let me work with the div then. if this is not working as expected, div align to be center. Okay, so this is now centered up. I'll get rid of the ion label which is being imported here, not in use anymore, right? So this will be removed. Great. Keep a track of all these things, okay? Then your application will be much lighter and smoother. Now, I'll pass a ion text here within the div to pass a color to it. So color will be, which color should I pass? Let's say the primary color will be better for this fire chat tab, okay? I want to make it bold and work with it. So let me go to the SCSS and work with it. Within the ion list, I'm going to work around with the div where we have the ion text to which I'm going to pass font weight to be, or font size at first. Let's say 1.8 rem, too big it should be. I think it's fine. I'm liking it. Font weight to be bold so that it will become thicker. Now after that, what's next? Well, you can make it italic or you can play around with it. I don't want to work with a lot of things here. You can change the font family also if you want to. Font family, whichever you want to give, you can try it out. How about this particular one? Let's try it. Okay, looks different, but I won't pass it. Okay, let me keep it as it is. Now, I just need to pass margin bottom. Margin bottom of how much? 5 VH. Let's see whether it works properly or not. Not in the ion text. It should be passed within the div. So I'll pass it within the div here. Okay. Once I do that up, it is applied. How about 10 VH? Well, I think it's much better. But this spacing, I should reduce it. So within the ion list, I think we have not one div. This is another div. That is why I will pass here a class called title, or logo will be better. Logo. And this one will be dot logo. Div with class name logo. Now it will be applied only to it. And we have the design as intact as it was earlier. So this design is ready, but still it is looking quite blank, isn't it? Now to make it more interactive, now within this ion text, I'll increase the font size here. You can increase it a bit more also if you want to. Okay. Then what I will do is I'll wrap this whole thing, this particular form here within an ion card. So ion card and pass this whole form thing within it in this way. All right. But that's not looking quite good. So if I remove this ion list, or if I get the whole thing outside of the ion list, I think then it would be better. So let me just get it outside of the ion list. Now what happens? All right. This is how it is showing up. Let me get rid of the ion list and change this particular thing to ion card. Okay. But I'm not going to transform ion card directly. Instead, these things, let me pass it here within. I'll pass the transform and get this div outside of the ion card because that is a separate entity now. All right. Now instead of this, what I'll do is I'll just get rid of this bottom. I'll pass margin top and bottom to be 10 VH and 0 on the left and right. If I do that up, I'll get this kind of a design. Now to the ion card, I'll pass class ion padding. Now you see this is showing up nicely, isn't it? Great. So now the design is better than the earlier one, isn't it? Now with this text here, the look and feel is not coming up. So I'm going to apply a logo which I have created just now with the help of ChatGPT. I'm going to use this image now, which I have already put up in my assets folder. So I'm going to go to my HTML and I have already passed the tag. This will be the thing which I'm going to use within the div, and I'm going to remove the text which I passed earlier on. So from the div logo also, I'm going to remove this ion text, not needed anymore. And I'm going to work with the img tag to pass a width and height. So I'll just fix the height here. Let's say to be how much? 10 VH will be fine. It's quite small actually. How about 20 VH? 25 would be good. All right. Looks better. And I'm going to change it to 5 VH, the margin. Now you see the design is looking much better with the help of this logo. Just a logo has changed a lot of our design. Now, in fact, I can work around with a lot of things. What I'll do is I'll change the margin a bit towards the bottom. I'll change it to 3 VH and 0 on left and right side. On the top, I'll just keep it 5 VH only. If I want to reduce more, definitely I can do it. Okay. And if I want to make it 0, that also can be done because there is some spacing for this particular image also, which is coming up. But still I'll keep 2VH will be better. Okay. So I think now this is looking great. Even you can move this from the footer to this particular place, which is quite simple to work with now because we have already done the hard part. I know you must be thinking that I'm changing the design a lot, but this is important because until and unless your design is finalized, you don't feel like going ahead. Okay. So some of the things I like to do it at runtime. So now this is done. I'll get rid of the footer and just copy this div here. I'll cut it actually. And I'm going to pass it after the iron card. So after the iron card, I'm going to pass this div. There you go. Now I'll work with that. But first of all, get rid of this iron footer and iron toolbar. So toolbar is there. I'll remove it. Footer is there. I'm going to remove it and we're good to go. So footer, get rid of it. Error will go away after removing toolbar. Fine. Done. Too quick. See how simple it is. Just in the CSS, you need to change it up. What I'll do is I'll just pass here a class once again called Signup. Where it is. Let me have some spacing and just pass Signup. Okay. Even you can remove the margin once again if you want to. In the CSS, within the footer, we have given this div where I'll pass Signup and move this div by minimizing it towards the top. In this particular way, after the iron card, we will have it. There you go. Everything is good. Isn't it? You can increase the size also if you want to. That will look better, I think. Yeah, this is better. You can increase the margin also if you want to of this particular div. So margin top, let's say I want to give 10 VH. No, 10 VH is quite a lot. 5 VH will be fine, I think. Yeah, 5 VH is good. So this is okay. I'm liking it. I can remove the margin from here, which was given earlier. Okay, I've already removed it. So the designing part is done. For sign up also, the designing will be quite easy for us to do. Let's finish it up with login, where we have to submit the form and we are good to go. For doing that, let me pass a click event to my, which one? Where is the button? This is the loading spinner where I don't want to do anything, but this is a button for login where I need to pass some functionality, which is going to be an on submit function, which I need to pass on click of it. So I need to work on that particular function here, and I'll close all the files which are not needed and have the important files only, like the HTML I want to work with and the TS file I want to work with. Okay. Now I don't need this. I can just toggle directly. Okay. Great. After ng on init, I'll have a function called onSubmit, within which I'm going to apply some conditions. What will be that condition? First of all, I will check if the form is invalid. If it is invalid, then I will do something. What I'll do is I'll just mark all the fields as touched. So this dot form dot mark all as touched. This function I'm going to call and then return it up so that it won't go ahead. If we do this and click on the login here now, you see all the errors will show up. That's what I want to do. And after this check, means if we don't have any errors, then we can go ahead and work with the other things. Where at first I'm going to log the value. So this dot form dot value. That's what I'm going to check. Now if I try to enter something, let's see what happens. I'll just log everything. Okay, let's try to enter something. I will give my email ID. What if I don't pass a proper email? If I toggle it, no, I'm not getting an error. What if I remove this? I'll get an error. So at least it is keeping a check for email. For the password, if I don't pass anything, it will give me an error. And if I try to enter something which is not 8 characters long, it is going to give me another error. So this is done. I can check the password which I have passed. Great. So everything is working. If I click on it, you can see it has bypassed our check because the condition is satisfied, means it is a valid thing. So it won't go ahead and mark all as touched because those are already touched. And finally, we get the value out of our form. This is what the value is. So as of now, everything is working as till here. And if you click on sign up, you will get inside the sign up. Let's design the sign up page now, where the functionality will be almost similar. So what I can do is I can just copy everything from my login page, copy, and I'm going to paste everything into my sign up page directly without even thinking much. Also the SCSS file, the things that we have done there, well, we can pass the same things. I'll copy for the time being. We will see how we can optimize it, and I'll paste it here. Okay. Then finally, in the TS file of the login page, I need all of it actually. So let me just go for it, copy, and I'm going to paste it here. Alright. So after this is done, we will work on the things that we need here. Okay. Well, currently I have passed everything. Now we have to filter the things that we need and remove the things that we don't need. Okay. Let me get rid of the unwanted stuff. We'll have something here. Don't need to worry. That is why I've not removed the import. And finally, let me just have all the things. This one I'll change it to is sign up, and signal I'll import it. Add icons. Well, I'll be needing these icons. Along with that, some more icons will be needed, like name I'm going to pass. So we need to have that. Okay. Everything is almost done. Just few more things and we're good to go, right? No more errors here, but in the HTML we get certain errors. So I need to fix that one by one. I'll use the same card. Won't change a lot of the design. I'll use the ion input, ion icon, and what else? Okay, this one I need to import automatically. It's not coming up. What else do we need? It's not is login, it's is sign up now. What else? What else? This will be sign up. All right. Anything else? Spinner also is there. Okay. Okay. Few more things, and we are good to go. Let's get to our sign up page once again and fix the other things directly from here. First of all, the first fix that I'm going to apply is for the reactive forms module in my import. So format the document to align it properly and then pass reactive forms module to work with the form group. And finally, ion input password toggle. That's what I need to pass. I'll copy it and pass it in the imports also in this particular way, and the error will go away. Now we'll see the same design in my sign up also. If I get inside that, okay, fine, some error is coming up or not. Why am I not getting redirected here? Okay, I am already into the sign up page as I have designed everything same. Okay, it was sign up. It's written here. My goodness. Sometimes it happens. Don't need to worry. Okay, too many things we have done. Now let's fix few of the things. First of all, this will be not full screen. I will have an header here. I can pass the header directly within the ion content also, but I don't want to do that. I'll have a separate header with a toolbar in which I will pass ion buttons. Slot will be start. Why I'm doing that? Because I want an ion back button to be passed at the top. Okay, so that we can navigate back to our login page. And there will be default href where I'm going to pass /login. Okay, so if I hit on back, I'll get back to login. If I hit on sign up, I'll get back to the sign up page. That's how it's gonna work. Now, this is sorted. If you want the title to be passed here like sign up, definitely you can work with that. If you want the logo to be smaller, you can work with that too. Let me pass it to be 15 VH, quite smaller, right? And for the title, you can just pass here. If you want to work with it, that's completely optional. I'll pass an ion title named sign up. But if you give sign up, this thing will be of no use, right? That is why I'll not pass it up and remove the import that we just got it by just hovering on it in my TS file. Okay, so I have to remove it, not needed. That was just for showing you up how it can be done. All right, we have done too many things. Let's fix everything now and get rid of all the unnecessary things like this div for the sign up. We don't need that. We also don't need some of this stuff in my HTML like this forgot password. We don't need to work with that. We don't need to work with any div for don't have an account because we are already into the sign up page. What else? Well, I need to pass one more field here. Let me just copy it and paste it once again. I'll change the placeholder to be name. Type will be text. Form control name will be name. Please enter your name. Okay, so this is done. Person outline. So I need to have here person outline. Now why I'm giving the icons for mail and lock closed outline in my sign up also, because if I reload the page, this should still come up. Okay, I'll show you. This is the sign up page, right? If I reload it up, the icons are still coming up. So the icons are getting registered from the sign up page itself when it is loaded. So if you're working with the PWA or the browser, definitely this is must. And if you have any doubt, like I told you, this won't be registered again once registered. So that's completely fine to work with it. This is done. This is ready now, and I just need to pass it here. Let me just copy it and paste it once again, where I will just change the name to name actually, and there won't be any email required, only this is a required field, and that's it. Now few simple things I need to change and our design will be ready. What are those things? This is ready, so we don't need to work with anything here. I will change a few things in my HTML related to the password at first. So I'll go to the password section and change the default type to be text here. If I do that up, you will see that this will get toggled up. I can simply pass the text or with whatever it is, and I can just change the type directly from here itself. So this one also you can work with. The next thing which I need to play around is with this toolbar. I'll change the color here. So let me just pass here Ion header. Within that I have the Ion toolbar, in which I'll pass the background color to be, background should be of white color, then it will be better. For iOS this shows in this particular way, but for Android you will see the white color itself directly. Now the last thing is to work with the Ion header to pass no border, so that the line will be removed. So Ion no border, and this will go away. So I'm quite sure you have got the designing part working pretty nicely as I have shown, and this works pretty cool, right? So look at this, quite simple design, isn't it? Just the forget password design is left. Apart from that, everything is done. That's great. Forget password design, we are going to design it when we work with the authentication part. So the next thing which we are going to work with is the authentication part. In order to work with the user authentication in our Firechat application, we have to integrate some packages, which is going to be Firebase at first, then we are going to install the @angular/fire package. Let's go for that. First of all, we need to work with npm-i-g Firebase tools. That's what you need to install. Okay, go for it. It will install this particular package globally. With the help of this, you can use the Firebase commands in your command line, like Firebase login, Firebase init. Those commands definitely you can use it up. I already had it installed, but still I'm going for it once again, just to show you how it actually works. So after this is installed, I'll simply check for Firebase login. I'll hit enter, and it is saying that I'm already logged in with a email ID, so I don't want to go ahead with that. If you're not logged in, you can go for login. Then it will redirect you to the browser where you have to log in with the account, with the Google account. And after doing that, you have to come back again and work with the other command, which is Firebase init. Okay. And if you want to log out, you can simply write Firebase logout, and it's going to log out from the system. Okay. Then you can go for login again with another account if you want to. So I'll go for Firebase init now, which is going to ask me what all things I need. I don't need the Firestore this time. If you need, you can just simply select it up. I need to work with the real-time database. Then I'm going to work with, well, no, authentication is not given here. Hosting, well, you can simply go for that. Storage, well, I'll select it, but I'm not going to use it for our application. So you can skip it if you want to, but I've selected. And emulators, if you want to check for debugging part. So these things I'm going to select, and I don't have an existing account, so I'll create a new account. Please specify unique ID. So FireDB chat app, that's gonna be the name. Hit enter. Well, I would like to call the same with the same name, FireDB chat app only. Okay. So once that will be created, we can go ahead and work with it. You can create it from the Firebase console also, but since I didn't have any account for this particular project, that is why I'm creating it directly from here. So now it has created most of the stuff. For the name, definitely you can go for directly by passing some spaces also, but I have given the hyphen just to be on the safe side. Okay, detecting an existing Angular codebase in the current directory. Should we use this? Okay, let's go for it. All right, which one should I select? The one nearer to me would be this one, probably. No, I don't want to go for automatic builds for the time being. I'm getting an error here for the cloud store because you have to go to the Firebase console and work on it. Let me just go for it and I'll show you how it can be done. So I'll just go for Firebase console, firebase.google.com. Okay, Google spelling is wrong. It is GOO. Alright, I'm into the console. Let me just go inside that. This is my project. I'll get inside it. And here, what I need to do, I need to go to storage. This is the one. And once I do that, I have to go for get started. Get started in test mode will be fine for the time being. We'll check it later on. And you can select the location. Multiple regions also you can select. But I'm going to select, let's go for this. Okay. So this is now ready. You can change the rules from here. And along with that, I'll also go for real-time database. Firestore database, no. It's going to be real-time database. So for the real-time database also, I'm going to set it up. If it is not created from there automatically, definitely you can just do it from here itself. It's going to create a database and you can go ahead with it. Alright, so I'll select the location. This is fine, Singapore, and run in test mode. I'll check it later on. Alright, this is created. This is how we create a database in real-time database of Firebase. Okay, so both of them are ready. Well, we can go ahead and work with the other things. So let's go to our execution and work with it. So Firebase init, I'm not going to run it again. This is fine. I have done it manually. Now it's time to work with the other things. That is the package ng-add. For using the ng command, if you are not familiar with it, then you have to install Angular CLI. How you will install it? npm-g add angular/CLI. This is how you install it globally so that you can run it from anywhere. Okay, this is very, very important because we are using the Angular framework and you have to install the Angular package in order to work with it. Otherwise, the ng command will not work and you have to run npm-i, with the help of which you can install the package, but you have to do lots of things manually. So I'm going to run this command with the help of ng-add and install everything. So I'll proceed with yes. See, these things are very, very simple if you do it yourself. If you just watch it and try to understand, sometimes it gets difficult. So that is why I prefer to code at the same time. Okay, that will help you to learn much better and much quicker. Like the way I designed the login screen. So the login screen took some time to get into shape, right? But the sign up screen was so quick because we knew what exactly we are trying to build. But yes, I accept that we did lots of tweaks with our UI in the login screen, but still it was worth it for our sign up screen too. And now it looks fab according to me. Alright, meanwhile our setup is in progress. Authentication I want Google Analytics. No, I wouldn't go for that for the time being. If you want, definitely you can include it. Then cloud messaging, well, I'll just accept it. Later on we will see. We are not going to cover this up in this particular video. So let's go ahead. Cloud storage I have selected just to be on the safe side. Nothing else I need. So I'll just go for these things and we are good to go. Select the account and this is my project. Alright, selected. What about the, okay, hosting? For hosting, you need to select something. Create new app. What do you want to call this app? Well, FireDB chat app. The same name I have given it here also. It's going to create the web app and we can host it in Firebase pretty easily with the help of this. Alright, so everything is done. We are good to go. Some updation is done in our main.ts file. And in NgModules project, you will get the changes in app.module.ts file. Let's check it out. What are the changes that are available in main.ts file? Earlier, I must say that this providers, which was passed here for the Firebase, was passed within the imports. Okay, imports provider from in our standalone project, but now it is directly passed into the providers itself. Well, this configuration, I'm going to get rid of this configuration now. So I just cut the configuration. I'm not going to pass it here. Instead, I will pass it directly into my environments. So we have the environment here. Where is it? This is the one. Nowadays in Angular project, you don't get the environment directly. You have to run the command ng environments directly. I think yes, ng environment. So now I'll write here Firebase colon, then the braces, and within that, I'm going to pass my settings, which will be something of this kind, which you have to follow. Okay. Do the same in your PROD also. Okay, this is how I have done. All right, everything is good to go now. So after doing that, how do I call it here? Well, I can simply call environment from this particular file because PROD will get replaced when we'll get into production. So peer environment dot Firebase. That's what you have to pass and you're good to go. Now this gate auth, well, there are some things which you need to work on when you will be working with the iOS devices or building the application for Android and iOS. Then we have to work with this gate auth. Have to do some tweaks here. I'm going to show you later on what exactly we need to do here. For the time being, everything is good to go and all set. So the configuration is done. We are good to go to work with the authentication part. So I'll go to I actually have to create a service here. So Ionic G service. I'll create a services folder in which I'll have a service called Auth, but within a folder called Auth at first. This is how I'm going to do it. It's going to create the folders automatically. Where are the folders? Okay, this is the folder and we have our Auth service here present. Great. Now in the Auth service, what am I going to do? I'll use private fire auth because I need to inject some packages, right? Inject, which will be imported. I won't pass it in the constructor. You can do that if you want to, but it's the same stuff. This is the current latest version, so which we need to follow. So that is why I'm doing that here directly. Now in the inject, I'm going to directly call the auth here. This will be imported from @angular/fire/auth. Let me import it. It's done. And we are good to go with this particular one. Now after that is done, I'll create a login function. I'll prepare all the functionality at first because we know what exactly we are going to pass from our login and sign up page. So let's work on that directly. Now in the login, I'm going to get email ID and password as the arguments. And I'm going to work on that within try catch block so that we can catch all the errors at one place and try our block. And we are going to execute everything with promise async await try catch. Now first of all, what am I going to do? I'll create a constant called response which will be equals to await. And what it's going to await? I'm going to call the function called sign in with email ID and password. You can see lots of functions are available here. You can work around with it to understand. But what exactly I need to work with is email ID and password. That is why I'm going to select this particular one. Okay. This is for the login. And I'm going to show you the sign up also in some time. Or should we work with the sign up earlier? I think that would be better. So let me just copy it and create another function called register, in which along with this data, I'm also going to get a name of type string, and everything I'm going to get within an object. Let me call it data of type this particular thing. So I'm going to receive the form data which will have these things within that. Okay. And what it is going to do? It's going to return a promise of type. What will be the type? Well, this is going to be an object where I'm going to return an ID of type string. So that is what I'm going to do here. Quite interesting, isn't it? Now, how we are going to achieve it? Let me just show you. So I'm going to use here register constant and create. There is a function called create user with email ID and password. Okay, this is the function which I'm going to use. Where what am I going to do? I first have to pass my auth. That means fire auth. And then I need to pass the properties. So not the properties. It's going to accept auth, then email ID and then password. So email ID directly data dot email and then data dot password. That's what I need to pass. Now after I do that, I'll get a response in this particular variable, or actually it's a constant, not variable. Now it will hold the user credentials. So what am I going to do? I'll create another constant. Let me call it user data, which will be equals to some records that I'm going to put it in my real-time database. All right. So I'm going to start off with, I'm going to pass name, which is equals to data.name. Then I'll pass the email, data.email. Then what I need to pass the UID, which will be coming from register dot. You see the options are coming up, user dot. If I search for UID, I'll get it. That means the user ID. Okay. So I've got the user ID directly from the Firebase itself when I created a new user with email ID and password. And that is what I'm passing it here directly. I'll store it in my database. Now before going ahead, I'll create a function which I'll name it as random int from interval, where I'll pass the minimum and maximum value and it's going to return me a number. Now where this will be used, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to create a photo, actually not create, I'm going to just pass a URL, the one that I showed you earlier. So HTTPS, the Pravtar URL, and along with that, I'm going to append this particular function because I want the number which was passed here earlier should be a random number. And that's how it's going to generate random images. Sometimes it looks good, right? Quite cool actually. So I will generate a number between 200 and 400, which can be implemented with the help of this particular function where I'm using floor, which returns the greatest integer less than or equals to its numeric argument. Fine. And this will generate a random number which will be multiplied with max minus min plus 1. And after doing all these calculations, mean will be added. So this is how I'm generating it up. This is basically to generate a random integer from interval where I'm passing mean and max. So you can just check it on the internet. You will find this particular functionality. I'm not going to go in depth of it. Let's move ahead. Now in the catch block, I'll throw an error if there is any. So I'll just log the error if I want to and throw the error. Okay, so that we can catch it properly wherever we want. Wherever we are calling this particular function, will show up that particular error. All right, this is done. So this data, what I need to do with this particular data now, I will have to set this data, set data in database, right? That's what I have to do. So we'll do that in some time, but we'll prepare the same thing for our login also. So what I was doing here is sign in with email ID and password where I'm going to pass auth this dot fire auth, comma, email ID. So email, comma, password. That's what I need to pass. And after doing that, I'll again get another response. But this time I'm going to confirm if this response has user. If there is a user, then what am I going to do? I'm going to set this data, set data or save data into the app and navigate to the next screen, which is going to be our tab screen, isn't it? And if there is any error, I'm going to catch it in this particular way, same way only, but the message is different. So login and sign up functionality we have prepared apart from saving. Now to save this data in the database, what am I going to do? I'm going to create another service where I'm going to have some helper functions. So Ionic G service, within the services folder, I'm going to name it as API, within the API folder actually. So in this particular service, what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to work with some helper functions. So let me at first inject private db equals to inject function. I'm going to use it here and call my database. Where is the database? This is the one database. This will be the real-time database that will be used. Okay, import it. Now after doing that, I'm going to create some functions. For example, to get the reference, I'll create a function called getRef where I'll get the path as my argument and will pass ref, which will be imported from either at Firebase /database or at Angular /fire /database. Any one of the two. And here I need to pass this .db. The second one will be the path. Fine. And I need to return it. Okay. So after doing that, I'm going to create another function for setting up the data in my real-time database, for which I'm going to create a function called setData, which will take path as the first argument of type string, and the second argument will be the data that we need to pass. So data can be of any type. So let me give t here, which will denote that it can be of any type. This is a generic type that we have passed. Let me pass the same here. This is going to return the data of type generic. Okay. And now I'm going to return set function from this particular package and call my this dot getRef function. I'm going to call it here, where I'm going to pass the path because it asks for the set function asked for database reference, and the second one will be the value. So the value can be of anything. So I'll pass data here. That's what we need to store into our real-time database. This is how it will be stored. All right. In some cases, what happens is you might not be passing the path, you might be passing the reference. In that scenario, I'll create another function called setRefData, or actually I can call it, copy it actually, copy and paste it here, change the name to setRefData, where I'm going to get the reference of type any, okay, and I'm not going to call this. Instead, I'm going to directly pass the ref, okay. This is how we are going to do that if we need to pass any reference directly. Even you can merge these two functionalities, but I'll keep it different. Now this is for setting the data, how to fetch the data. We'll use the functionality called getData, where I'll get query as an argument and going to return the get function, which is going to return my data based on the query that is being asked. It should be of type any, not string, because it can include a lot of things, alright. So the getData is also done. Similarly, I'll use some more like order child. So it is used order by child, as the name suggests. It is going to query by using the order by functionality, okay. Equal to is used for querying some data to choose arbitrarily starting and ending points for your queries, okay. So there are lots of functionalities which you can use. This is the push data. In a particular tree, if you want to push some data, definitely you have to use this push function. That's going to add a new data. So let me just create it, import it. It's done. So these things are done, right? Let's work on it now in my auth service. What I'll do is I'll inject this particular service now. Private API equals to inject API service. This is done. Now I can use it up. How will I use it? Well, first of all, let me get rid of this error. Why this is coming up? Okay, fine. I need to return register. Okay, not in this way. This is the way. ID register.user.uid. That's what I need to return. Now the error will go away. So now let's set our data in the register function. I'll use await this dot API dot set data, and within that I'll pass the path. I'll use this particular symbol here to append string along with the variable. So which variable I need to pass? I need to pass the UID, which is in register. Okay, I think I should pass it within a constant. That would be better. So let me just cut it, create a constant called ID, which will be equals to this particular value. Now it will be easier for me to work with, isn't it? Because we are using it in multiple places. Let me pass it directly in this particular way. And here I don't need to actually pass anything because the name is same as ID. Alright. And here also I'll simply pass the ID. That's it. Now the second argument will be the data. So which one will be the data? The user data that I need to pass. This is the one, and we are good to go. Now this will set the data in my database, but I need to save this ID in my local system or in the application itself so that we can check it out whether you are authenticated user or not. Alright. So that's what you are going to do. And for that, I am going to create a signal function here. Let me call it UID, which is of type string or null. So this is going to be used. And what am I going to do for using it up? Let me create a function called setData, where I'll get the UID of type string, or it can be null also, because we have to remove it also in some cases. And I'll set the value of this dot UID dot set function. I'm going to use it and pass the UID there. Okay. This is how I'm going to set it and use it wherever it's needed. And to fetch the data or to fetch the ID, you can call another function called getID, where you can create a constant, let's say auth, where I'm going to call a function called getAuth. Alright, import it. Now within this, let me create another constant called UID, which will be equals to auth dot current user dot UID. So this will give me the UID of the current user which is logged in. This is how I can fetch it directly. And if it is not available, then it is going to give me null. That's what I'm going to pass. Now whenever I'm fetching it up, in fact, I can simply track it down that I need to set the data. Okay, as this will be an empty record at that point of time. So I'll fetch it and pass it here and then finally return it. Return the UID. Well, that's what you can do. And here you can simply keep a check if this dot UID function has a value. Actually, if it does not have a value, then I'm going to set it. But if I do that up, if you're passing null, then it will be a troublesome thing. So it's completely your choice if you want to work with it. Fine. Otherwise, you can remove this condition. Alright, so once that is done, what I'll do is after calling this particular functionality, I'm going to set the data here. So this dot set data will pass the ID there. Okay, that's it. Similarly, in my login, also I'm going to do the same. I'm going to set the ID, this dot set data, and pass the ID. I'll actually, in this case, what will be the ID? It's going to be register or response actually, response question mark dot user question mark dot UID. If it does not exist, still I won't get the error directly into my UI. It will be catch here properly by using this question mark. Or you can remove it also because we have given a check here. So I can simply remove it too. There won't be any problem. So the login and sign up functionality is covered up. It's time to check it now. Okay. So in order to execute these functionalities, I have to go to login page and sign up page once again to execute it up. Let's go there, sign up page at first, in which after submitting it up, once we get the value, I'm going to call this dot sign up function. I'll create another function, not is sign up, it's going to be sign up. Okay, which I'm going to create just now, this dot sign up function, where I'm going to execute some functionality. To actually create a user, I'm going to use this functionality. And also I need to pass the values. So this will be this dot form dot value, and I'm going to accept it here. Form value of type, let's say any. No, I should not give any. It should be of the same type, which I passed it here in the auth service. So what did I pass? I'll get this kind of a data. Let me just copy it and pass it here in the sign up in this particular way. All right. So this is now done, and now we can work on it. I'll do everything within the try catch block and also use async await, not here exactly, in this sign up. Now the first thing that I'm going to do is this dot is sign up dot set the value to be true, which means that the form is submitted. And also I'm going to call this dot is sign up dot set false. Well, actually I'm calling the same functionality again and again, so it's better to have a different function for it. Set is sign up. Okay, then pass it up. You will get a value of type boolean. That's what you need to pass it here. Okay, it's done. And you can work with this particular functionality now. So this is going to be set is sign up. Same here also, set is sign up function. And I'm going to pass the same in my catch block also. Now between this, I'm going to call await this dot auth service, which I need to inject here. So let me just do it quickly. Private auth equals to inject function, and I'm going to call the auth service here, import it. Fine. Once that is done, I'll call it here auth dot register function, within which I need to pass the data, which will be the form value that I need to pass. It's form value. V should be capital. Now the error is gone. I'll get some result out of it. But actually I don't need to work around with it anything, because it's going to give me the ID data, or let me get response out of it. It is going to return an object with ID. So I can just pass it in this particular way also if I want to fetch the ID directly. Okay, but I'm not going to use it anywhere. So let me just keep it in this particular way. And after doing that, I need to navigate to tab screen, right? Because the authentication will be completed. So that's what I need to do now. Apart from that, everything is done. In fact, some type of errors I might face here, so I need to tackle that too. Now there is a possibility that whatever email you are passing is already existing. In that scenario, you might get an error of this kind, e.code, within which you will get a message of this kind. This is a code, that email already in use. If you get that kind of an error, definitely you need to work around with that. And this is giving me an error because I need to pass any here. Now the error is gone. So I need to create a message for the user, because this kind of a message is not good to show it to the user, right? So let me just do that. At first, I'll create a message variable where I'm going to pass a default message. Could not sign you up, please try again. And when this type of an error occurs where user already exists, at that point of time, I'm going to update this message or change this message to email already in use. Email already in use. You can change the message as per your requirement. This is just the message which I thought of giving it. Okay. So after this is done, how will I show the error message? Well, I should use a toast message. not the toast. I think alert message will be fine. So in order to show an alert, we need to do something. But before that, let's complete this functionality for the navigation part. In order to navigate to it, I need to work with the functionality of router. So I need to inject here. Let me inject private router equals to inject function where I'm going to use the router. Okay, import it from @angular/router. After that is done, I can directly use this functionality here. This dot router dot navigate by URL. That's what I need to do. And within this, I'll pass the URL/tabs. That's where I need to redirect. And rest of the things will be taken care of by the routing mechanism of Angular. And here, I'll pass replace URL to be true. Okay. So this is done, right? The navigation will be done with the help of this particular functionality. And after everything is done, I'll reset the form. So this dot form dot reset function, I'll call it directly in this particular way, and the form will be reset. So this thing is ready. I'll create another signal function to update my message. Let me just do it. Error message equals to signal of type string, and initial value will be null. Also, it can accept null. Otherwise, I cannot give the initial value. Fine. This is ready. And after this is done, I can simply go for this dot error message dot set function, within which I will pass this particular message which I just created. Okay, that's it. And after this is set, I need to work with the alert functionality, for which I will use the inline function, inline component actually. So let me just do it at the very bottom. Where am I getting the error? On submit error. Why? Okay, async is being passed. My mistake. Now it's sorted. Okay, the next thing which I need to work with is this particular functionality which I need to prepare. So in the HTML, I'll just scroll towards the bottom, and after this card is done, I'll work with Ion alert. Okay, import it. Here I'll get certain options. For example, what will be the header? So header, let me pass alert. This is the message. You can just pass anything in the header. Then you have to pass the message. Now in the message, I'm going to call my signal function, which is going to be error message function. All right. And then I'm going to have some buttons also, which will be an array, and I'm going to pass only the OK button in this particular way. But this particular Ion alert will only show up on a particular condition. That's what I need to pass. So I'll use the property called isOpen here, which will be conditional. So if there is some error message, this should be ERROR. I think I've given the wrong name in my TS file also. So let me just change it. Find and replace it with this particular name. Done. Sorted. Now in this particular property, you should pass a Boolean value. But if you don't want to do that, you can simply go for error message also. If error message is available, then only you want to open it. All right. That's what you're passing it here. And there is another event that I'm going to trigger, did dismiss. So when it will be dismissed, means whenever it gets dismissed, what am I going to do? I'm going to set error message value, this dot set, because this is a signal function, I can use it directly. And I'll pass the value here, which will be null. That's it. So I can call it directly because this is public signal function. So I can do everything here itself. Otherwise, you can create a function and call that too if you want to, because you're setting it in two places. We can do that in this case also, like set error message value of type either string or null. Okay, this dot error message dot set the value. That's what I'm going to do. So set error message, this set function will be removed. And similarly in the HTML also, I will call set error message function. That's it. No more errors, nothing. Let's go to sign up and try it out. Let's see what happens now. I will go for passing a name. Let's say techniques. I'll just pass an email and a password. Okay. Let's go for sign up and see. See, loader is showing up and it's done. But what's wrong? I get an error here. Now the error says, what it says, Well, it is giving me an error for the authentication part. So now if I go to the database and see, okay, fine. I think I have not gone for the authentication. So I think I need to set it up. See, if you don't set it up, I just forgot. So let's get started. But don't need to worry. This is just a starting point. And it's great that I can show you directly here. I'll enable the email ID and password. If you want to go for email link, which means the password that's signed in, definitely you can enable it. But I don't want to go for that for the time being. This is done. Added. Once that is added, let me just try it again with the same stuff. So I'll just clear it and go for the sign up once again. This time you see it is done and I'm getting redirected to the tabs page, which means this chat page, right? And if I check the database here, means the authentication one. If I just go for it, the users, I can see that this is added, and along with that in the real-time database also, if I just check it out, you can see users added. This is the name that we gave there, right? Users / then the ID we passed. So this is how the tree is created within which we have all our data here along with the UID. This is the same UID. If you don't pass it also, you can get it from here itself. But for that, you have to do some mapping part, which I have just got rid of by passing it here directly. Completely your choice how you want to work with, but this is how we have created a user, which is great, isn't it? Now, similarly, we'll prepare the login also. And then once we prepare the login, we will go for the forget password functionality. And after that, our authentication part will be done. But before going to that part, let me just do one more thing. I want to check the errors also, for which I will do what? I'll just get rid of if I reload it up, it's coming here. But if I want to go to login once again, what will happen? All right, I'm back here. I'll go to sign up because we have not given any auth guard as of now. I'll work with the auth guard. But for the time being, let me try to go for the same email ID once again. I want to see whether I get the errors or not. @gmail.com and set any password. All right, if I go for sign up, what's happening? No, I'm not getting any alert. Why? In the console log, I can see the error which is coming up, isn't it? This is the error which is coming up, but it is not showing in this particular case. So how exactly I need to tackle this up? Let's check it out. I need to check the message here, whether this is coming or not. So console.log msg. Also, I'll just check the code here. Console.log. I'll check the code. e.code. That's what I'm going to do. Let's check it once again. All right. Let's try it once again. And I'll open it up. Okay. If I click on it, you see this time what's happening? We are getting the code. Email already in use. Email already in use. This is coming up, but the alert message is not popping up. This is not working. Why? Because this should be either a string or I think to make it a boolean, I have to pass 2 exclamations. Let's check it now. All right, you can see now email already in use, message is popping up. What if I give a different email? Will it get registered? Let's go for coding techniques and I'm going to register it in the name of, let's say, CT. Okay, but it's too small. Let me go for my name itself. If I go for it, it's going to be created, which means that this functionality is now working properly. Okay, with the help of 2 exclamations, which is going to convert it into a boolean value. All right, now this is fine. But there is one problem that our button is not working. Why? Because I need to pass it in this particular way. Now let's check it out once again. I will get back to the URL. Let's check it now. Let's check it quickly. All right, so any data I have passed, okay, which is not accurate. Now it's fine. Let's go for it. And this time we get the proper error message, which is great. I'm liking it. So everything is working as expected, our alert and everything. So now we are good to go for the login part. Now I'll work with a similar functionality in my login also. Let me just copy it up and pass it into my login screen 2 at the very bottom within the Ion content and hover on it to import it. Once that is done, in the sign up page, the functionality that I applied for the sign up, I am going to copy everything up till here and paste it into my login screen because this is going to be almost same. Few stuff will be different, which I will show you. This is login and is login. Error message I need to create. So let me just scroll towards the top and create it up as a signal function, which will be of type either string or null. Initial value will be null here. Fine. Now I need to inject the auth service. Inject auth service here. Okay. Also I need the router. So private router equals to inject and then call the router here, import it. Okay. You can call it in the service also. It works from there itself too. But let me just do it here for the time being. This is done. And this functionality I need to change. Let me find, okay. I'll directly change it. Set is login. It is changed everywhere. Okay. And what else do I need to do? I need to change it to login, which I'll do the same here to login. And in the login, I won't get anything called name, just the email ID and password, which I need to fetch it from here. And I'll call the login function. So within the login, I'm going to get email ID and password. Okay, what's wrong? Form value dot email, form value dot password. Fine. So this is ready now. And in return, I don't think I'm going to get anything in the login. Yeah, this is of type void, so I won't get anything in return. After this functionality will be executed, which means we won't get any error. Then we will be navigating to the tabs page and resetting the form and setting is login to false. That's okay. But this setting to is login to false, I think I should do it before this in this particular place. In fact, in the sign up also. So let's do it there too. Let me just cut it and I'll pass it here. Okay, now it's fine because this should stop before we navigate. That would be better. Now the only thing that I need to change is this particular code, because instead of the already in use, we will get some other code like email address, user not found or wrong password. This type of message we will get. So now this is updated properly. Let's check it out whether it works or not. Do I need to do anything else? I don't think so. So let's go to our login and try it out. All right, let me pass the password and go for login. And we are logged in properly. That's great. Now we need to work on the forgot password and also the auth guards. So let's finish up with the forgot password functionality. Then we can simply go for the auth guards to be applied. For the forgot password, I need to design it up. Let me do it quickly. Implementing the forgot password screen, what I'll do is, at first let me just get back to the login screen once again. In this particular way, I'll just redirect to login screen. Now on click of this forgot password, I need to work on it. I'll create a model like the way we have worked with the Ion alert in my login screen. So NgModule imported. Now within this, I again have the property is open, or there is another property called trigger, which you can use. So is open, we'll check it later on, but I'll also have did dismiss actually, which I'll work with did dismiss. Along with that, I will have some more features like the breakpoints, because I need to show it on top of login screen, right? And I don't want to take the whole screen. So I'll just pass some breakpoints, like if you pass 1 here, it should be an array between 0 to 1. So 0 means it won't show up anything, but I want 0.9 initially and it can go to up to 1. That's what I want. Okay. And between that, if you want to just scroll down, I'll show you how it actually works. So 0.5 will be the initial point, and I think 0.8 will be better for the breakpoint. And there is an option to pass the initial breakpoint. So initial breakpoint will be 0.8. Okay. Now within the NgModule, what I need to do, I have to pass certain things. Don't worry about the errors which I'm getting in the NgModule, because I've not passed the functionality in did dismiss and is open, which I'll do in some time. So ng template, I'm going to use it here, which is very handy because within that, I'm going to pass some Ion content. Now within this Ion content, I'll prepare a form if you want to, like the way we did here. So I just need to take the email, isn't it? Let me just copy this part. Even without form also you can work with it. So I've just copied it and I'm going to show it here. Within the Ion content, let me directly pass it. Also a class and margin, not only on bottom, in all the places. So ion margin is passed to the ion input, and after the ion input, I'm going to work around with the button. So ion button size will be large. Actually, I can directly copy it from here, this particular part also, because we have already designed it. So executing the same code again and again is of no use, right? So let me just copy this login part and I'm going to pass it here. Where is it? This is the one. Okay, paste it. Instead of the login is, I'll say forgot. Okay, this is what I'm going to create. Don't worry about the errors. I'm going to fix that. And the button name will be, let's say send link, because it's going to send you a link to your email ID. On clicking of that, you get an option to generate a new password. So if you do that process, then only you can set a new password and then you can go back to the login screen and work with it. That's what it will do. So that's what we are going to apply here. Send link and it's fine. Everything else is okay. Now, not only margin top, I want to give margin on all sides. So margin on all sides. Okay, that's fine. All right. So this is done. I think I don't need anything else here. I don't need the form control. Okay. I don't need anything else here. I think we are good to go. So let me fix the errors now. I'll just get rid of the unwanted files. Let me close everything and open up the ones that I need to work with in this particular way, and everything will be sorted. Okay, so at first I need a property, not property now, it's a signal function is forgot of type signal. Actually it will be boolean value, and initially I'll initialize it to false. That's it. Error will go away, and one more error is there, is forgot. That's what I've given. Is the name same, is forgot. So this error is gone. Now need to fix the other errors that is coming from the model. So where is our model? I think I should give a comment here, alert model, or it should be forgot password model, so that I can remember where exactly I've done what. So is open. When should I open it? Well, I should open it when I click on the forgot password. So if I click on this particular forgot password, where is it? This is the one. If you click on this particular button, something should be triggered. Click, and on click of it, let me call, if I'll create a property call or a signal function called open, let's say FP. All right, open FP function. Now what I'll do within this function, let me set it to true, and let me create it here. Open FP value of type boolean. This dot is FP model dot set the value. Similarly, I'll create a setter for set is forgot. So these are just setter values that I'm working with to make it easier to work. Is forgot dot set the value. That's it. And this one I need to pass it at the top. So let me just work with it. Well, actually, let me just brought it on. I'll work with it now. I'll create one more. So just copy and paste once again and change the name to is FP model, and it will be same. Okay. Last thing is which one? Well, I need to go to this particular model and pass is FP model value. If it is true, then only it's going to work. And when it is getting dismissed, I simply need to call. I need to call what? Let me just check the function name. What was it? Open FP. It's not open. Set FP. Set FP. That should be the function name. Set FP. And the value should be false in this particular case. What about the other one where I passed open FP? It should be set FP. Fine. It's done now. Let's try it. I'll click on forgot password, and you see this model is opening up where I get the email and send link. So now if you want to pass the header also, you can go for it and work with it. So let me just pass it here. But make sure if you're passing it in a different component, if you don't pass ion content full screen to be true, then it will give you some problem. Ion header, where I will have a toolbar in which I'm going to pass a title called forgot or reset password. Reset password. Okay, let's check it out now. If I click on it, reset password is showing up. We get the email, send link button. Great. So everything is sorted here. If I click on the submit, what it should do, well, actually not this. I should do something here. But before that, I passed a class ion margin. I think it is not getting applied here, or I should do more. Let me pass ion padding also. Now let's see how it looks like. Well, instead of this, I think I should pass it within a div or even an ion item, because this is not applied properly. Div will be better, I think. So you need to tackle all these things one by one. If something doesn't work, you need to come up with another idea. That's how you need to think. If you do that up, problem will be sorted. Let's try it now. I have fixed it, possibly. Yes, almost. Now let me pass some padding also. Let's check it out now. Alright, see, this is fixed. It is not moving out. Great, it's sorted and everything looks fine here, except on click, I want to fetch the value which is being passed here. So here I'm just passing the value, I'm not doing anything else. Even I can create another form for it, but I should try a different method here. But let's go for the form in the only. It will be easy for us to do it, as I've already shown you how to work with that. So form group, I'll type here FP form, which I'm just going to create. And within this form, I will pass my div. Alright, that's what I'm going to do. And let me pass here form control name. I can pass here email. Okay, same name, but in a different form. So now I'll create this form at the very top, like the way we did for our earlier form. Okay, this will be FP form. Fine. I'll initialize it. There are certain options which I can look into. I can initialize it whenever the user opens up the forgot password page, or actually the model. So when it is opening the model, whenever this is set to true, this particular value, so I can simply track it down. Actually, before setting it up, I should check it out. If value, that means if it is true, or you can in fact check also, if it is equals to true, then what you need to do, you need to call this dot fp form dot. This dot fp form equals to new form group. You need to create it in this particular way. Let's check it out whether it works or not, but mostly it works in the NgModule or in the constructor. You cannot pass it directly here, otherwise it's going to give you certain problems. But let's try it. So I'll pass only email, which will be equals to new form control, and within that I'll pass the initial value to be null and some validators. Which validators? Required field I need. Along with that, it should be an email. In this particular way, it's done. Alright. So this is initialized. Now on submit, I need to work with it. So it should not be on submit. It will be a different function. Let's say on fp submit, which I'm just going to create. So on fp submit function, what should I be doing? I will do the same stuff which I did for this particular functionality when I go for the login part. Okay, so almost it's going to be similar like the way we did earlier. So this dot, it should be fp form, this one also fp form, and then I'm going to simply return the fp form value, and then reset password function, which I'm just going to create, where I'm going to pass this particular value dot email. Okay, let me create this function, reset password, where I'm going to get the email of type string, and I'm going to work with that within the try catch block. Alright, and async await too. So this is sorted. Let's first check it whether we get up to this particular mark or not. For doing that, let me just try it. I'll click on it and I'll open up the log also. Let's try to go for it. Alright, if I click on the send button, see, I'm getting the stuff, which means this is working, which is fine. Now what I'll do, I'll simply copy this function, go to my auth service and work with that. So in the auth service, after registering and login, I'll work with the reset password functionality, in which I will call await, and the function name will be send reset, or actually it will be password reset email. Alright, within that I need to pass the auth, this dot fire auth, and then the email, which I'll be getting from the parameter, right? And if there is any error like the way we did earlier, I'll just throw it and log it also. Instead of log, I'll just use console.error, which will show up in an error manner, which is fine. Now in the login screen, when we get a response out of it, how we'll get the response? This dot auth.reset password, where I'm going to pass the email, and this will be an await because it's going to give us a promise. Okay, if you just hover on it, it is returning a promise of type void. That's what we need. And then what I will do is, after executing this particular functionality, if there is any error, I'll just log the error for the time being. Mostly there won't be any error unless there is an internet connection issue. So as of now, I'll just leave this up, the error part. As soon as you click on this particular reset password functionality and you get a response, which will be a promise, but of type void. So after doing that, I need to close my model and show a toast message. So in order to close the model, what was our functionality to do that? Well, first of all, actually one more thing I need to do, this dot set is forgot. It should be true, and I should set it to false. This dot set is forgot to be false. I need to pass the same functionality here also. After this is done, I need to close the model. So this dot set fp to false, or you can use dismiss functionality also if you want to. But if I set it to false, it's going to work properly. Now the model is dismissed, but I need to show a toast message, isn't it? So instead of showing a toast message, let me go for an alert message only, because we already have that particular thing. Why not use that up? So in order to work with that, I'll go for this dot set error message. And in the set error message, I'm going to pass reset password link sent to your email ID successfully. Go to your mail and follow the instructions. Okay. So once that is done, our message is ready to be sent. All right. Lot of things we have done. It's time to try it. Let me click on it. I'll pass my email ID and click on the send link. If I click on it, it's done and I get the alert message now. If I click on the alert message, it's gone and I get the email also. If I try it again with some other email, let's see what happens. All right, let me send the link and I get the link once again. Means I get the alert once again. What if I pass a different email which is not available? Then what will happen? Let's say this is a different email which I'm just tweaking it up. I want to see what kind of an error do I get if I do that up. All right, linked sent to your email successfully. So it is sending the email to that particular email ID also. So it is not checking here. If you want to put a check, definitely you can go for it too before sending the email. But I don't want to go for it. I'm okay with that. And that is why I've not done anything in the console log. So it's fine. Mostly we won't get any errors as such. If you get some error, definitely you can show the message in this particular way directly. Well, I can do one thing. I can just pass a message that error, please try again. Okay, that's it. And everything is good to go. All right, so we have applied the forgot password functionality successfully and it's going to work pretty nicely for us. You can go to your mail and check it out. It's going to show up everything. It's very simple. I've done it many times and it's quite easy to work with. Okay, so we have done the authentication part. Now we need to work with the router auth guards. So now we are going to understand what are auth guards. Well, auth guards are basically related to the routing part only. So what happens is whenever you enter a particular route, we can put on a guard which will check whether you are an authenticated user or not to enter that particular guard. Not an authenticated user, actually the condition that you are passing. For example, you can go to login if you are not authenticated, and you can go to tabs whenever you are authenticated. So that is what we are going to apply here, but you can put any kind of a condition. Let's say, for example, you have to visualize because I cannot show you right now as we have not created it. So let's say we have some intro page, okay, where you have some sliders and some information about the application before starting the login. And that information will only be shown at once whenever you are opening the application for the first time. So that information will have a guard which will denote that whether this information is seen or not. If the information is seen once, it is going to save that in local storage or wherever you want to. It will save that up that it is seen and you don't need to show the same thing to the user again. So that particular route If you try to go there, the next time it is going to check the condition that whether it is seen or not. So if you have stored in your system that it is seen, that means if you try to go to that route, it is going to navigate you to some other place and saying that you have already seen this information, you cannot enter again. That's a condition which I have given, for example. And if you do not have any other route where you can navigate to, then it will give you an error that there is no such route available. Okay, so that kind of a scenario happens. This is just a brief overview that I have given to you about routing. Now there are different types of routes. If I just try to show you, let me just give you an example here. Let's say for the tabs, if I try to go for route, how do we go for it? We have option like can activate child, can deactivate, can match. So the most important ones are can activate and mostly can match that I use. Others are also important, but they are conditional based. You can just read the information here about it. So what does can activate do? Whatever conditions you apply in can activate will be executed, but it allows the user to enter the route once, and after that it's going to check the condition. If you have some requirement of that kind where you want to allow the user to enter at least and then check the condition, then you can go for can activate, because you want to show the user some kind of a screen. So it helps in that particular way. Now what is can match that I am talking about is the guard functionality that helps us to do the opposite of can activate. How? Because it will allow you to enter only if the condition is satisfied, which means it will hold your view. It will not allow you to enter the view until and unless the condition is satisfied. That's why in some cases can match can be very, very handy. In both cases, the scenario depends which one to use when. So I've given you the clear idea which one you should use. If you want the user to at least enter some page or to see some screen and then navigate, then can activate. Otherwise, if you don't want the user to enter the particular route or a screen, then you can go for can match. Apart from that, you also have some other routes like can deactivate. As the name suggests, it will help you to deactivate a particular component. So it's just the opposite of can activate based on the condition you will be using. So I won't go in depth of it. You can just read here and understand. If you don't, let me know in the comment section. I'll explain you later on, because we are not going to make use of this two. Mostly can activate and can match will be used. And I think in our project, we are going to use can match. So even can activate child. Now it is allowing the current user to activate a child of the component. By default, any user can activate a child. So it's like can activate only, but it will be applied on a particular child of the component. So you can just check it out, okay? Like the children we have, it can work there. Anyways, for our scenario, we need to work with mostly can match, but we are going to decide it later on. First of all, we need to add some functionality to work on the auth guard. And for doing that, I need to prepare some functionality. Let's do that. So let me create a function here called check auth. You can give any name, in which I'm going to use auth state change. On auth state change, what happens? So this is imported from, let me just show you, at angular/fire/auth. What it does is, if you just hover on it, it will explain you what exactly it does. This adds an observable for changes to the user's sign-in state, which means that it is going to track whether a user is signed in or not. That's what it's going to do. And it takes the parameter as fire auth I need to pass, and then a callback will be there in this way, in which I'm going to get the user. Alright. Now along with that, there is another field. So auth next or observer, and after that we get the error also. So you can just have a callback for the error, because it is saying that it's a function. So it will be done something of this kind where you will find the error and you can work around with that. Okay, so let me just break the code and work with it. I'll pass console.log the error. Now along with that, we can apply some functionality if you want to work with it. Now if we get the user, I need to send it. But how will I do that? So if I return a promise out of this functionality, then definitely I'll be able to accept the value of this particular user. So let me just turn it into a promise. So return new promise, and then within that you will get resolve and reject as the callback. Okay, within this callback, now I'm going to pass this observable within my promise. Now the question is, why am I using promise and why am I passing this callback here? Basically what happens is I can directly pass here resolve and pass any value like user. Okay, otherwise it's very difficult to get the data out of it. There are other ways, but definitely it's difficult. And if you get error, you can simply go for reject error. In this way, this will return a promise with success message of resolve and error message in reject. That's how it works. So how simple it becomes for you to just pass the actual values whichever you want it, right? And now you can call this functionality anywhere you want. So this is ready. And also one more thing I want to show you, that in can activate you can pass, like in can activate, this will work as an observable for you. And we are not going to do it actually in this particular way. I will pass it, but how to create a route guard, let me just show you. I'll go for the plus button where I'll use the command Ionic G guard. Within a guards folder, I can go for any name. Let me go for auth guard. So this will be my guard within the auth folder that will be created. Let's see how it looks like. So it is asking me which guard do I want to apply. So I get all the 4 options. Whichever you want, you can select those. I'll go for can match because I don't want to enter that particular route wherever I'm passing this auth guard until and unless the condition is satisfied. So I'll go for it and it's created. Let's check it out where it is created. There we go. Here it is. Now in this, earlier we used to get a class and the execution was different. Not much of a difference, but yes, it is converted now into a function. That is what we can use directly into our application. So now how to work with this? Let me show you. Well, there is another way of working with it, which is much actually easier, or it's almost the same, but I'll show you in this particular way. The other approach which I was talking about, basically what you have to do is you have to prepare the whole functionality in your service, and you can call this service directly in your route wherever you want to call. Like for example, I want to use, let's say, can match. So in can match, we can pass an array where you can pass multiple guards, not a single, you can pass multiple guards to any route. And you can just pass a callback here in this way, and you can call your service function. Like using the inject function, you can inject the service and call the function from here itself. If you do that up, your functionality will work, means your router will work properly. The route guard will work, means the route guard will work properly and you will get the same result. But instead of doing in this particular way, we already have the functionality for route. So I'm going to implement that. Now mostly what happens is can match returns a boolean value, whereas can activate returns an observable. So you need to take care of each and every value as per the requirement. Now here, what am I going to do? Let me keep this and I'll apply some functionality here. Or you can do one thing, you can create a separate function for it. So I'm going to start off by injecting my auth service. So const auth equals to inject auth service in this way, and then I can use it. How will I use it? This dot auth dot check auth function, within which I'm going to get the promise, right? So I need to use async await here. In order to use async await, I'll pass async here to the function and await to be passed here. Okay, there won't be any this because this is a local. Within this functionality only we have passed the auth. I'll get the value out of it. Let's say constant user because we are going to get the user data out of it. And if user exists, means if we have some value within that, then the user is signed in. So I'll return true. Otherwise, I'm going to navigate to login. And after doing that, I'm going to return false. So only on this condition, if the user is signed in and the user data exists here, then only I want to navigate to that particular page wherever I'm going to apply this guard. Otherwise, I want to navigate to login. Basically, I'm going to apply this guard into my tabs page. So after authentication only I want to redirect to the tabs page. Otherwise, I don't want to go there. Now for navigating, I need to use the router. For doing that, if I have to inject it here, I can do that. But instead of doing it here, let me just do it directly into my auth service, because everywhere, wherever we are using the router, we can directly pass it from here itself. So I'm going to change in login and sign up also. Let me inject it at first. So see how we can optimize the code if we need it in more than one place. So I'll just import it, and I'll create a functionality for it so that I can use it everywhere. Navigate by URL. You give the path as string. That's what you need. And this dot router dot navigate by URL, where you will pass the path. Along with that, replace URL will be true. So this replace URL will replace the earlier, means clean the stack. That's what it does. Okay. So that's a simple explanation of it. Now let's try it out, how it goes. I'll go to the auth guard and implement it directly. But before doing that, or should I do it here first? Let's do it. It's the same stuff. This dot navigate. Okay, there won't be any this. Let me remove it. Auth dot navigate by URL, where I'm going to navigate to the /login. That's going to be my route or the path. All right. So this will navigate to login and return false. That's what it's going to be doing. Also, I'll wrap up everything within try-catch block. Since we are using async await, so it's better to be prepared for any kind of an error if you encounter some. Okay. Let me put all the code, cut it, and pass all the code within the try block. And after that, in the catch block, what am I going to do? I simply need to throw the error, because I'm not going to return anything. I'll just simply throw the error, as if I return something, then it will still navigate to some places, which I don't want. So now we can implement the same into our login and sign up functionality also, where we used the router, the Angular router. We imported it, right? So I'll just comment it. We don't need it anymore. Even the import also, we don't need that. So our code will be reduced to a great extent with the help of it. Instead of this, I'm going to use this.auth. And actually, I'll just copy it, because we don't need to pass replace URL also. So let me just pass it here once again. And I'm going to remove all the code. Just change it to auth. That's it. And I'm going to copy it. Check it out where else we need. We need it in the login. So I'll go to the login page, and here also I'll do the same. First of all, comment the router, and here also I'll just comment it and paste it. This is what we need, but I just need to comment the router here, which I don't need anymore. Where are you? Okay, there we go. Done. So now everything will work as expected. We have prepared the route guard also. Let me just check it properly. So the route guard is ready. Now we need to use it. So how do we use it? I'll go to app.route.ts file. Now here on the tabs, I'm going to apply it. So let me go to the tabs and pass can match, as we are using can match function, where I'm going to create an array in which I can directly pass auth guard, or what was the name? I think auth guard only. Yes, this is the one. Auth guard, import it. So once I import it, it's done. And now auth guard is applied. So if I try to go for tabs page now, let's see what happens. So tabs, not /home, it should be in our case chats, or I will not go anywhere. I'll directly go for tabs and see, okay, I'm still getting redirected to the tabs page. Can you guess why? Because we logged in earlier, right? You remember we logged in twice or thrice. If I go for incognito mode, definitely this problem will be solved. So let me just go for incognito mode, where I'm going to go for this particular route and inspect it. Now what am I going to do? I'll try to go for tabs and hit enter. If I do that, you see I'm still getting navigated back to the login page. That's what we have coded, right? And here in the console log, what will I get? Well, I don't get anything, because we have not logged anything up, right? So that is why you need to take care of all of it. Since we have already logged in once or twice, that is why it is detecting that you are already signed in, as the Firebase maintains a feature with the help of which they can look into it. All right. But in incognito mode, that doesn't work. Since we open out in this particular browser only, that is why it is stored somewhere. So we have to log out in order to get rid of this functionality, which we are going to see in some time. For the time being, it's okay. Let it be in this particular way. So that means our can match guard is working properly. And we didn't enter the tabs page even once. So this is done. You can also create some auto login guard if you want to for the login. So whenever you're already an authenticated user and you try to navigate back to the login page, you won't be allowed until and unless you log out. So once that is done, our routing part is properly working. So I'll just close everything. Login, sign up not needed. This one not needed. But in our auth service, I will also fetch the user data and also prepare the logout functionality. So first, let me fetch the user data because we'll be needing it in some places or the other. So we can use it up and then the logout. So get user data, that will be a function that I'm going to create where I'm going to get the data. Then we are going to create a logout functionality. So these two things we need to work on. So now let me start with the logout where I'm going to call the fire auth where we have the option of sign out. So sign out functionality is there. Sign out the current user. This does not automatically revoke the user's ID token. So in order to revoke the user ID token, you have to do something manually, but for the time being, this is fine. And for using await, you need to pass async here, make the function asynchronous, as this is going to return a promise of type void. And since we are using async await, everything should be done within try catch block in this way, where in the catch block, I'm just going to log the error and throw the error. Okay. Now in the try block, we'll have this functionality at first, and then I'm going to set my this.uid.set function. This is a signal function. I'm going to set my value to null, as this won't be needed anymore. This comes into very handy in some cases because we are already using the value in get ID, right? So this value is not used in most of the places, but somewhere it can be handy. That is why I'm setting it up if you want to use it. Otherwise, you can make use of the check auth functionality, which we already have. So you can just skip this particular part if you don't want to use it anymore. Like if it is not in use, I'll just remove it from here. And in fact, from my, where you are setting the data. So we don't want to set the data anymore if you don't want to use it. All right. So let me just skip it for the time being. Let's see later if we have any use of it or not. All right. So some more errors I'm going to get. I'm going to fix that directly in this way. Okay. Done. Now after doing this, I'll get back to the logout functionality, and once everything is done, I'll just return true. Okay. So that at least this functionality returns something. Now let's work on the get user data. So how do we get the user data in real-time database? So in get user data function, we are going to accept the ID of that particular user, and then we are going to query on that. So let me create a constant called user ref, which will be equals to this dot API dot get ref, and I'm going to get the reference of users slash within this bracket, I'm going to pass the ID. So I'll get the reference out of it, and once you get the reference, I'll create a constant called snapshot equals to await this dot get, this dot API dot get data, and in the get data we have to pass the query. So let me just check it what actually I have done there. So in the get data, I'm just returning the query. That's fine. I've already prepared the ref, so I'm just going to pass the user ref here. Okay. Now since I'm using await, so I'll use async, as this is going to return a promise of type data snapshot. So I'll get the snapshot out of it, means a copy of the record, and then work on it. So I'm going to put on a condition if snapshot question mark dot exist. If it exists, it's going to return a boolean value. Then I'm simply going to return snapshot dot val function, which will hold the value of that particular data, and which is what I'm going to return whenever someone calls the get user data function. And in the else condition, I'm going to throw an error. So throw new error, within which I'm going to pass a message, which will be no such user exists, any message you can give. So in this way, we have prepared our data and we have put on a check. If there is error also, we have put on the condition so that it can track it down. Now the final thing that I want to apply here is the try catch block, since we are using async await like I already told you. So all of them works smoothly with one another. Let me just move this code within the try block, and in the catch block, I simply need to throw the error in this particular way, and we are good to go. Let me change the name to error. Fine. Alright, so get data function, get user data functionality is also ready. Everything is good to go. We just need to try it and work with it. So now after all these things are done, we just need to execute the code. So we need to first of all work with the logout functionality so that I can show you that actually it works the way I told you in, or the way I showed you in the incognito mode. For doing that, I'll get back to the, let's go to settings page. That would be better because we need to do all these things within our settings only. So settings page where let me just pass a functionality that will be called on click of a button. So how do I change it? Okay, fine. I'll just remove everything. We just don't need all of it and change it to settings here. Okay, remove all the unnecessary code. And within the ion content, let me have an ion list, ion item. Within the ion item, I'll pass an ion label and I'll call it logout. On click of this ion item, what I want to do? I want to go for the logout functionality. So let me call it logout function here, which I'm going to pass it here in the TS file. Okay, so the function is created now and unnecessary data, I'm going to remove it from here. We don't need it anymore. Like forms module, common module, if you need to work with it, definitely try it. Otherwise, don't pass it unnecessarily. Okay, it's done. It's over now. From here, what else do we need? Well, we need to inject our auth service. So private auth equals to inject auth service imported and inject for also we need to import. It's done. After it is done, I can directly call this .auth.logout. Okay, so that's it. Now even you can just remove this private and directly pass it in the HTML also, but let me keep it in this particular way. And one more thing I will do in the auth service, whenever it is clicking on the auth, so whenever the user is clicking on the logout, I just don't want to do this thing. Instead, I want to go for this dot navigate by URL, go to /login. Fine. That's what I want to do. So let's try it now. I'll go to the settings page. We have a logout button. So on click of it, this will get logged out. Let's try it. I'll click on it and we get navigated to the login page. If I try to go for login again, let me just enlarge it. Let's go for it. After doing this, I'll go for login and we are getting logged in now. Let me go for once again, logged out. Now if I try to go to this particular tab once again, tabs, just the tabs, you see, we are not able to go to the tab space directly. It is restricting us. Why it is restricting us? Well, we have not given any console log for it, but you already know that we have applied the guard, which is stopping it to work. If you want, you can definitely pass a console log there and check it out what is happening. But for the time being, everything is working quite smoothly. We don't have to do a lot of tasks and our work is done. So in this way, we can work with the guards, the route guards in Ionic Angular project. All right. And yes, along with Firebase, because it's going to be same for Firebase Realtime database and Firebase Firestore. The authentication part is same. Now, one minor thing you need to fix in your get user data function in your auth service is that this is a variable and we have to pass it in that particular manner. So we have to give the dollar symbol, otherwise this won't be detected as a variable. You can see the color is changed now. So now it becomes a variable and now you can use it properly. So remember to fix this issue, otherwise you won't be able to get the user data. We will not be using this function into our project for the time being, but I have shown you if you want to fetch the user data, definitely you can. Let's say in your settings page, definitely you can show the user data and go for editing the profile and something else. You can work on that. Okay. So this is it for our auth guard and logout functionality that we have implemented into our project. Now, after working with all this, now what I'll do is I will get all the authenticated users, not authenticated actually, all the users which are into this platform. By clicking on the plus button, we will get the user list except the one who is already logged in. So let's see how we can achieve that, for which what am I going to do? I'm going to create a page, or in fact page is not needed. We can go for a model to select it up. So let me create a component because I'm going to call that particular component when we click on this and open up a model. So how will I do that? I'll go to my tabs page and go to within the chats. Within the chats, let me create a model at first on click of this particular button. But this button is not looking that great. I want to make it larger. So size large. Let's see how it looks like. Much better, right? It is getting large, which is fine. Now on click of this button, I need to do what? I need to trigger a model. So in order to work with a model, okay, it will give me an error until unless I keep it in this particular way. So for the time being, let me just remove the click event. We'll work on it later on. First, let's create a model. So Ion model, like the way we did earlier, where I'll pass is open or trigger, whichever you want, you can use it. So once again, I'll go for is open because we have to close it from our TypeScript. So I'm going to set a property here, is user or is new chat function, which I'm going to create just now. And along with that, I don't want to pass any breakpoints or something because I want it to take the full screen. So I'll keep it in this way. And within my Ion model, I will have the ng template, where I'm going to call my component. So that's what I'm going to do. You can also use a trigger here instead of is open. So let me show you trigger, which I haven't shown you. So for using the trigger, let me pass a name to it. Let me pass users list. And if I go to my button, where is it? This is the button. And I pass a ID of same users list. Let's see what happens if I click on it. If I click on it, you see the model is opening up. That's what it happens. And that's how it works. So now let's work on the component and we will pass it here. So the component, I'm going to create it within the chats only because the user list will only be shown within the chats, nowhere else. But if you want to keep it separately, definitely you can. Mostly I keep separately those components which you are going to reuse. But this particular component you are not going to reuse anywhere. That is why you can skip it if you want to. But still, I'll keep it in a different way. You never know, some things you have to reuse. So Ionic G, C for component. Within a components folder that I'm going to have, along within that, I'm going to create a component called users or users list, whatever you want to call it. Let me go for it. Now it is created. All right. So in order to use it directly into my chats, I have to see here, I need to pass standalone to be true. It was coming up automatically, or you can do some settings in the next version. Hopefully we will get this by default. If you want to pass any imports, definitely you can in this way. Okay. Now you can simply import it in your chats. This is how we work with components in a standalone project. So in a standalone project in the chats, I don't need all this chats, the form module and the common module. So I'll just remove it. No extra stuff needed. I just want to call the users component here. Once I call that up, I can directly use it in my HTML. So I'll pass it app users. This is the one. Fine. No errors. And we get to see what is there. If I try to call it, you see users works, which is shown in this particular component in the HTML. There you go. This is working. Now we need to design it as we like. So I'm going to go for Ion header. Within that, the Ion toolbar, just like in page, I'm going to design everything here and it will be imported automatically. I will be needing the Ion title where I'm going to pass new chat. Also along with it, I need to work with the buttons. So Ion buttons slot will be start. I want to give a back button to it, but directly using the Ion back button will not work as there is no direct back button. We need to create a button in actual. So not back button, sorry, Ion button. And within this, I'll call an icon naming arrow back. Let me call it in my TS file. I need to, okay, not here. This is the component, right? So wherever I'll be calling it, I need to pass it there. So I know that I'll be calling it within the chats page. So I'll just pass it here directly. The icon, which is arrow back, imported. Let's check it now, whether it works or not. So I'll click on it and you see an arrow back button along with new chat title. That's working great. Now this back button is showing up, but I need to change the color of it because it's not looking that great. Or you can have a cancel button also, or a cross button if you want to give the look and feel of a model. But since I'm covering the whole screen, so I will be using the arrow back button, to which I will give the color to be possibly medium is fine, I think. Let's check it out. If I click on the plus button now, I think this is better, isn't it? So I'll keep that color and move ahead with the other functionality like Now after the header, I need to work with the ion content. So ion content, and within that, I need to pass an ion list where we will have our list of users within each item. Now we will be needing to loop our item. I'm going to design it pretty quickly. So user of users, and we are going to track it by the index only. This is what we are going to apply. Don't worry, we don't have the users data currently. I'll get it. First of all, let's finish up everything. I'll go to the users component and create a variable called users, which will be equals to array of 10. Okay, now that will also work. Now this user list will be similar to the one which we have already created into our chat page. So apart from the last message, everything will be same. We can have the same stuff there too. So in fact, you can create a component for this if you want to, but I'll not do that. I'll have the users directly with me. So this whole thing, let me just copy it and I'm going to paste it here in this way. Now I need to modify the data. So let's work on that. First of all, let's import the things that we need here. I don't need a p tag, so let me remove it. I need the ion label. It's done, right? So everything looks sorted here. Let's check it out, how it looks like. So I'm getting techniques here. Why? I've given list of 10 items, right? But I'm getting only one. Right, I got the issue. The issue is coming because of the ion content. I need to give full screen to be true. I told you about it. If I give full screen to be true, let's check it now. See, this is coming up, right? So after this is done, I just need to design it a little bit and it's going to work for us. So I'll go to the users component.scss file and start working with the ion item here. So in the ion item, I need to work with the ion label to increase the font size a bit. Font size, let me keep 1 rem. That would be better, I think. Also a margin bottom to each ion item. I'll pass, let's say 2vh. Let's check it out. This is looking better. But if you don't want that much of a spacing, you can just reduce it. And also you can remove the lines. So I'll just remove the lines, for which lines equals to none. Now let's check it out. If I do it, just see, this is working nicely, isn't it? If you want, you can give some padding also. Class ion margin will be fine. Let's go for margin. Let's see how it looks. All right. Not looking good, isn't it? So I'll remove it. So in order to style it properly, I think I need to increase the font size like we had earlier. So 1.2 rem that we have given in our chats page also. And for the lines, if you don't want to pass it here, you can do it in one place itself. Instead of looping it in each and every ion item, you can pass it in the ion list. If you do that up, still it's going to work fine. Let's check it out. Just check it out. This is coming up properly. And we don't have any lines here. So I think we need to play around a little bit more. We are almost there. So the next thing which I need to work around, basically I removed the lines, right? Because it was not completely full. So instead of removing the lines, I'll pass lines to be full. Okay. Because without it also, it's not looking great. What about now? Lines is full. That's fine. Now here the design is not yet great. So I'll change little bit and we will find out whether it's appropriate or not. So I'll just remove it and I'll make a box out of it. That would be better. So in order to do that, I'll pass the color for it to be light color for the ion item. Let's check it now. I've given light color and I'm going to remove the margin. Instead of margin, I'll give some padding bottom. Let's check it once again. So in order to fix this design now, what I'll do, I'll remove the padding from ion item and pass the padding within our ion label. Now in the ion item, I'll also pass some border, then we will check it out. Let's say border of 1 pixel solid. Now for the border 1 pixel solid, I'll give light gray color. Okay, let's check it out now. If I click on it, see, a very subtle border is coming up, which is looking great. So padding is fine, border is fine. Everything is looking much better now. If you want to increase the padding, definitely you can by, let's say 1.5 VH. Let's check it now. All right, I think it's fine. Cool. I'm liking it. You can change the background color if you want to. But for changing the background color, well, the colors that we have in our variables or SCSS, you can just check. Among those, tertiary can be a matching one, which you can go for. So you can go for tertiary, but in dark mode, tertiary won't look that great. So that is why I've not given it. But if you want to go for it, if you want to check it out, definitely you can just simply change it here in this way. And that is why. Let's see how it looks like. So now this is looking in this particular manner, which is not bad actually. So for the timing, I can keep it, but it's completely your choice. If you like it, you can keep it. If you don't like it, you can just remove it from here. Okay. So let me just get back. Okay. Why am I not able to get back? Is there any error here? No, I don't see any error. So possibly I have not given any functionality for it. So let's check it out. What have I done? In my users list, I have the back button, right? So this is the back button. On click of it, I need to do something. So on click, I need to trigger an event. How will I do that? I'll use output signal. Simply close equals to output. This is the output signal. Okay. Now I can directly use it. What will I do? Close function dot emit. What value you want to emit? Let's say true. Okay. You can create a function also if you want to, but I will pass it directly in this particular manner. Why it is giving an error? Alright. What if I pass the same functionality in a function? Close model function. I'll create it and let me pass it here. Close model function within which this dot, and I'll pass it. Okay. I cannot use function directly. So why it is not able to accept the true value? Well, if I pass here that it will return type boolean, now the error is gone, or otherwise you have to pass any if you want to pass any value. So now you can even call close.emit function directly into your HTML instead of this particular functionality, but I'll keep it in this way. That's fine. Pretty much clear also. And now I can directly call this functionality here. How will I call it? In this particular way, close. I get the suggestion also. And what am I going to close? I'm going to close my model, for which I'll create an identifier here called hashtag users, and user model will be better. Users model. So users model dot dismiss function, I'll directly call it here. Now on click of it, it will get dismissed. Let's check it now. I'll click here, get back. See, it is getting dismissed. How cool it is, right? Okay. So this is achieved. We can format a document if you want to. Now the next thing is to actually fetch the user data. So we need to work on that. In order to do that, I'll create another service. Let me call that service either user service, but we are just using it only to fetch the data. So I'll do it within a service called Chatroom, because this is a part of Chatroom only. These are the Chatrooms that we are going to create. So get users also, I'll pass it there. If you want to create a different service, definitely you can, but I'm going to go for the same. So Ionic service, within this services folder, I'm going to create a Chatroom folder within which I will have the Chatroom service. Okay. Now this is created. Let me just scroll down. I'll go to the Chatroom service here, within which I'll create a function called get users, where I'm going to execute some functionality from my API. So I'll inject the API here. Private API equals to inject API service. Import it. Fine. Now I can use the features that are available within the API service. First of all, I need to get the reference. So constant users ref will be equals to this dot get ref API. This dot API dot get ref function I'm going to call, where I'll call the users, because it has this particular node has all the users data within it. Okay. Now let me just cancel it. The next thing, I need to listen to real-time user creation, real-time users list. Okay. So if a new user is added, still we will get that within this particular list in real time. That's what we need to implement, for which I'll implement a functionality called value, which is related to our real-time database. Now it will give us a callback with a query. So the first parameter will be the query, which is going to be our users ref. The second parameter will be a callback, in which I'm going to get snapshot. So snapshot, and then this is a callback where I'm going to execute my task. Now what this function does, if I hover on it, it will listen for data changes at a particular location. This is the primary way to read data from a database. Your callback will be triggered for the initial data and again whenever the data changes. So whenever there is a change in the users list, which means into our data which is passed here, we will get the real-time changes or updates as quickly as possible, which means at the same time only. Now the first condition which I'm going to check, if this snapshot dot exist. If it exists, then only I'm going to go ahead and work with it because it's going to return me a Boolean value. After that, I'm going to fetch the user's data out of it equals to snapshot dot val function. So val function will give me the user's data, but this user's data will be in a different format. If you want to check it out, let me just show you users, and I need to call this functionality somewhere, right? So how will I work on it? Let's think about it. Whenever you enter the user's page or the user's component, you want to call it. But if you have called it once, why to call it twice or thrice, isn't it? Because there will be real-time changes. So what I'll do is I'll call it within my, within my chat space itself, whenever you are trying to trigger the users list. So in fact, I can change it to is open. That will be better, I think. So now in order to do that, let me just remove the trigger list and I'll use is open, which is easier to work with when we are working with the TypeScript to open it up. So I'll create a variable called is new chat, or actually it will be a signal function only. So I'll do it in this particular way and go to TypeScript, create it up quickly. Is new chat equals to signal of type. It's going to be Boolean and initial value will be false. Need to import this signal here now. Once this is imported, we can use it. Now I'll go to the chat space HTML file where exactly we are trying to call it. So whenever we are clicking on the button, we are calling it. So instead of this ID users list, I need to pass on click of it. What I will do, I will set this particular functionality. So how will I do it? Let me just get back and create a setter for it. In order to do that, set is new chat and I'll set the value, whatever value I get here. So value of type Boolean and is new chat dot set function, and I'm going to pass the value whatever I get here. Okay, this is how I'm going to create a setter for it. Then I'll call this particular function directly here, set is new chat, where I'm going to pass the value to be true. Okay, once that is done, what next I need to work with, I will pass here it did dismiss, because we need to dismiss this or change this value, otherwise it will be opened or it will not work when the next time you try to open it up. So on did dismiss, I'll call set is new chat and pass the value as false every time. Okay, this is done. Great. And on users, if you're clicking on the close button, this is fine. I'll keep this. Okay, so now we have a functionality which is ready. Now in the TypeScript, what I need to do, I need to call the users data. But before opening this particular model, call users data. In order to do that, I'll call this dot chatroom service, which I need to inject. So let's go for it. I will have to inject it. Private chatroom equals to inject function, where I'm going to call the chatroom service. So once that is done, I can use this chatroom service dot get users. In this way, I'll get the users. But there is a catch here. Every time I don't want to call, right? I just want to call it whenever there is nothing in the users data. Means it is not even called once, then only I want to call it, which I'll keep a track of it. But let's first see how I can fetch this data directly into my component. So in order to pass this data into the component, I need to do something. So how do I do it? Well, it's pretty simple actually. What I'll do is whenever there is a change in the data, I will at first go to my service and create a signal function for it. So let's do it here. Users will be equals to signal of type for the time being any array. And do you want to pass any initial value? Let me give an empty array. Now I'll initialize this value. So this dot users dot set, and I'll set the value which is being coming from here. Okay. All right. But if you don't want to set it for the time being, just want to check it, what is the value coming up here, simply on trigger of this functionality which we have used, we will get the value, right? So let's check it out at first. What is the value that is coming up? Then we will do the other functionality. All right, if I click on it, just see I'm getting the data, but this data is in object format. Why? Because it is giving us the tree format. So first node, second node, that's how it is giving us the data within which we have the data. So we need to map this data in order to get the actual array kind of a format. So let's work on it. Now, in order to do that, I'll get back to my Chatroom service in which I'm going to work here. So let me create a constant called users array. Let it be of type any array for the time being. I'm going to use interface for it. Now I'm going to call my users, but I need to transform it into an array. So I'll be using object.values. If I do that up, it's going to transform this particular data that we have within the users into an array. And if you want to check it, definitely you can. Console.log users array. Let's check it now. What do we get? If I click on it, just see I'm getting the array records now, right? So I'm able to access the inner part. Great. This is done. What's the next part now? I need to get the current user and filter the data based on that, because I don't want to show the list with the current user. The current user should be excluded. That's what I want to do. If you want to keep the current user also, if you want to talk to yourself in a private chat, definitely you can. But I'm going to remove that feature here, for which I'm going to use a constant called filtered users of type any array will be equals to users array dot. I'll use a filter function here in which I'm going to get the user, each user on which I'm going to execute some functionality. So the next thing is to match the current user. In order to get the current user into our service here, I need to inject the auth service. So private auth equals to inject auth service in this particular way. Now I can use the features or the functionalities that are available within the auth service which are public. So I'm going to call, whenever our constructor is getting called, I need to call this dot or dot get ID. So whenever this get ID functionality will be called, we will be able to get the UID. Okay. So whenever we get the UID, I can even set a value here, which I can call everywhere. That's what I can do. So what if but I need to keep a track of it every time, that whenever this changes, I need to keep a track of it. So in order to do that, I think I should use the computed, and in the computed, what I'll do, let me pass current user ID, which will be equals to computed signal, because we need to track the changes. So it is better to read it directly with the help of the computed signal, where I'll read this dot or dot. Actually, I need to read a signal function. That would be better instead of directly reading the get ID. If I pass get ID here, it's not going to work. I need to pass it in the constructor. And that's where the UID, which I told you about, that if it is used, then I'll get it again, which I commented in the auth service. I'll get it back. So I'll go to the auth service once again, auth service, where I'm going to uncomment wherever it's needed. Okay. So I think I should uncomment it everywhere. Okay. Anywhere else it was used? Yes, it was used. Anywhere else? Actually, it is. Okay. Now finally here in the logout also I need to uncomment it. Okay. So everywhere it is opened up. Now I'll go to the Chatroom service and call my UID function, that is a signal function. So whenever this changes or this is called, our UID value will be changed and we will get the actual value in our current user ID signal function, which is not a signal function, it's a computed signal function. So now I can call it here. And in fact, I can do it in one line. So I'll get rid of it and pass here this dot, not this dot, user dot UID not equals to this dot current user ID. So if you do not know about signals much, then I have made a dedicated video on Angular signals. You can go and check that out to understand how signal actually works. And after this is done, we will get the final list, which I'm going to set it in the user signal. And if this condition is not satisfied, then in the else condition, I can set users dot set, I'll set an empty array. That's what I can do. Now this particular part is the success part. What about the error part? So for the error, I'll simply pass this particular thing, another callback for the error, where I'll simply log the error. Okay, that's what I'll do. So this functionality is ready now. We can execute it and get our data. So let's go for it. I'll go to the Chatroom HTML, chat page HTML. Okay, what's wrong? Okay, in the TS file, I've already called this data. Now on call of this data, our user's signal will be set, right? Signal function. So I can call it here in a computed manner so that it can be tracked whether there is any change or not. So users equals to computed signal, within which I'm going to call this dot chatroom dot users function. Okay, now it will hold the value. Whenever there is any change, it is going to track it down. So we don't have to worry about it, and we can pass this function directly here. So I'll just pass it here. Users equals to users function. That's what I'm going to pass. Now this user, I need to prepare it. How will I prepare it? I'll go to the component and make this an input signal. So input in this particular way of type any array initialized to an empty array. Okay, now I can use it directly into the chat page in this particular place. Otherwise, I would have got the error. Now I can directly use it in the HTML in this particular way, and the error will go away. And if I try to check it now, if I just click on it, okay, I'm not getting the data. Why? Now if I check it here in the console log, there is an error saying new collection symbol iterator is not a function. And this error is coming from here. Okay. Now in order to resolve this problem, what I'll do is, everything here is fine. The only thing that is creating a problem is in our chats page. Whenever we are calling our data, if this data is not present, we need to track it down. So if users function is not available, means there is no data, then I don't want to go ahead. So only if it is available, then I will go ahead. It should be at if. So that is the first step. And secondly, also one more thing, I need to track it down, that if the users already exist, which I can now track it down with the help of if users function already exists, then I don't want to call it. So not, if it does not exist, then I'll call get users function. Now there is another option which I can give, this dot users function dot length. If the length is equals to 0, then also I want to call it. That's what I'll do. Okay, and if you have any doubt of the value here, simply give a question mark and a not symbol. This will get rid of all the errors. Now let's check it out whether it works or not. So I'll click on it. Still we don't get the data. Why? We still get the error. Alright, I found out. Well, there is a silly mistake which I did. This should be current user ID function. That's it. And the final mistake which I did is with this users. I need to pass the filtered users here. Then only we are going to get the actual data. Now let's try it out. You see, I'm getting techniques now. Okay. So this is how it works. Just a signal function I have not passed, and the proper variable, if you don't pass it, how it's going to work, right? The next thing which I need to work with is this particular thing. I need to convert it into an interface. So user interface I need to create, for which Ionic G interface. I'll create an interfaces folder where I'll make an interface called user. Let me hit enter and this will be created. So these are the interfaces, user.ts file, in which I will have the UID of type string. That's what we will be getting. Then we will have the name of the user, or which will also be of type string. Then email ID also of type string. Finally, we will have photo, which will also be of type string. So these things I'm going to have, and I will pass it everywhere, wherever I'm using it up. So let me just do it one by one. In the chat space first, where am I using the users? This is a users in which I can pass of type users array or null. And this users, I'm going to import it from this interface. Okay, done. The next thing, I'll just scroll down. Nowhere else, I think I will directly go to the chat room. So in the chat room service, where I need to pass current service. Okay, fine. This is of type string. That's okay. And here users will be of type user. Okay, let's have that. and it can be null also. So let me just pass it. Just to keep a track, sometimes if it is null, still I won't get the error. Similarly, I'll pass here user, and here too, it should be user. Alright, and here I've given strictly checking, so another equal sign I have given. Make sure you pass it. If you don't pass it also, still it's going to work. But for the time being, I have just done that for strictly checking. Okay, so everywhere I think we have passed it. Alright, so everything looks sorted. Everywhere I have passed it except the component. So let's go to our component and pass it there too. I will pass user and import it. Also pass null here. Okay, and if you're passing null, make sure you pass this condition within the ion content that if these users exist, then only you're going to go ahead. That is another check which you're passing to be on the safe side so that you don't get any kind of an error now. Everything looks sorted, isn't it? We have passed our interface properly, so we'll get proper kind of a data now. There won't be any mismatch. Alright, so this is done and I get the data. If I click on it, I need to add it into my chat room. That's what I need to work on now. So in order to do that, I need to create a service called create chat room after my get user. So and work on create chat room function. So now here I'm going to apply the functionality for creating a chat room. But before executing this particular thing, let's create another interface called chat room. So I'll go for another interface called chat room. Let's create it. So now it is created. Within this, what kind of a data I'm going to have? I'll have at first the room ID of type string. Then I'm going to pass the name of type string. The name is completely optional, so you can pass null here. There can be option to pass photo also, but again, I'm going to pass it as string or null. That's completely optional. Now the next field is quite interesting, which is going to be our timestamp. So timestamp which will be of type, let's say any. But this is not just the timestamp, this is the last message timestamp. So I'm preparing this data basically for my chat room that I will be having here. But this is not the actual data that I'm going to store into my chat room branch. Why? As you can see here, we have the data related to the user, like the name and the photo. We are going to get it from the user if it is a private chat. Also the last message we are going to get it. So the data that we are going to store within the chat room will be little different. That is why I'm creating an interface for it. Now before implementing all this, I just gave you a vague idea how exactly I'm going to go ahead with all this. So we also need the last message along with the timings. Let it be of type string or it can be null too. Sometimes you don't have any. Also along with that, I will have the room data. The room data will hold the actual chat room data that we are going to have. Okay, so it can be of type any for the time being. Now let's work on it. So now on click of the user component item, okay, on any item if you click on it, I'll get a click event. On click of it, I'll return the data out of it. And in order to do that, let me call a function. Let's say start chat. This is the function that I'm going to create and I'll pass it here, start chat, in which I will emit an event. So which event is going to be? I need to pass a single user. So let me create another one. You can use model signal also if you want to, but it should be of the same type. Here we do not have the same type. That is why I'm not working with that. But still, if it is of type any, if you give it of type any, definitely you can work with that. But I don't want to go for it for the time being. Let me create another event emitter, which I'll name it as user, which will be equals to output function that will be of type user. And in this way, I'm going to create it. So after this is created, I can simply pass this dot user dot emit, and I'm going to emit the value that is coming up within this start chat where I haven't passed anything. So let me just pass this user here, user, and I will emit this particular user after I get it out of it, user of type user. That's what I need to emit it here in this way. Okay. Once that is done, I'll go to my chats page and work with it. So this will be another event which I will be having. Let me just align it properly. I'll have this output event later on. First the input event, then the output I'll pass. I'll also have the user here, start chat, Same name I'm going to give. You can give any name as per your requirement. Alright, this is created now. Now I need to create this functionality into my chats page TS file. Then we are going to work with that. So start chat, where I'm going to get the user data of type user, and I need to work with it. So after doing this, the data flow from our component to the page will work fine. Even you can work with this particular functionality start chat directly into your component also by calling your service into your component. But I don't want to do that. Let's do it in one place only. So now I'll prepare the functionality in my service, then we can directly call it there. So in my service, I will at first pass some parameters, starting off with the user IDs, which can be an array also. So I'll just pass an array of string because I'll just get the IDs of the users, as you can have a private chat or you can have a group chat, but we are mainly focusing on the private chat, but I'm keeping the option of passing a users group chat too, so that you can work with that whenever you want to. Along with that, I will also pass a room name of type string. That is again optional. Means it's not optional of course, but for private chat, you can pass the name of the other person, but we are not going to use that. Whenever we execute a private chat, we are going to show the other person name. I'll show you how we are going to execute that, but for the time being, these are the parameters that I'm going to take, because for a group chat, you need to pass a name there. So I'm keeping it as mandatory field for the time being. If you want to make it optional, definitely you can. Now the next step is to create the users list. So how many users will be there that I need to have, in which I will at first get the current user, this dot current user ID function. Then I'll use the spread operator to call a copy of my user IDs, and it's not this, directly the user IDs. After doing that, we will have an array of users which will be there in that particular chat or the chat room. Now, the next part is very, very interesting because I'm going to sort this data. So I'll create a sorted users list, and why I'm doing that, I'll just tell you. So first of all, I'll use the function users list. I'll call the array and call the sort function there. So it will be sorted in a particular order. Now once that is sorted, in that way you will be assured that you pass any kind of an array, it will be in a sorted manner. Okay. Now why I'm doing that? The main reason is to create a users hash. Means I'll save it as a string format. So whenever I need to search for a particular users list, like for a private chat, I want to be assured that if the chat already exists, then I don't want to create it. So how will I track it down? I need to track the users. Okay. In a private chat, mostly the users will be the same, but the order can be different. That is why if we apply the sort function, then it would be better. And after applying the sort function, I will use join function to join them by comma. Let me create it. Const users hash, any name, I'm just passing it up, sorted users list dot join function by a comma, in this way. And I don't want to pass any space. So this will give me a list of users in a stringify format and in a sorted manner, with the help of which I can work on some queries like the search query and check it out whether the users in a private chat already exist or not. If it exists, then I will start from that particular chat itself. This is how I'm going to track it. Let's say I'm chatting with you. Your name is X, my name is Y, and I started a chat with you. So the next time, if I open this chat list, I will get your name once again, isn't it? Either you can remove your name from here once the chat is started, but if you're keeping it, then make sure that you are checking it. Otherwise, it will start a new chat room for us, which is not a good deal. And even if when you are checking from your end, it should not show my name, or if it is showing, then it should start the same chat with us. Okay. So that is what I'm trying to do here. So once the checking is done, what's next? After doing this, I will run the query existing chat room query. This will be my constant which I have created where I'm going to run certain queries. So query will be imported from @/fire/database. So in our real-time database, how do we do certain queries? Let's check it out. We have to pass the reference at first. So chatroom chatroom reference I have to create, which I haven't created. So let me just pass a variable chatroom ref, which I'm just going to create right now. Let me create a constant here. Const chatroom ref equals to this dot API dot get, not get ref. Get ref of what? Chat rooms. That's the name that I'm going to pass. All right. So once we get the reference, then what I'll do, I'll call this dot API dot order by. So order by user has. So users has, we are going to pass it there the same way that we have created here. The same name only I'm going to pass it here. So it will be a different field in our chatroom branch. Okay. So every data that will be stored there in a particular node will have user has along with the other data, with the help of which we can perform the query. So let me just write it down. Query by users hash. And finally, this dot API dot equal to. So we have already given equal to users hash. So the user hash that we got out of it by using this constant and calling the join function, after joining, the value that we get, if it is equals to the users hash that we already have into our node, then it's going to match. And if it matches, that means there is an existing chat room, which I want to open it up directly. Okay. So how will I do that? I need to get the data out of it. In order to do that, let me create another constant called existing chat room snapshot. Any name, I'm just passing it up just to get the data. So await this dot API dot get data function I'm going to use here, where I'm going to pass this query and fetch my data out of it. Okay. Because this is just a query which I have prepared. I need to pass it here in the get data to actually execute it. And this is an async function. I need to make it async. It's done. So once that is done, we will get the data. Now I need to check whether this data exists or not, for which I will keep a check if existing chatroom snapshot question mark dot exist or not. If it exists, it's going to give me a Boolean value. I will again filter the results for a private chat room. Okay. How will I do that? I'll create a constant called chatrooms, which will be equals to existing chatroom snapshot dot. I'll get the value out of it using the val function. Now, after getting the value, what I will do is I have to work on it. Now, what I will work on it, if I get the data, I again need to check there whether this is a private chat or not, because in a group chat, you can create multiple groups with the same person, but mostly in a private chat, you don't do that. So you need to understand what kind of data we are trying to store. Then I think I should continue with this particular data, isn't it? So for the time being, let me just pass it here, a condition, or not a condition actually, a comment that check for private chat room. Okay. And I'm going to skip it for the time being, move ahead to the other functionality. So basically what we will do is, if this condition is done, then we are going to check if no matching found, then only we are going to work with it. So if no matching private chat room exists, then create a new one. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm doing this at first to show you what kind of a data I'm going to store. Then I'm going to finish it up, the chat room part, the condition that I'm going to check here. Okay. For the time being, I can also do one more thing. I can simply return this data, but I'll do it later on. For the time being, let me create a new constant called new chat room. New chat room. What will be the data within that? So the new chat room will hold this dot API dot push data. So what the push data will do, it will accept a reference. I'll give the reference of the chatroom ref. Chatroom. What was the name? Come on, this is the name. Let me copy it and I'll pass it here. Okay, where am I passing this? I think I'm outside of the functionality. Possibly I should pass it within it. Okay, now it's fine. This is the function. So if you want to learn more about push data, you can simply hover on it and understand it generates a new child location using a unique key and returns its reference. That's what it's going to do. So it's going to generate the, basically, if I, in layman word, it's going to generate you the ID, okay, or a new node with the help of which you can pass the data within that with a unique string. So that's what it does. Now after doing that, I'll create another constant called chatroom ID, which will be equals to, I need to get the key of it. So chatroom, new chatroom actually, from the new chatroom that will be created, I will call the key out of it, which will be my ID. That's what I'm going to do. So once I get the key, then I'll create another constant. So many constants I'm creating, don't need to worry. I'm not creating a variable here. So we can create lots of constants that helps in breaking our code in smaller sections, right? Otherwise, I'll do this whole code in one line, which won't be great. So it's very easy to understand if we break it down. That's what I'm doing for you guys. So chatroom data, which I'm going to prepare, this will be the actual data which I'm going to store. So in this, I'm going to have at first the ID, in which I'm going to have the chatroom ID. Then I will pass users data, which will be the sorted list. So sorted users list. Okay. Then we will have users hash. That's what I'm going to have, and with the same name only. After that, I'll also pass the name, which will be the room name that will be passed. I'll at least pass a single name. In a private chat also the other person's name, but we're not going to use that. Mostly in a group, it will be used properly. Then comes the type. So the type will be private here. Now this is very interesting. You can make it dynamic also. How you can do that? You can pass the type here, type of type string, which will be equals to private by default. Okay. So this particular thing, I can directly pass it here instead of doing it. So let me just do it in this particular way. So it will take the type directly from the parameter itself. Fine. After this is done, I will pass created at, which will be have the value new date function dot to ISO string. I'm going to convert it. Okay, that's what it accepts properly. So it will return a date as a string in ISO format. After this is done, our data is ready. This is what we are going to pass in our chat room. Now we need to set this data, for which I will use await this dot API dot set function, set data function, within which what I need to pass? I need to first pass the push data, which is stored in the new chat room, and then I will actually pass this data that we have just created. Okay. Now what's wrong here? In the set data, okay, I'm passing the path and getting the ref directly, but actually I'm passing the reference only. So this is the reference. So I need to call this particular function that we have created. So I'll go to the Chatroom service once again and change this functionality to like set ref data. If I do that up, the error will go away. The query will be running and we will pass our data that will be stored. Fine. So after you do this particular part, you can simply return the chatroom data, because this is the data which you need to return if you want to use anywhere. Now come back to the check for private chatroom, because now you know that we are passing the type and we can now perform the check. So if it passes the check, so if it does not match, it will go ahead and create a new one. Otherwise, it's going to return the private chatroom. How we are going to do that? Let's work on it. First of all, I'll create a constant called private chatroom, which will be equals to object.values to convert it into an object. What values? The chatrooms that we got, which is holding the key and value, right? And on that, I need to perform the find function. You can do it separately by creating another constant, but I don't want to do that. So let's do it here itself directly. Find function, where I'm going to get each and every chatroom one by one. That will be of type, let's say any for the time being, because we haven't given any type for this kind of a chatroom that we have created the data here. You can do that. You can create a room for it, but I'll just keep it as it is. So chatroom dot type, if it is equals to or triple equals to for strict checking, if it matches exactly as private, then what am I going to do? Well, I need to check the condition here. So if this private chat room exists, means there is some record that is coming up. That means I need to return this private chat room. Okay. And it's going to return, I'll just type it here, return existing private chat room if found. Okay. So that's what I'm going to return here. In this way, you can understand what exactly I'm trying to do, right? So I've broken down the code into simpler format so that you can get exactly what I have written here easily. Okay, so I'll give a brief once again. We are creating a reference at first, which name I have given, Chatrooms. This is the name which will be created there for that particular node. Then we are making an array, or we are updating this particular array that we will be getting of the user IDs and appending our current user also. After that, we are sorting our list and then joining it up to create a string that will help us for searching the users or the private chats or the private chat IDs if we try to create the same chat with the person with which we already have a chat opened up. And it can happen when the person have two numbers. Okay, so it depends on the phone number also, but I'm not keeping a track of the phone number for the time being. So I'm just directly doing it. I'm assuming that each person has a single phone number. That's what I'm doing. Okay, so you can put checks for that also, phone number and everything, like the way I have done for private chat. So now I'm performing a query with the help of this and fetching the chat rooms wherever it matches. So I'll get all the chat rooms, and among those, whichever have chat type as private, that one I'll get it out and return it. Okay, because only for the private chat I have applied this. After doing that, if there is no match, then simply I'm going to go ahead and create a new one with this particular record and pushing that new key along with the data inside the setRefData function, which will set our data into the real-time database. That's what I'm doing. And finally returning the chat room data. That's it. So after doing this, the chat room will be created. Let's check it out. So I need to go to my chats page TS file where I need to start a chat, for which what I'll do, I will call my function this.chatroom dot create chatroom, in which I'll create an array at first and pass my user dot UID. That's what I need to pass. Along with that, user dot, I also need to pass the name. Okay, so for the time being, this will be a private chat. That's what I have assumed. If you want to go for a group chat, you have to do some different functionality. Okay, that is why I'm not showing that for the time being. If you understand this particular part, which I am doing right now, you can definitely go for creating a group chat also, which is pretty smooth to work with the help of this particular functionality, as I've already prepared the hard part. Now this will return me a promise and I'll get the data out of it. Let me call it room and I'll get it in this particular way. I need to make it a sync, and if I'm using a sync, I'll make use of try catch in this way. All right, and move this data within the try block. After I do that, I need to dismiss the model, dismiss model, and then navigate to the chat page. Navigate to, not private, it can be group also, chat page. Fine. So that's what I need to do. How will I dismiss the model? Well, let's me go to the HTML. I can do it directly from the TypeScript also, but there is another option to do that. So where am I going for the click event? Well, it's in the model itself. This is the event where I'm going to trigger the event. Along with that, I'm also going to pass this particular identifier, which is users model, that will help me to dismiss it directly. And I'll show you how. It is pretty simple, right? So I don't need to work with any variables or any signal function for doing that up. Now here, along with the user data, I'm going to accept model of type NgModule. Okay, once that is done, I'll call model dot dismiss, because I can get the functionality if I define the type of it. So if I call the dismiss function, the model will get dismissed, and then I'll navigate to the chat page. So for navigation, I can use the functionality router. I need to inject it. So for injecting, because I'm just directly using the Chatroom service only, not the Auth service, so I need to work on it. The router, because we have defined it in the Auth service, the router part, that is why I was talking about it. But anyways, not required everywhere. So I'll just inject it directly into my chats page. Once that is done, I'll use it here. So this dot router dot, this time I'm going to use the navigate function. Now within the navigate function, I need to pass the proper path. Along with that, I need to pass some data also. So the data, it's very, very important that we do it properly. First of all, let me pass the route, means whole URL. So slash, I'm going to go from chats, and from the chats, I will go to a certain chat with a proper ID, means the room ID. So I'll get the room data from here and I can access the ID out of it. So question mark dot ID. Now it is giving me an error. Why? If I hover on it, this particular function, it will return a promise of type object. Okay. So let me go to the service once again and I will define a type to it. This is how we can give it in TypeScript. Promise of type, let's say any. So it's going to return a promise of type any. Now I can directly call it and see I won't get any error. Okay. Now along with that, I need to pass some data also. I'll simply pass the room name. But in our case, since this is a private chat, I'm going to pass the username. Okay. So for doing that, I will prepare a constant call, let's say nav data, which will be of type navigation extras, imported from @angular/router, which will be equals to an object, and I'm going to pass it here nav data. Now what I'm going to do within this object, let me just explain you. I'm going to pass query params. So what query params actually means, I'll explain you now. You must have seen a URL, something of this kind. Let me just show it here. That would be better. Say like chats / let's say any ID called 1 question mark. Then you are passing, let's say name equals to, let's say X. Okay. So how you will pass this question mark part? You can pass it with the help of navigation extras where you are passing query params. This is the query params that you are passing. That's what I'm going to do now. I need to pass the name of the user and that's what I'm going to prepare it here. So now I'll pass name colon user question mark dot name. Okay. So question mark just to be on the safe side. If there is no data, still I won't get any error. Fine. So this is sorted now. This data will be passed here and this navigation will work properly. If there is any error, I'm going to catch that error and log it for the time being. I'm not going to do anything as of now when I catch the error. Otherwise, you can just show a toast message if you want to. You can use ion toast. Okay, so far so good. The next thing is I need to create another page called chat, which should be within this particular chats, right? So how will I do that? Ionic G page. Within the pages folder, I have my tabs folder, and within the tabs, I'm going to create my chat page. And why I'm doing it there? Because that will be actually a sub route of the tabs, not the chat page. This is very, very important to understand. This will be actually not chats, it will be tabs. And from the tabs, I'll call a route called chats. So you don't understand this particular part, then I'm going to explain you now. It's very, very interesting, which I'm going to do as of now. So I'll move to the tabs route where I'm going to have this particular chat. So everything will be same except I'll change the path. Change the path to chats / ID. So when we do this, we can pass some dynamic content here, which will be identified with this particular name, whatever I give it here. I've given ID. This colon is very, very important. That is why. So in simple words, if I call it a variable, let's understand it as a variable. This is a variable whose value will be passed as anything like a string or an ID, anything, a number or anything. Now, with this particular variable name only, you will be able to fetch the data. So this is very, very important. Okay. You got it? Now I'm passing it. Where am I passing it? I'm making it a sub page, not passing it within the children. Why? Because other things are the children. I don't want the tabs page to be showing up on my private chat or the group chat. That is why, in order to avoid those, I need to make it a sub page of the tabs page. Means from the tabs, you're navigating to some other page. As of now, we are not navigating anywhere from the tabs. If I'm going to calls, chats, these are children of it. That is why I see the tabs layout here. Okay. And if I make the chat page as the child of this particular chat room page, then what will happen? If I click on it, it's going to navigate to a single chat, but this will be available. I don't want to show the tabs page there. That is why we need to make it a sub page of the tabs page instead of the chat room page. I'm calling it chat room. It is chats, but I don't want to mix it up. That is why I'm calling it a chat room page. Okay. Hope it is clear to you. Once that is done, everything is good to go and we can work on it. So navigation will work Let's check it once again, everything will work properly or not. So it's time to try it. I'll get by using the plus button, the data of the user. If I click on it, let's see what happens. I'm getting an error. It is said that user has for per chat room to the rules. Index not defined. The problem is that it is asking me to put index on this user's hash because we are executing some query on it, right? So how smart Firebase is that it is giving us the option to do that. But directly like Firebase Firestore, we don't get the option to do it directly with the help of a link. We have to pass it manually. So I'll go to my real-time database into the rules section where we have this set of rules where everything is set to true for the time being, which I'm going to change right now. So in order to pass the index, I'll go to my Firebase console into the real-time database, go to rules where I'm going to set the rules. Instead of passing these rules, I will pass rules read and write. I'll set it to if auth not equals to null, which means if you're not authorized, you do not get the permission to read something, to write something. And on the chat room, I'll put this index on the way it is shown there on the user's hash. If you want to go for more, you can like pass a comma and go for it. Okay, now I'll publish it. Once that is published, let's check it out whether it works or not. So if I click on it again, you will see that it is allowing me to get inside it. And if I check it now, it should be created here. So I will go to data where I see the chat room, right? So this chat room has the data in which it is taking the data that we have passed. All right, these are the IDs which are available here. And where is the user hash? This is the one. So how smoothly we have done our part. Okay, so this was one of the records which it is having here, right? And we are logged in from this particular account currently. So everything is working smoothly as of now. Great. Let's move ahead and work with the other stuff, which is designing this particular page. But before that, we also need to show our chat rooms in our chats page, isn't it? For doing that, how will I get back? Okay, I need to just access this URL. Look at this URL first. This URL is passing the name also along with it, like the way we have written the code. Now I'll just get rid of it. Okay. And one more thing, we don't see the tabs layout here, isn't it? That's what we have implemented. And now if I directly go to the chats, this is the data that we have currently. This is the dummy data that I have prepared. Now we'll get the real data out of it. How we are going to do that? Let's get back and work with it. I'll get back to the Chatroom service. And here I'm going to create another function, get Chatrooms. This is the function that I'm going to have. Let's work on it. Now in our get Chatrooms, we are going to execute almost similar stuff, but little different from our get users. So I'll just copy all the stuff from our get users and pass it into my chat rooms. Or should I do it from the beginning? That will be better, I think, so that you can understand once again what exactly we have done. Let's go for it. So first of all, I'll create a constant called chatroomsref, which will be equals to this .api dot. I'll get the reference where I'm going to pass chat rooms. That's the name I have given, right? For creating it up. Now I will listen for real-time changes, right? Real-time updates to my chat room list, isn't it? Chat rooms actually, not a single chat room. And how will I do that? I'll use the onValue function for it. If you just want to get the data, definitely you can use the get data function that will fetch the data for you. But I want to get the real-time updates. That is why I'm using onValue on it, where I'll at first pass the chat rooms reference and then a callback will be passed with which I need to work on. So that will hold, let's say, snapshot in this particular way. Okay, the error is gone. And within this, I will at first make sure that this snapshot exists. So $.exist function, I will check it out. If it exists, then I'm going to go ahead and work with it. So first of all, I'll fetch all the value out of it within a constant called chatrooms. So which will be equals to snapshot.val function. This is how we are going to fetch the records out of it. After doing that, the next part will be very, very interesting. Let me create a constant called chatrooms or chatroom keys. Okay, I'll fetch all the keys out of it. How will I do that? Object dot key, keys actually, and pass the chatroom. So like the way we actually fetched earlier the values, we can also fetch the keys. So I'm going to get all the keys at once in a single array, and I'm going to map that up. How will I work on it? I will call my chatroom keys dot map function. I'm going to apply on it, where I'm going to get each room ID. So after getting the room ID, I'm going to get all the data out of it. How? On that particular, I'll create a constant called room and call the chatrooms, which holds all our data, and I'm going to pass that key there to fetch all the records out of it. Okay, that's what I'm going to do here. This is a different approach which I'm taking. Now once we get the data, what am I going to do? I'm going to put on a check that if current user is part of the chat room or not, because I need to fetch all the chat rooms where the current user is a part of. So in order to do that, I will check room.user, room.users.includes. So what is this users? We have created a users array, if you remember, right? When we were creating the chat room. Let me just show you so that you can recall. This is the users list that we have put on, and that's what I'm calling it here. And I'm checking using the includes function that this current user ID is available there or not. So current user ID function, which will give us the value. So if it is available within it, then I will find the other user in the chat room. All right. And how will I do that? I'll create the constant other user ID. Any constant I've created, in which I'm going to find, I'll use the find function on users, where the user ID means the each user ID that I'm going to get out of it. If this user ID not equals to the current ID, that means I'll get the other user. But this is just used for a single or private chat room. Okay. For groups, you have to pass a different condition. Now this is giving an error. Why? It is saying that it is of type any by default. So what I'll do is, let me give it of type string. Then I'm getting an error. It is saying that, okay, type string or null. So in that scenario, okay, this should be a function. Now it's fine. Okay, great. Sorted. Alright, so we got the other user in this particular way. This is for a private chat room. Make sure you understand that particularly. Otherwise, you have to get all the other users if you want to. Now, why am I getting the other user? That's the question, right? Because I want to prepare the data out of it. Even you can put on a check if the room is private or not. So I'll put on a check if room.type equals to private and it includes the current user. That's what I'm going to check. Otherwise, you can put on a different condition if you want to. So in the else condition, you can prepare your data. Like the room name will be there by default, and the room photo, well, you can give a default photo or the photo of the room. Well, we haven't created any functionality for that for the time being. So this is for group chat, which I'm going to leave it to you guys. So let's get ahead with the private chat and work with it. Finish it up. What I'll do is now I'll fetch the other user data and also the last message. That's what I'm going to do. So in order to do that, I'll create another function. So let me just do it. Let me create another function. Let me call it get user data and last message. Or if you want to be precise, then you can pass get other user data so that you can understand what exactly you're trying to do. Now it will accept some parameters. So what am I going to do here is I'll simply return this particular function, return this dot other user data function. Okay. Now what it's going to hold, let's first prepare that up. So the parameters that it's going to accept is other user ID, which will be of type string. Then it's going to accept the room ID also. And if you want to pass the room data completely, then you can do that too, along with the messages within that. Now how I'm going to pass it, I'm going to show you. So these are the fields that I need to have to work on it, which I'm going to get from here itself. First of all, other user ID that I have already fetched from here. After that, room ID, we have already got it. Then we'll get the room data. That is also prepared because we have this constant called room, which is having a single room data. Then room ID is already available in the mapping one, right? The last but not the least is room dot messages, because we'll have all the messages here. That's how I'm going to prepare the data. Okay, so don't need to worry about it for the time being. Just pass it. When we work with the messages, you will understand. Now, after doing that, we have to work with this particular function. Let's go for it. First of all, I'll make it private because this will be used only within this particular class. And also async, because I want to use try catch async await. Try catch async await. Why am I using await? Because I need to fetch other user data, right? Especially the phone name and photo. So I need to call other, okay, not other. Most of the time I'm using other in this particular function, which is annoying, right? So this dot API dot get ref of what? Of the users. Now which users I need to get? So I need to get the users whose ID matches with the other user ID, right? So we have done that. After getting the reference, we are going to prepare another constant which will hold the value in a snapshot. Any constant I've created called snapshot, which is equals to await this dot API dot get the data out of it. So get the data of from the user's ref. It will get the data out of it, and then we can create another constant called user, which will hold the user data. So snapshot dot well, we have already seen this functionality many times, so you are familiar with that. But directly passing this won't work, as we need to check whether it exists or not. So I'm going to simply check here snapshot question mark dot exist. If it exists, then I'm going to pass this value. Otherwise, I'm going to simply pass null. All right, that's what I'm going to do. After doing that, we will get the user data. Then I need to fetch last message from Chatroom, right? So how do I get that? Well, I have already passed the messages, so create a constant called last message, which will be equals to messages that we have passed. Currently, we don't have any message. So if it exists, then what am I going to do? Object dot values. I'll get the value out of it, of this particular object, and fetch the data out of my messages and apply a sort function on it, because I want to get the current data, means the latest data. So in order to do that, well, what should I do? I'll pass a sort function here, in which I'll take a of type any. So any 2, because the comparison always works on 2 things, right? So a dot timestamp, because we will be having the timestamp there, with the help of which we can understand. So not a dot timestamp, it will be b minus a. So b dot timestamps minus a dot timestamps. If we do that up, we will get the sorting done. And once the sorting will be done, what I have to do, I have to get the value at 0th position. So it's getting complicated for you, right? Don't need to worry. I'll explain you. Otherwise, I'll send null. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. And in order to resolve this or shorten it up, I'll at first check here if messages, or actually I'll do what? I'll create a variable last message will be equals to null initially. And if we have messages, then I'm going to do something. Okay. So in that way, a single liner, I'm going to divide it into smaller parts. So I'll just comment it. If you want to use it, definitely you can. Let me just break it down. If messages exist, then I'll create a constant called messages array, which will be equals to object dot value, or I'll just copy it from here. This is the one which I want to use, and pass it here. Okay. After doing that, create another constant called sorted messages, which will be equals to messages array dot sort function. So within the sort function, whatever we have done here, I'm just going to apply the same, copy and paste it here. Okay. So once that is done, we will get the sorting. After sorting it up, I'm going to set my last message once again to the value that I'll be getting out of the sorted message at the 0th position, because this will be arranged in descending order. All right. That is why b minus a. Fine. So this is how you can work with it if you want to break it down. Otherwise, this is also fine. Completely your choice. Whatever you want to use it, do it. Now after this data is ready, what you need to do? You need to return structured data for the chat room, right? So let's work on that. I'll create a constant called room user data, any name you can pass, which will be of type chatroom this time, because that's what we are going to use. So chatroom interface, we are going to apply it now. That's going to be equals to an object in which what all data we are going to have? We are going to at first have the room ID and then the name, which will be the name user dot or question mark dot name. That's what I'm going to pass. If it does not exist, then it will be null. For the photo, I'll do the same, user question mark dot photo or null. And after that, we will pass the whole room data. And finally, last message, which will be of the value that we are passing here. So last message, question mark dot message, that's what we are going to get out of it. Or it will be null if it does not exist. Now this message is of type any, but why it is giving me an error? It's of type unknown. It's saved. Why? Because let me pass type any and the error will go away, right? Now it's sorted. Similarly, I'll have last message timestamp. See, suggestion is also coming up, which will be available in last message question mark dot timestamps. That's what we are going to pass in our messages. And if it does not exist, I'm going to pass null here. Fine. So this is our data which we will prepare and pass it. So once this is ready, I'm simply going to return room user data. That's what I'm going to do. And if there is any error, I will simply return null. Even you can throw the error also if you want to, but I'll just return null as we are returning something. Okay. And if you want to log the error, definitely you can console.error and simply pass the error here. Okay. Done. So this functionality is ready and it's easier to understand because there is nothing much we have done. We just execute some functionality and we are good to go here. So after returning this data, it's still not over. We have to work on few more things. What are those? Let's work on it. So in the if condition, we are returning this. In the else condition, well, for the time being, you can work on it. But what I will do is, I'll just return null. Okay. If this condition is not satisfied, return null. You can work on the else condition also. Alright. So after we execute this particular part where we did lots of things by applying the mapping. Now whatever values comes out of it, I'll get it inside a variable. How will I do that? So whatever mapping will be done, I'll create a constant called chatroom data, which will be equals to this particular value. Okay. Or chatroom users, you can say users data. Fine. No problem. You can give any name you want. So after doing that, I'm going to create a promise.all where I'm going to pass the chatroom data. You can change the name to chatroom promises also because there will be a lot of data that we are going to get inside it and we are going to promise for each one of those. And why am I doing that? Because if you want this data to be executed properly and you want to get the data here in a proper manner, then you have to pass everything within a promise. Otherwise, it's not going to work or it's going to return you the data in not a proper format. So you won't be getting the actual data. Alright, sometimes it happens. That is why promises are very, very important. And why exactly I'm doing it? To execute all promises and filter out the null values. So filter out null results out of it. That's why we are using these promises. Okay. So you can just try without promises. You will come to know what the problem will come. For the time being, let me just do it quickly. Now in the then, let me pass any value. Let's say chatroom, let's say with details, because we get all the details here. And this is a callback in which I'll get all the valid chatrooms. So what does valid chatroom means? I'll access this chatroom with details, and I'll filter out all the null values. How will I do that? I'll get each room and then I'll check if room not equals to null, strictly checking it up, and that's how I'm going to filter it up. Okay. Now once that is done, what's the next step? The next step is to pass this particular valid chatroom somewhere, right? so that we can access it. And if there is any error, where it is in the then block, if there is any error here, then I need to catch that also. So catch if there is any error in this particular way, where I'm going to console.log, or you can pass error also if you want to. Error would be better. Console.error, just pass the error, okay? In this way. Alright, so far so good. Now this is the if condition for if snapshot exists. If it does not exist, then what am I going to do? Let's work on that also. I should have given it earlier, but I just forgot. So in the else condition, I'm going to return an empty record, which means no chat rooms found. So how exactly I'm going to get the value out of it? For which I'm going to use the signal function. So let me just scroll towards the top and create one like the way we did for our users. So chat rooms equals to signal, which will be of type chat room array or null, and initial value will be an empty array. Fine. After you do that, you can simply pass it here where it is. There we go. If there is no chat room, then this dot chatrooms dot set function, I'm going to set it as an empty array. Otherwise, in this particular place, I'm going to set this chatrooms dot set function to this valid chatrooms. Okay, sorted now. Great. So after this is done, we are good to go. So too much of a functionality we have executed here. I know it's going to be little tough for you. Okay, I'm getting an error here. What is the error? But the error is not coming up in our service. Argument of type chatroom null is not assignable to type chatroom. Okay, so this is of type chatroom and I'm assigning it to chatrooms.set function, which can accept null also. So in that scenario, I'll set it as chatroom array. Okay, so sometimes if it happens, you just have to strictly pass the type and the error will go away. Now we will see the data, but this data, I want to call it whenever I call this particular service, because this service will be called in my chat room only at the very beginning. So let me just minimize it. So what am I going to do in order to achieve it? I will pass it in the constructor itself, this dot get chatrooms. If I do that, it's going to work for me. Let's go and work on it in our chats page now. So in the chats page, what am I going to do? I just need to work with the chatrooms data directly using the computed signal. So I'll call chatrooms equals to computed, and within that, this will be of type chatroom. This is the interface, or null, where I'm going to get the value out of it. This dot chatrooms dot, I'm going to get the chatrooms data in this particular way using the signal function. So once I get the data out of it, I need to work with it in the HTML. So what I need to work with? Well, I need to just change the records and it's going to be good. Okay, I already have one called chats. So I need to remove that, which is not in use anymore. Let me remove it. And here, instead of the chats, I'm going to pass chatrooms function. Okay. If I do that up, I'll get the records, but I need to arrange it properly. So I'll directly pass here the name, chat, dot name. It should not be chat, it's chatroom. Chatroom dot name, chatroom dot photo. That's what I need to pass here. Chatroom, dot photo. And for the message, I'll put on a condition if chatroom, dot last message is available. If it is available, then only I'm going to go ahead and pass this p tag. Okay. So in the p tag, I will just pass this value here. Let's do it within the braces in this particular manner. That's it. Okay, fine. So now you see I'm getting a single record along with the user data, and we don't have any last message because there is nothing passed. We haven't created any messages yet. So this is how we can fetch the chat rooms. If you have another user, you create one, you will get more chats here. All right. Now after this is done, all the checks are complete. And if I try to create on it once again, if I click on it, you see I'm getting navigated to the chats page, but no other chat room is created. That's the benefit of it. Now here I'm getting the name as Nikhil Agarwal. Why? It should give me the same name. Why this is coming up? I think I am doing something wrong or what? Didn't I change it there in the users? All right, my mistake. What a big mistake have I done? it should be user question mark dot name and user question mark dot photo. That's what I need to pass. All right. That's why that record was not coming properly. So now we will see the user with the image. Fine. If I click on it once again, see, this is not getting created again. And this will change dynamically because that's the URL that we have given. Okay, so everything is sorted now. Just a minor thing which I missed out. It's done. There are some optimization part also which we can work with directly by creating a component called empty screen. So if there is no record, then I can show something here. So if you want me to prepare it quickly, let's do it. Ionic GC for component. Within the components folder, I'll name it as empty screen. Okay, so let me just do it quickly. Within the empty screen, let's design it up. But before that, I need to make it a standalone to be true. Along with that, there should be some imports. We are going to have that. So let's work on it. So in this particular component, I'll go to the TS file at first and pass an input signal here because we are going to fetch the data. So model equals to input signal of type any, because it can be of any data, any object. And this is how we are going to create that. Okay, this is created. Now what I'll do, I will go to my HTML file and work with the design part. So the design will be a grid format. So I'm going to use a grid and it's going to have an iron row because I need to align everything within a column. So I'm going to use column iron col. That's how we use it. And I need to hover on grid to import it. So within this column, I will have all the stuff to be passed at the center. So for that, I'm going to use iron text center. Okay, so the text will be centered up whatever I pass within the iron column now. So the first thing that I'm going to pass is an iron icon that I need to use. Now this icon will be dynamic. That is why I will not pass any name. Instead, I will get the icon from the model itself. So model question mark dot icon. But model is a signal function. So I need to pass it in this particular manner to get my icon. Okay. And you can change the color also for the icon if you want to. Model question mark dot color. This is how we do it. Or if you want to pass a default value, definitely you can. You can pass it within the model input signal also, a default value. So this is first column. Now, well, actually this will be the row. I'll create another row in which you can optimize the design if you want to. I'm creating different rows, but if you want, you can put on the data in a different way also. Well, you can work on it. So this is my way of doing it. You can simply try. There are lots of ways. Even I can show you 2 to 3 ways currently, but it will take a lot of my time. So the same stuff within this particular column, I'm going to have an iron label now where I'm going to pass the title. So model dot question mark dot title. This should be the function. So I have to get the habit of it. Currently, I'm still trying to, because for a long period of time, I've been working with the variables only, right? So now I will be working on iron text and I will pass, well, if you want to pass some other data, definitely you can, but I don't want to pass it for the time being. So let me just skip it and get rid of the iron text, which is just imported. We don't want to use it and I'm going to remove it from everywhere. Fine. So this is okay. Now it is good to go. The design is ready. Just a title and color and everything is given. Now we can work with it. Wherever I want to call it, I can use it. So like in the chats page, I will call it in the imports directly. How will I do it? I'll call empty screen component, import it. And after importing, what I'll do, I'll simply check here before the iron list. So at if Chatrooms function, if it is available, then only I'll go ahead. Means if it is length, its length is greater than 0, right? Then only I should go ahead. I can check 2 conditions. Chatrooms exist and this particular thing works in this particular way. Okay, so these 2 conditions, if it is satisfied, then I'm going to pass the list within it. Otherwise, in the else condition, or actually there is another way of doing it, but I have to pass the list there. So I think that would be better. Actually, I will show you that part if you do not know. So let me get rid of it. We will have the list, and within the list, on this for loop, if there is nothing here, then we have another option there is something called @empty, within which I'm going to call my app empty screen. Okay, now I need to pass the model here. How will I do that? I'll prepare some data in my TS file. So let me go for it. So actually a simple record I'm going to prepare. This will be an object. Just look at it. I prepared a model where I'm passing the icon as chat bubbles outline, title to be no chat rooms, and color danger I'm passing. So you can change it as per your requirement, but this is what I have prepared, and I'm going to pass this particular model here. Once that is passed, everything is good to go. Now, if you want to track it down, what I'll do, instead of this chatroom function, so let me create a variable here at let chat of type any equals to empty array. And if I try to use this particular thing here, let's see whether it works or not. So chat. All right, I think I cannot pass the type here. So if we are passing this particular thing, then it's working, but directly it's not taking any value. Instead of passing the chatrooms function, you can simply pass this particular variable also if you want to. So chatrooms, if you want to use it, definitely you can. It should be a different name actually, chatrooms array, let's say. The error will not come up if I try to copy it and paste it here. You can use it wherever you want. Okay. Now, this is one of the things. If I turn it to an empty array, then I think it should work. So for doing that up, it's a simple stuff. I'll go to the service and comment this up. If I comment it, the data will not be passed and I'll get an empty screen in this particular manner. Now I need to work on with the design part in the empty screen, then it will be better. So let's go to the CSS and work with it. So here it's actually pretty simple. Within the Ion grid, I'll work with the Ion icon, to which I'm going to pass a font size of, let's say, font size 18 rem. I want it to be much bigger. Along with that, what I need to work with, I will actually transform this grid, translate in Y direction. So I'll just move it towards the bottom little bit by 10 VH. Now it is much better, isn't it? But why is this not visible? Well, I think because I have passed it within the list, that is why this problem is coming up. This list is creating a problem. Okay, not in the users, in the chat page. So what if I get it outside of the list? I think that then it will work fine. So instead of the empty, well, I will use the if condition only. So let me just pass it outside of the list, and I'm going to put a condition here like the way I did earlier. So at if chatrooms array exist and chatrooms array dot length, if it is greater than 0, then we are going to go ahead. Okay, it should not be an empty. Fine. Then I'll pass this particular thing within my if condition, and the else condition will hold our empty list. In this particular way, I'm going to move it and we are good to go, right? Now you will see that the data will come up. Just check this out. So it is working, but I don't like the danger color. So I'll change it to, let's say, the primary color. Okay, let's check it now. That's better, I think, right? Okay, great. So if you don't have this particular icon, simply pass it into the chats page. Make sure you do that. Now, after this is done, everything is good to go. You can just make this particular text to be bold if you want to work with it, like Ion label, font weight, bold. That's it. That's better, right? Great. It's done. So this empty screen, you can use it anywhere you want. This is done. Now, after all these things are completed, I will get back to my chats page where I need to work with a single chat. Means I need to move to a single chat. In order to do that, what am I going to work with? I'm going to work with this Ion item, prepare a functionality on click of it, where I'm going to get a single chat. Get to a single chat, and I'll pass this particular chat room there. Okay. So I need to create this functionality. Let's go for it. Get chat room, actually get chat, where I'm going to pass the chat room of type chat room. Okay. Now here I'll perform the same functionality that we did here when we started the chat. This is the functionality that I'm going to pass. It's going to be the same stuff. So I'm going to copy it and paste it here. Now instead of the user data, is going to be the chat room. That's it, chat room, dot name, and we get the room ID out of it, right? So chat room, dot room ID. Okay. So that's what you need to pass. Now you can create a single function out of it also if you want to pass your data. How will I do that? Let me just copy it and call a function called navigate to chat. Then I'll pass this functionality and name of type string, then not room ID, it's going to be ID of type string. That's what I'm going to accept. Here I'm simply going to remove it because this is going to be the name and this will be my ID. Okay, this is ready. Then I'm going to remove all this functionality because this will be same for each, and I'm going to call this dot navigate to chat, where I'm going to pass chatroom question mark dot name comma chatroom question mark dot room ID. Fine. Now why this is giving me an error? This can be null also. Fine, I'll pass null also. Okay, error is gone. Great. Now the same functionality I'll do it here. So what am I going to do? This dot navigate to chat, in which I'm going to pass user question mark dot name comma room question mark dot ID. That's why I will pass it here. Okay, and remove all this functionality. So how simple it become. And also if you are passing the name here and you don't want to pass null, simply remove it and pass a question mark, okay, exclamation symbol. That means it will have the value. That's what you can do. So it's fine. It's working as the same. Now I'll go to my service once again and enable the functionality in my constructor. Once I do that up, everything is as expected as earlier, right? And everything is ready. Now I need to create, or actually go to my single chat. By clicking on it, I have entered this single chat room, where I will first of all design it up and then work on the functionality part. So let's do that. So now let's start with designing our chats page. Where do we have our chat page? Within the tabs, we have the chat page. This is the one. So I need to remove all this. We don't need that because this is not the design that we are going to work with the header within our Ion content. I will get the data or the name directly from my URL. So I need to work on that directly. Okay. So in order to work with that, I'll work on my ng on it. But before that, I need to inject activated route, which is very, very important to fetch the query params. So route equals to inject function and call my activated route, imported from @angular/router. Once I do that up, okay, I need to remove this common module and forms module. We don't need that for the time being. If I need, I'll have it later on. Then I need to use it within my ng on init. How will I use it? I have to get the data out of this query params. So for that, const data equals to this dot route dot snapshot dot. I'll get the data from the query params in this particular way. And within this query params, I'll get the data question mark dot name. If it exists, then I'll set up a value in a variable. And let me give it of type any so that I can get rid of the error. Now this is for the query params, which is this particular question mark. And after that, whatever data I'm getting. So to access this particular data, I'm using query params. But in order to fetch this particular ID of the room, I need to do something else. Let's work on that. So I have to work on const ID equals to this dot route dot snapshot dot query param map, or actually not query param map, it's param map. And within this, I get another function called get, where I can pass that ID or the variable name that we have passed into our route. Remember the layman term ID which I told you about? So that's how we will get the ID. Now if this ID is not set, then you can return back. That's what you can pass it here, return back, or don't go for anything. You can simply pass return if you don't want to go back also. Otherwise, you simply set this dot ID, which I'm just going to create a signal writable function where I'm going to set this particular ID. And also I'll create a name to this dot name dot set, and I'm going to set data dot name, not the one that was coming up. Anyways, let me create quickly. So equals to signal of type string. Okay. Initial value empty string. Okay. What's wrong? I need to import it. Okay, fine, import it. And if I don't give any value, it's going to give me an error. So I need to pass a value here. Similarly, for the ID also, I'll do the same. It will be of type string and have a value, initial value as an empty string. Okay. You can pass null also if you want to, but I'll just keep it in this particular way, which is fine for me. So now if I get this data, I'm going to show it in my title. How will I show it? Name function. This is how I'm going to show it. All right. Look at this. It is working for me, right? Great. So along with this, I also need the back button, for which I'll work within the ion buttons. Slot will be start, and I'm going to pass within that the ion back button, where default href will be /tabs/chats. Okay, great. Now to this back button, you can pass a color also if you want to. So color will be, let's say, medium color will be fine. Let's check it out. So if you want, you can change it. Then after doing this, our header part is ready. Now we need to work on the content part. So within the ion content, what am I going to do? So in my ion content, I'm going to prepare an ion list within which I'm going to have my records or the chat messages. But what am I going to do? I will create a component for this. So let me quickly prepare that. It's gonna be better if we do it in this particular way. So Ionic GC within the components, I'll create a component called chat box. So for each chat, I'm going to do that. Okay. So let's design it up. It will have ion item. Now this is giving an error because I need to make standalone to be true. Along with that, the import should be pass. Imports of having the value as array. Now if I hover on it, it will be imported and I can call it directly into my chat space, not in the chat space anymore. Oh, okay. It was chats. Okay, so the name is quite confusing sometimes. Alright, so here in the HTML to call it, I have to pass it here in the imports, the chat box component. If I pass it there, format the document, and I'll get back to my, which page? Chat page HTML file to call it here. So it's going to call the chats app chat box. Okay, done. There you go. So once that is done, I'll try to create one. So at first in my chat page, I need to create a variable that will be better. So let me create chats equals to array of 10 and I'll give it of type any. Fine, any array. All right. Now what I'll do, I'll call a loop within my ion list at for chat of chats tracked by index, $index, and you pass your chat box there. Okay. And in the chat box, you will have an input signal, which I'm just going to create called chat, which will accept this particular chat value. All right. So that's what we are going to have into our chat box now. Let me create that. So chat equals to signal of type any for the time being, which will be a function. Okay. And I need to import this signal now. Let's import it. It's done. Why am I getting an error? Because I need to pass initial value. Let me pass it null. Okay. What's wrong here? Alright. My mistake. I cannot pass it as a signal. It should be input. What am I doing? It should be input because we need the input signal, not the writable signal, right? Okay, once that is done, we can now use it. So I'll use defer here because until the view is loaded, I don't want to show anything. So when chat function is available, means it will have some value, then only I'm going to work with it. Okay. Otherwise, at placeholder, we need to pass. What I'll pass? Well, I don't want to pass any placeholder. So let me just remove it. And this C should be small letter. Now the error is gone and we are good to work with it. Now in the chat, at first in the ion items, lines will be none. I don't want to pass any lines. And within this particular ion item, I'm going to have a div because I don't want to pass the ion label as it's going to take some sizes and create some issues, which I have already seen many times. That is why I'm directly working with it. So I'll pass a class to it, ion text wrap, so that it can show you the full text properly. So it's text wrap. Now within this, what I'll do is I'll pass an ion text in which I'll pass my message. Let's say hi is my message. Now after the ion text, I'm going to use an ion note this time, which will be coming up on the right side. So within the ion note, I'm going to pass a small tag where I'm going to pass the timestamps. Okay, so timestamps for the time being, let me pass 2012. Okay, now along with the timestamps, I also need to pass an icon. So an icon in which the name will be checkmark done outline, and I need to import it in my chat page. So let's do it here. Add icons, within which I'm going to have checkmark done outline, not sharp, it should be outline. This is the one. All right, import it. Great. But I don't see any data here. Why? We have passed it. We are calling it. It's an array of 10. So it should show us something. Let's check it now. Still, it is not showing me anything. Why? I'm not getting any error also. Well, that's possibly because of the defer. So let me just comment the defer part and let's see now. It should work. Yes, we got the data. Great. It's working now. Now we need to align it properly. What I'll do for that. So this is a basic design which I prepared so far, by which we can get the data and look into it. So let me keep it in this particular way. For the time being, I'll prepare the chat box, but for the time being, I need to prepare the form and submit the form to get some chat messages. Otherwise, if there are no chat messages, then I'm going to call what? Not in the ion list once again. I have to call it outside of the ion list, for which I'll give a condition if these chats actually exist. So instead of doing it in this particular way, I'll pass signal. It should be computed actually, because that's what I'm going to use as we will be fetching the data. But for the timing, let me put it as a signal function. All right, that would be better. Okay, so let me just pass if it exists, or I can create a variable using let called chats will be equals to chat function. That's what I'm going to do. Now I can simply call it. Okay, the name is same, chats array. Now it's different. So chats array and its length is greater than 0. So chats array (dot)length. If it is greater than 0, then I'm going to go ahead with the list part. That's what I'm going to do. This is going to be chats array. Fine. Otherwise, I'll call in the else condition, I will call app empty screen. That's what I'm going to call. So in order to use it, I need to import it. So why this chats page is coming up, we don't want that. What happened actually? By mistake, it came up. Anyways, not a problem. I've removed it. Now I'll call empty screen component. So empty screen component is called and I can use it now. So in the empty screen, I need to pass some data. So it's going to be the same stuff itself which I passed here in the chats page. Okay. So let me just copy it from there. No chats, just the name I need to change, and I'll pass the same stuff apart from that. Okay. So let me just prepare it here. So no chats. I think it's okay. Let's check it out. If we have an empty array, what will happen? So instead of this, if I pass an empty array, then we should see this list, but it is not coming up. Why is that so? Because we are not passing anything here. So let me just pass my model, then we'll get the data. There you go, it's working, but I need to call add icons, chat bubbles. What was the name? Chat bubbles outline. So chat bubbles outline. Now it will show up. Okay, I've given bubble. No, it's not bubbles, it bubbles. So a minor mistake. Now sorted, and we will see the icon now. Great, it's working. So this is solved, and we do see the data. I'll change it to array of 10 items once again. So this is fixed. Everything is fixed now. We need to prepare the footer for our form. So and footer, I'm going to prepare it for my form data. So I'll have a toolbar and I'll hover on the ion footer to import it. So within the ion toolbar, I'll use an ion text area. So here I'm going to pass certain fields like auto grow. So it's going to grow as the data progresses, and number of rows that it's going to show us is 1. You want to give any placeholder, you can give it. I'll pass send message and a class also, class, to align all the send text at the center. And last but not the least is the message that will be coming out of it using the NgModule, where I'm going to pass my message. So this message will be a signal value So let me just create it here. Same signal, which will your type string or null, and I'll pass the initial value as null. In fact, you can do it here also. You can pass null and here to null, and you can pass of type null along with the string. Okay, if you do that, you're good to go. No errors. And here I'm passing message. Now for the NgModule, I need to use the forms module. So forms module, import it, and the error will go away. Okay, so far so good. So we have created an Ion text area within our Ion footer and Ion toolbar. So where we are right now, okay, it didn't get any route, so it got redirected to login, which I don't want. I'll get back to the tabs page once again, not home. Let's go to tabs and I'll get inside this. Even I can pass this text area within an Ion item of lines none. Okay, so if I do that, I get the option to pass a button on the right side very easily, which I want. So I'll create an Ion button. Slot will be end, where I'm going to pass an Ion icon whose name will be send. Okay, what's the name? Send. Now let me just check what all icons do we have within send. So send, do we have anything called circle? Well, I don't think so. So we just have the send. Let me just have it for the time being. And it's already passed here. This is how it's going to look like. But I want to make it a round shaped and want to make it large also. So size large, okay, and it's going to be icon only. So slot will be icon only. Now it's smaller, better, and it's looking good, right? You can work on the button radius also if you want to. So Ion footer, within that the button that we have, Ion button. I want to work on the border radius. Let's say 50 pixel I want to give. So I can work on it. There you go. You can make it a circle also if you want to. Now I need to align these particular things properly, for which what I'll do is you can just hover on it and see where is our text area. So text area is in proper place, but we need to work on it. So let me just apply some CSS to it. Then I think it will be better. So on the Ion text area, I'll just give a border which will look nice of medium color. Now you can see this is visible properly. Along with that, I also want to pass some border radius and some margin. So on the left and right side, mostly on the right side also, I want to pass some margin. I've already passed on top and bottom. So what I'll do is 0.5 VH. It's on the bottom part and bottom left, right? So on the right side, I want to give, let's say 0.5 VH. And on the left side, it will be 0. Now I think it's better. 1 VH is better on the right side. So we have more spacing here, which is fine. Apart from that, I also need to work with the Ion toolbar. So Ion toolbar, everything comes within that only. So I'll just move it within that. So on the Ion toolbar, I'll pass some padding here. So padding of 0 on top and bottom and 3 pixel on left and right. Let's see how it goes. If I do that up, so there will be some spacing here. Actually, I don't need any padding. That would be better because there are some default padding. If I apply 0, let's see what happens. Still, I think it's fine. So I'm happy with it. Now, why this text is not at the center? I need to align it at the center, right? So in order to do that, let me try something. So vertical align, middle. No, it's not working. What about align items or align self? Okay, this will work. Align content at the center. This will do. So I'll copy the CSS and pass it into my code. So everything looks sorted, but again, this is not at the center. Why? I just tried it. Still, it's not working as expected. Okay, it was on the text area, not on the Ion text area. That's why. All right. So in order to work with text area directly, there is some issues. So you cannot just directly access it up as it is within the Ion text area. So you have to work with some CSS or something, which I don't want to go in depth of it currently, and want to show you the stuff. So this is done. Let's work on the functionality directly. So on the button click, I want to do something. And what am I going to do? I'll work on sending the message as soon as the click event is triggered. Now I'll go to the TS file and create a function here called send message, where I'm going to prepare the functionality now. Now in this functionality, at first I'm going to check if this dot message signal function exists or not. So if it does not exist, and there can be another possibility that it is not having any string. So I need to tackle both the conditions. So or this dot message function question mark dot, I'll trim it so that all the white spaces will go away and we can check it out if it is an empty string or not. Okay, what have I done? This should be done in this particular way, and I should remove one of the extra brackets which I gave. Okay, so this is the condition which is prepared now. If this is the case, then I'm going to simply return. If you want, you can work with the toast message also. Show a toast message if you want to. That please enter proper message. Alright, once that is done, the condition is checked. Now we are good to go ahead and work with the functionality of the send message. So I'm going to do everything within a try-catch block because I want to tackle the errors also in a proper way. Otherwise, it will return a promise every time we have seen earlier, right? So it's a better approach which I prefer to follow. That's why I do it in this particular way. We'll be using async and await also when we go for the functionality into our another service which I'm going to create, which will be called as chat service, where I'll be having the send message functionality. But before jumping into that, we should work with this spinner for the button. In this case also, whenever you are clicking on it and it moves ahead of it, then I want to show a spinner, for which let me do something here. I'll prepare a boolean value. Let me call it is loading, which will have a signal value of type boolean, and the initial value will be false. So once that is done, we can try it out. How will I try it out? First of all, I'm going to prepare a setter for it. So set is loading. There is a keyword also called set, which you can definitely use it up if you want to. But I'll do it in this particular way for the time being. So this dot is loading dot set function, and I'm going to set the value that I'm going to get in the parameter. So in the parameter, I need to pass a value of type boolean. So this is ready. I can use it now very easily. So this dot set is loading, and I'll set it to true. Then again, I'll set it to false also in this particular way. And in between these two, I'm going to execute the functionality. In the catch also, I need to pass set is loading to be false. Fine. So once we do that up, what I have to do is in my chat page, where is my button? There we go. This is our button. So I need to put on a condition here that at if is loading function is true, then I'll show the, okay, not in this way. This is HTML, show spinner. Otherwise, at else, we will have this particular button, the send button. Quite simple, right? For the spinner also, I'm going to have the same button, but with a spinner, and there won't be any click event for it. So let me remove the click event. Let me remove the icon. I will have an ion spinner whose name will be crescent. Okay. So let me just try to toggle it and see. I'll just put a not symbol here so that it will be reversed. A nice spinner coming up, which is great. So I'll just put it in this particular way. Everything is good to go. Let's move ahead now. So the loader is done. We have prepared our send message functionality. We just need to work with the actual functionality now. So the actual functionality will take place in a service. So await this dot, I'll create a chat service, which I'm going to create. Don't need to worry. Send message. This is the function which I'm going to have there, and within which I'll pass the chatroom ID along with the message. So this dot ID with my chatroom ID, and the message I'm going to send it. This is the message which I'm going to send. Well, that's what I'm going to do. And after doing that, I also have to clear my text. That means the text area which I'm using currently for typing my text. I need to clear that. So before clearing up the loader, I need to set my message dot set function. You can create a setter for this too. And I'm going to call an empty string. You can pass null also if you want to. Okay, so this is done. Don't worry about the error. You can log the value here, log the error. So I think this functionality is almost ready. We just need to work with the chat service, for which I'm going to create a service once again. So Ionic G service within a services folder. I'm going to have a chat service within a chat folder actually in this particular way. Now I'll see the service here. This is the service which we have now. And it's going to have almost similar functionality to the get chatroom and create chatroom, So in order to save little bit of time, I'm just copying it up. Okay. So sometimes, see, I prefer to replicate things because it becomes very easy for you to save your time. For example, if you have prepared this chat application, you're not going to once again code from the very scratch for this particular application if you need in some other project. At that point of time, you're going to modify this and use it up, right? That will save you a lot of time. That is why this copy pasting stuff helps you in reducing your time. So I have already created it once. Why to type all the things once again? Because you have already understood that part. Whatever modifications we do in our chat service now, you need to understand that particular part, not the same thing again and again, isn't it? That is why I'm doing it. So now I'll just paste it and comment it up for the time being so that it does not create an issue for us. Whichever part we need, we can just get it. Okay, so I'll just comment it. A lot of things we have done there. All right. Now here I'm quickly going to create a function called send message. I've got the code, so whatever I want to just copy, I'll copy it directly. Otherwise, I'll remove it. Fine. I don't want to do a lot of copy paste so that you guys don't understand. Anyways, let's move ahead. I'll get the ID and along with that, I'll get the message too of type string, and there we go. So this is the functionality which I'm going to prepare. And what this ID will be, this will be the Chatroom ID. So I can rename also if you want Chatroom ID so that you can understand very easily what exactly we are trying to do. Now in the chat page, I need to inject this chat service. Let me just scroll towards the top. Let me do it here. So private chat service equals to inject chat service import. Done. So once that is imported, why there is a problem? Okay, it should not be null. So I'll just give an exclamation symbol. No, okay, it's a it's a signal function. That is why this should be done in this particular way. Now I have given a not symbol so that it defines that this value is not null. Similarly, I have to do for the message also. It's done. So this value will not be null at any case. So everything is good to go from here. Do we need to do anything else here for the time being? No. Let's get back to our service and I'll close the other stuff which is not needed currently. Fine. Now how do we start off? Well, we have got the parameters ready. Now we need to create a reference to our location where we are storing it. So we need the API, private API equals to inject the API service. That's what we need. We might also need the authentication to get the ID, right? So private, well, I'll just do it when required, not now. Okay, for the time being, this will be chats ref and I'm going to call the chat room with the ID that is being sent. In this particular way, I'll pass the chat room ID / messages. That's how I'm going to pass my messages. This is the place where I'm going to keep it. After doing that, I need to prepare my message object. So prepare message object. I'll create a constant called message. Okay, message will be same. So it's gonna be chat data which will be equals to an object. You can create an interface for this also. I think I should do it. So let me go for Ionic G interface within the interfaces folder /chat. Once that will be done, I will pass everything there in that particular interface. Where is it? There you go. Now in this interface, the data that I'm going to have is first of all the sender ID, the person who is sending the message, that particular user ID, I'm going to have it here, which will be of type string. Then the actual message that is being sent, we're going to have that as string. The next thing is the timestamps in the form of a number. We are going to store it so that we can use it wherever we want, because we need to show the time at which time the user has sent the message. So this is the basic data which we need into our chat interface, which I have prepared. Now let's go to our service once again and work with it. So in this service, wherever I need this data, I'll just pass it. Like here, I'll use this chat interface and it will be done. So first of all, we need to pass the sender ID, which will be the current ID. And to get the current ID, I again have to do the same thing which I did in my Chatroom service. So we need to get this current user ID in our chat service also. Okay. So how do we get that? I need to call the authentication in this particular service too. So let me just copy it. I'll copy and paste it here. in the chat service and import it in this particular way. Computed also, I'll just import it in this way. It's done. Error will go away after we pass it. So this dot or dot, what was it? Get ID function. That's what I need to call in my constructor whenever this particular chat service is getting called. Okay. So if there is some data already exists, then it's not going to give us a record. So that's what we are doing. See, it will call the get auth. You can keep a check that if this particular get ID is already having this UID value. So if the UID exists, then you don't need to call the get ID. That's what you can do. All right. For the time being, let me just keep it in this particular way and go ahead with the other things, which is going to be this dot current user ID function. And this should not be null. Then comes our message, which will be passed directly from the string that we are getting in the parameter. Now after that, the timestamps. Now the timestamps will be new date function dot to ISO string, but that will be a string. We need a number, right? So date dot now function will give us as a number. You can see now function returns a number. That's what we can do. Now after this data is prepared, I just need to push this data to the location that I've set here. How will I do that? First of all, let me just type it. Push the new message to the Chatroom messages node. Fine. So this is the node which we have prepared and I'm going to pass it at that particular position. So that's what we are going to do. How we are actually going to do, do you know about it? Well, you can just check it out. That is why I've just copied it and pasted it here. So in order to push the data, we are using the push function at first, right? So that's what we need to do. And then finally, we need to set it up. So these things we need to apply. Now, I don't need to do anything else in this particular functionality of create chat room. I don't need to copy anything. So I'll just remove it. The things that I wanted to show you have already shown it. Now let me implement it quickly. So constant, I'll create new message, any name I'm just passing, ref, which will hold this dot API dot push data, like the way we did earlier. So where am I going to push it? I'm going to push it into the chats. What was it? Chats ref, isn't it? That's what we have created here, chats ref. Now after this is done, I will set this data, this dot API dot set data, or actually set ref data, because this is a reference, right? So set ref data, in which I'm going to pass new message ref along with the data that we have just prepared, which is chat data. Okay. Now this will return a promise to us. How we are going to tackle that? So how we tackled it in our chat room service. So I just removed it. It was needed here in this particular case. So let me just check it once again. How did I push the data? I am using await here. So if you use async await, it's gonna be better. Let's do that and get our data. All right. And here I'm not putting anything in catch block. So definitely you can do it here also. It would be better that if you put everything within a try catch block, because it is returning a promise, of course. As there is any error, we can catch the error, right? So throw error. And whatever I did earlier, I'm just going to move it within the try block. Let me just do it. Let's move it and it's done. Okay. Alt plus the upper button that you have to use to move it. So this is done. Similarly, we will do the same stuff into our chat service also. I will use here await. Okay. And I need to use a sync for this particular functionality. Put everything within the try catch block so that we can get the error also, proper errors, catch in the exceptions. And I'm going to throw it whenever I get it. And move the other code within the try block now. Just move it. And it's done. Right? Great. So our send message functionality is ready. How simple it is to work with the real-time database, isn't it? So it's quite lightweight. And let's try it now whether it works or not. So if I try to send a message, let's say, hey, let's see whether it works or not. I've sent it. And what happened is, let's check it out. I haven't given any console log, so I need to check it in the database. So let's go there and check it out. I'll get to that. And here you see there is a messages branch that is created. It's node, so which is created. And within that, we get our hey record, right? Since we are not accessing the record directly into our chat messages, so we don't get it. We have to work on that for the time being. we have just created. Now it's time to work with it. How will I do that? Well, I'm going to go to my chat service and create a functionality for get chat rooms, not chat rooms, the chat messages. So get chat messages, correct the spelling, and you're good to go. So this is what I'm going to do now. Let's work on that. Now in this function, I will just receive the chat room ID. That's what I need, and rest, nothing is required. Okay. So here what I'll do simply is I'll first of all create a chats ref just like the way we have done here. So I'll just copy it and simply paste it here. Fine. So once the reference is ready, I have to listen for real-time updates to the chat messages. Okay. Within the chat room whose ID is being passed. I don't want to listen to other chat room. Whichever chat room I enter, I want to listen to that particular chat room only. That's what I want to do. Okay. So after doing that, I will again use the onValue function. So in the onValue, it takes the reference at first. So chats ref along with a callback in which we get the snapshot data. We have seen it earlier, right? And for reference of yours, I have just copied it and you can check it out. This is what we are going to do. So I'll just check these two things and work on it. So in the onValue, I'll check this condition and execute this stuff in this particular way. But this time the name will be different. It's going to be messages. Now after doing that, once again, I have to prepare my actual data, for which I'll create a constant call messages array, any name you can pass, which is of type chat function. So not chat function, it's a chat interface. I need to use it here. So set interface array. So it will give me the array of messages of type chat, where I'm going to call my object dot keys. I'll get all the keys from the messages and I'm going to map it. So why am I going to map it? You will come to know in just a second. Message ID I'm going to get out of it, because from the key that's what we get, the ID. Once I get the ID, I will prepare my data. So I'll get the ID at first, where I'm going to pass my message ID. Then I will make a copy of the messages, this particular messages, and on that particular key, what actually we are getting, means all the data that we will be getting, I'll call that not messages, it's message ID. That's what I'm going to call. Since this is a map function, and if we want to do a one-liner within an means I'm passing this as an object, so I should pass something called return. But instead of doing that, I will wrap this whole thing within a different bracket. Which bracket it's going to be? Let me just show you. This particular bracket I'm going to use. If I use it up, the error will go away and it will be a one-liner thing, because this particular object means something else if I pass it in a standalone way. So I don't want to do that, and that's why this is how we do it. So the callback value will be a single liner in this case. Now once the error is gone, let's work on the other things that I need to pass. I also need to pass the is current user. So which will be the current user, and whether the one that is sending it is the current user or not, that's what I need to figure it out. So how do I figure it out? I'll get the messages data out of it. So messages of that particular ID dot, within that I'll get the sender ID. If it matches with the equals to this dot current user ID function, then that means it is true. Otherwise it is false. So that's what I'm going to detect. So I'm going to pass a Boolean value to this is current user property within this particular object. Hope it's clear. Okay, this won't be question mark, this will be a colon. Fine now. Error is gone and I will format the document. Now it looks cleaner. Now the question arises, why am I using this is current user? Where will I use it? Because I'm sending this particular data, isn't it? Basically what happens is we will track it down with the help of is current user. If you are the user, then I'll show the message on the right side. Otherwise, if you're someone else, then I'll show it on the left side. That's what I'm going to prepare. And in order to do that, I need to understand whether you're the current user or not. That is why I'm getting this value out of it to check it out and passing a Boolean value here. Okay. Hope it's clear to you. So this is how I'm preparing the data. And in fact, we will get some error if I don't pass it into my interface. This is current user. We'll check it later on. And I'm passing the ID also. So I have now all the data with the messages data that was already there, which is just these three things which we had earlier. So these three things along with two other things we have implemented and prepared our messages array. It's time to work with the other things. And what is that? Well, we have to pass this value somewhere so that we can access it. And for which, like the way we did on our Chatroom service, I'll create a signal function. Let me call it chat messages equals to signal of type chat array or null. And the initial value will be an empty array. What's wrong? Chat and signal. Now I need to import it. Once that is imported, it is ready. I'll just pass it here. So this dot chat messages dot set function I'm going to use, and I'm going to pass the messages array. Alright, once that is done, we are good to go. Now in the else condition here, what I'll do, I will again do what? I'll set this dot chat messages dot set function where I'm going to simply pass an empty array. Okay, so this whole thing is ready now. Just one thing is left, which is the error part. This is the success part, right? So we need to tackle the error part also. How will I do that? I'll pass a comma and I'll get the error also within a callback where I'll just log the error, or I'll pass it as an error in the console, ERROR, and we are good to go. So it's handled properly. Now I don't need any other functionality from it. We have already seen whatever we needed. So I'll just remove it. See how easy it becomes. Alright, so everything is ready now. We just need to execute this functionality, and I'm going to call this function directly into my constructor. Why? Because whenever this particular chat service will be getting called, I want to call the chat messages. So this dot get chat messages function. But if I call it here, there is one catch. I won't be getting the chatroom ID. So I cannot call it here actually. I just forgot. That's what we have given here. Okay. There is another way we can fix it, but I don't want to do that for the time being. I'll just go to my chat page and call it there directly by implementing, or okay, we have already used the chat service here. I just need to call it into my ng on init. That would be better. So as soon as I get my data, the ID, I'll call it. So this dot chat service dot get chat messages, and within that I'm going to pass the ID, which is this particular ID. I can directly send it. Fine. So this is done and it will show us the result. But after doing this, where will I get the actual value? Well, I have to use computed like the way we did earlier. So if we use computed, we will get the actual value. Let me just do it here. That would be better. So chats equals to computed signal. I'll import it, and within that there will be a callback in which I'm going to call this dot chat service dot the chat messages. So this is what I'm going to call. So whenever there is a change in the chat messages, it's going to get triggered and it will show us. Now these chats will show up and I don't need this signal anymore. So I'll just remove it and get to my HTML file where I'm going to get the chat messages, and you can see this is coming up, but actually this time it's not hey, it will be the actual message that I have sent. So far so good. Everything is working nicely. And in this NgModule, I have just passed the message because there is no requirement of passing it as a function, and it's going to emit an event also, right? Okay, so everything is good to go. It's time to try it out. I'll go to the chat box, and instead of hey, I'm going to put on, first of all, the defer I'm going to put it on because this time it's the dynamic data that I have prepared. Along with that, what I'll do is I will get the actual text, which is chat function dot message. That's what I'm going to access, right? And what will be the type of it? This will be of type chat import or null. Let's pass it. Okay, done. All right, everything is fine now. I'm getting the message along with the, okay, I need the timing also. So I'll just pass it here. Chat function dot timestamps. Okay, spelling is wrong. Now it's corrected and we get it as the number. I need to transform it. How will I do that? Well, I'm going to use the date pipe here. So let me just show you how to use it. So date colon, within that which kind of format I need, HH:MM. That's the format, and I need to import the date pipe into my imports. So I'll just pass it directly, date pipe. This is the one. Once that is imported, we will see the actual value now. Just check this out. This is working. So we are getting the data out of it, right? That's great. Let's try to enter some more data. Let's say, how are you? And I'll just hit this button. You see the message is directly coming up here in real time. This is what is happening. Because we haven't given any functionality to add it or append it with our current array. So that is why we can say that this is real time. Okay. So everything is good to go. This functionality is working. We just need to design our chat screen properly. Let's work on that now. In order to play around with the designing, I'm going to start off with the div to change the slot. So I'm using ion item, so I can pass slot here. So slot will be changed in a different manner. I'll pass chat function where I'll be getting the data is current user as a boolean value. So if it is true, that means you are the current user and I'll slot you to the end part. Otherwise, you will be at the starting point. Okay. Now, in order to fix this problem, I need to go to the, where I need to go? Let me just close it. Chatroom not needed. The chat interface where I have to add is chat, okay, is current user. That's the name, is current user, which is an optional property of type boolean. Okay. Along with that, you can also pass the ID. So let me just pass an ID, which is the chat message ID. That also will be an optional and will be of type string. Okay. So if you want to use it, definitely you can use the ID also. Now everything is sorted. Now I can use it into my chat box HTML. You can see the error is gone and it is giving me the result. How it is giving me the result? I am getting the data here. Don't worry, we are going to check for the other user also, but let's finish up the designing part at first. Then you will understand it properly. Now apart from this slot, I'll give another class here called container within which we can work. Okay, I just removed the earlier class which we need. Along with that, there should be another class which I'm going to work with. Okay, now I need to change the colors and everything. Need to play around with lots of designing now. So I'll go to my CSS and start working with the designing part. Now to start off with the designing, lot of things needs to be into place. But first of all, I will create another user and pass a message to this particular chat room, so that means I'll create another chat room or I will have the same user working with it. We'll check both of this one by one because I want to work with left and right both. And so that in order to work with that, we need to have the messages, right? So let's go for it. I will go to another tab, and before that, there is one thing I want to execute in my app routes. Let me just scroll down in the app routes. The default path I've given it as login. I'll change it to tabs because I want the user to get redirected to the tabs page by default. That is why the login page was coming. Okay, now it will be solved and I will be able to go for a sign up once again. Let me sign up with a different account. So I've just passed any records and I'm just going for sign up. Once the sign up will be done, we will have another user that will be integrated with us. So let's go for it. Now I have two users that is showing up, Techniques and Nikhil Agarwal. So I'll go for Techniques first and pass a message here. Let's say hi, or this time it's hello. Let me just send it and this is coming up. What if I check it here? If I just go back and check it out, you see I'm getting another message from here, which is great. On the left side, it is coming up, right? Similarly, what I'll do is I'll go for logout from here, go to settings, go click on logout and I'll log in as a different user. Let's go for it. Now this is the one which I need to work with, where I have hello. Okay, did I do anything wrong? Okay, I have to take care of it because it was showing me the earlier records, right? So I have to clean it up and I have to work on it. So I'll work on that later on. For the time being, let me just do something here. So see how we have detected some of the errors. We'll work on that too. Anyways, for the time being, I have passed hello and here I'll get this hello here. Now this is ready to work with and we have certain records here, which is looking great, isn't it? If you just scroll, for the time being, we cannot scroll because there are not much of a data that we have, but still we can work on the design part. Let's go for it now. I'll go to the SCSS once again and start working with it. So everything will be done within the ion item only. So within the ion item, we have the container class to which I'll give a max width of 70% because I don't want it to extend to 100% width so that it will take it. If you type a message a bit longer, it's going to take up till here. I don't want that. It should take somewhere up till here in both the cases, from the left and the right side. That's what I want to do. The next thing I'm going to work with is the Ion text within my div, where I'm going to pass a font size of 0.9 rem and a font weight of, let's say, font weight of 400. Alright, this is reduced now, the size. The next thing I need to work with is the Ion note. So where is our Ion note? Let me just check it. The Ion note is present after the Ion text. Let's go for it after this Ion note. So within the Ion note, I will at first pass the color to be medium color so that it can be identified very easily. So it's gonna be where I'll access the theme color directly here. Color medium. So now the color will be changed. Just check this out. These two have a different color. Now I want some padding to be passed here so that it can have some spacing between the two, for which I'll pass padding 4 pixel on top, 8 pixel on the right side, then 4 pixel on the bottom and 4 pixel on the left side. This is how it's going to look like. But I want to show this little bit at the bottom part, right? In order to do that, I have to work with position to be absolute and pass bottom to be 0, then right to be 0.2. So what it will do is it will come towards the bottom part now, but not aligned properly, isn't it? So I'll give display to be flex. What if I do that? Okay, it is moving towards the top a bit. How about if I give a line height to it? So line height of, let's say, 15 pixels. I will fix a line height for it. No, there is no impact yet. Basically, line height will be used for controlling the vertical space in the note, Ion note. But still it is coming down. So let me keep it in this particular way. I'm going to fix that. Now what I'll do is I need to work on the other things at first. We'll fix that later on. So the next thing which I need to work with is to give different colors to this particular background of the div, right? And in order to work with that, I have to pass a class which should be different for the current user and the one which is the other user, right? So I'll give a class dynamically, putting on a condition that if current user is current, okay, not in this way. I need to call this particular thing only. So I'll copy it and paste it here. If you are the current user, then I'm going to call a class. Otherwise, I'm going to call a different class on the Ion item. So what should I call it? Let me call it current user, the one who is sending this message if it is the current user. Otherwise, just the sender. Okay. So I think this way we can identify it very easily. Let's go to our CSS and work with it. So I have put on this class within the Ion item. So I have to pass it outside of the Ion item. First work with the sender, then I'm going to work with the current user. Or you can give current user and user. That would be better because that will be easier to identify, right? Instead of the sender, it's a little bit confusing. Or other user, current user, other user. See, naming convention is very, very important. So you have to be very, very careful with that. Other user. Now it's means you don't have to even think also. It will be coming to your mind easily that which one is the current user, which one is the other user. Simple. Now I'll work within the container inside this particular class, and what I'll do there is I'll pass a background color to it. So background color, what will be the background color for the other user? Let me give the light color. So color light. Okay. Now this is coming as light color. Great. What about the current user? I'll do the same thing. Just change the color. So the color will be the primary color in this case. Let's check it now. You see the primary color is showing up. That's great. Now I want some spacing on the left side. So let me give margin left to be 8 pixels, or you can play around with that. So I'll just try with 8 pixels, but only for the other user, which is on the left side. So margin left. Let's check it out. If it doesn't work fine, I'll remove it. What if I give it? There is some margin which it is taking. If you don't want that, you can simply comment it. Let me comment it for the time being. Now you can change the color also. So the color, let me give white color within that. Let's see how it looks. Okay. It's okay. Not much good, not much bad. Let's keep it in this particular way for the time being. Now to wrap everything up within our container properly, I have to pass this container a position of relative. If I do that up, everything will fall within that. That's good. Now let me work with this particular container I'll give a border radius to it. 12 pixel will be fine, I think. Not much I need. Good, it's working. Then I need some spacing. So for that, I'll use padding on top and bottom 5 pixel and left and right to be 8 pixels. So now let's see how it looks. Now after padding is applied, the next thing I'll work with the margin. Let's give some margin top. So margin top of, let's say 12 pixel only. Let's see how it goes. So after giving margin top, you can see they all are in one line. Not much of a difference is coming up as of now, except the border radius. But you will see little bit of changes now when we implement some more things. Let's work around with our iron item now, where I'm going to pass background to be transparent. If you're using any background like light background, then definitely put it in a transparent manner. For the time being, our background is already white, but I'm going to change it. Let's see how it looks like for as of now. You won't see the difference, but if I give the background color to my iron content, then you will be able to see the change. Let me just try it. But I'm passing the light color here for my container. So I don't want to do that for the time being. We'll check it later on. But still, I've removed the default background from the iron item. And then I need something at this start, padding start. I need to change it because there are a lot of padding. I just want to fix it to 8 pixels. So few tweaks I'm doing just to get the design proper. Now padding end on the right side or on the end side, the padding that I want to give is nothing actually. So I'll just remove the padding which was there by default in the iron item. So now the next thing which I want to work with is the safe area left. So iron safe area left, where I'm going to give 0. Why? Because it ensures that no additional padding is applied or added on the left side for safe area consideration. So after that is done, I will also pass a minimum height for the iron item. What that gonna be? And these are default CSS of iron item. So that is why this hyphen has been given at the very beginning. So let me just fix it to 32 pixels and see how it goes. Now the spacing will be fixed, which is good. And finally, if there is any border width, I'll just get rid of it by passing 0. So this adds few margin and spacing on my iron item, which I have just removed. Still our design is almost same. So not much of a difference is there. But this particular part is getting inside. So I don't want that. That is why I think this margin left will help us. You see, margin left helped us a bit. Okay, so this is how I have played around so far, but we have not come across the design that we are looking for. What I need to work on now. Now, in order to fix this design, we need to align it properly, for which I'll be using this pseudo element in the CSS on my iron text. So within the iron text only directly I can pass %:. Otherwise I have to write iron text, then colon. So instead of doing that, I can do it within it. So I'll pass content to be empty. This is content, not content. And I have to provide the width to it. Let me go for 52 pixels. So what it does is, this 52 pixels defines a 52 into 12 pixel space for the alignment purpose. Okay. And the content within that will create an empty pseudo element after the iron text to occupy the space. So that's what it's going to do. It's going to occupy that particular space, the empty pseudo element space. Now, after this is done, I'll display inline block, which keeps the element inline with other text. Now you can see the alignment is proper, and this works while acting like a block level element. So it is keeping all the elements in a inline format, which is good. Now after this is done, what next I'll do is I'll put the visibility of it to be hidden. So if I do that up, there is hardly any change here, but this keeps this pseudo element invisible, but still affects the layout. That's why it is important. And finally, the font size of it, font size within this, I'm going to put it to 0.75 rem. And why it is done? Because it further reduces the font size inside this pseudo element if any text were present. So the most important thing that we applied is the display only. Okay, if I remove this particular code, let's see what happens. See, the alignment will be broken. But these two things are not very much required, but from the perspective of design, this comes into very handy because this works as invisible things, but still is very handy with the design part. Okay, so let's keep it. Now what I'll do next, I will first of all work with the small. I will at first give some margin between these two, right? It is very, very close, and also fix the icon size, which I'll do it within the Ion node. So I'll work with the Ion icon here within it and let me pass a font size of, let's say 16 pixel will be better. All right, this is fine. Almost same size. If you want to reduce this, definitely you can. Nothing more I need to do here. I need to work with this small icon to pass a margin. So margin right of, let's say 2 pixel will be enough. Little bit of margin is required, not much. Fine, it's looking good. Now I'm not liking this white color, so let me just get rid of this white color. I don't want to give that. The primary color is fine with the dark color. That's great, visible, isn't it? Now in WhatsApp, what happens is only on the message that you have sent, you get the tick, not on the right side. So I can remove that or put it in a conditional way. How will I do that? This small icon, I'll put it within a condition using @if, when it will occur only if you are the current user. Okay, so if you are the current user, then only it will show up. So this is working, right? And there is a lot of space which I have given. How did I give it? Well, I just did. I actually changed something which I didn't show you. I just forgot. Okay, the width, I have increased it to 72 pixels instead of 52 pixels. Now it is having a lot of space, which is looking nice, right? And it's coming towards the bottom part little bit. So which is good. If you want to increase more, definitely you can work around with that. But this is a default Ion node settings which is applicable, so I'm okay with it. So the basic designing is ready, isn't it? We can keep it in this particular way because there is some spacing every time, so I'm not having any problem with it. If we have a longer text also, still it will be coming up properly. Let me just try to add some dummy data, or not in this way. It should look good. So for doing that, so let me get some text. I'll use lorem ipsum lorem 10. This is an abbreviation which will give me 10 words. I'll cut this and let me just pass it here in my text message. But before that, let me fix this up. So actually, if I go to the chat page, you will see that I have passed row here. I just checked it now. So it's better that I got the problem at the right time when we were trying to implement it. So now it is good. I'll just try to paste it and see how it goes. I'll paste the code. Not the code, it's a text. And if I just hit enter, you see larger text is also aligned properly and it is taking 70% of the width, which is great, isn't it? So that's working very, very nicely. And I don't want to change anything here. In fact, if you want to change the color of this small for the current user, then definitely you can go to the styling of the current user and work with that particular small tag, right? That was the tag where we've used it. But I'll keep it as it is, because it is not harming me and it is looking fine. But you can change definitely the color of the tick. So let me just change the color of the tick to blue color. That would be better. In fact, I can change it here because in this case, I'm just implementing it as double tick. You can go for single tick, double tick. You can just play around with that. But I don't want to do that. I will give the color here for the icon. Where have I given it? Possibly here itself in the HTML. No, I haven't passed any color also. So I'll just pass the color. Which was the color which I need to pass? Let me just check the theming part quickly. So in the theming, if I just scroll down, there was a bluish color, right? Success. That's what I need to pass. Great. Let's go for it. I'll go to the chat box design once again in the HTML and pass a color to my Ion icon. And the color will be success. Let's see how it looks like. It's hardly visible. That's not great. I want it to be visible properly. So let me just do one thing. I'll remove it from here and I'll work on it in my SCSS. So in the SCSS, in the container class, I have the Ion icon defined where I'm going to pass the color. So I get the option of passing any color here. Let me pass blue color. So let's check it now. See, this is quite visible. I want this kind of a color, which is great. So this thing is done. We are almost there with the designing part that we have implemented into our chat box. But just one last thing I want to implement here for the designing part is this a tail. If you want to design a tail for each messaging, right, on the left side for this particular one, on the right side for this particular one, then definitely we can work around with that. So how do we work around with that? Well, I have to work on the other user and the current user for achieving it. So let me show you how it can be done. So for doing that, I'll be again using this pseudo element, but here in the pseudo element which I passed earlier, I should pass 2 columns, which is the latest way of passing it. So single column was used earlier in the earlier CSS, I think version 2 possibly. So let's use all the latest version here. Now in the current user, I'll start off by working with it. So %, colon, after. This is the one suggestion is coming up. Here first of all, I'll pass content to be empty and I'll pass it in double quotes. That is better way to work with. Here also I'll do the same, double quotes only. This won't make much of a difference, but still I have done that. I like to do it in this way. Now position will be absolute, position absolute, and here we'll give a border of 0. I don't want to pass any border here. Now after passing position to be absolute, what I will do, I'll pass bottom to be -8 pixels, and on the right side, it should be on the negative side, -4 pixels. Then only we are going to get the actual design that we are looking for. Let's check it out. Do we see something? Not yet. Why? Let me implement that up a bit more. What I'll do is I'll give a border bottom to it, border bottom of let's say 9 pixels, solid, and the color will be the primary color in our case, right? Color primary. Let's see now. Still we don't see anything, isn't it? Alright, not a problem. We have to fix the height and width of it. So the height, let me pass 30 pixels and width to be 15 pixels. So after I define the height and width, I can see something is coming up, isn't it? But in order to check it thoroughly, I have to do something. And what's that gonna be? I have to rotate it. So transform, rotate to 70 degrees so that it can be tilted and it will be visible little bit more. See now, it is tilted and it is coming up. So now it is looking like a tail after I gave the rotate. What's next? Let me pass some border radius also. Border radius. How much should I give? Let me give 10% on the top left and top right. And at the bottom, I don't want any border to be given. Now you can see this is more visible, isn't it? Great. So this looks okay to me. Now I need to implement the same here also. Let's work on that. I'll copy it up and paste it into my other user. Let me do it here. Now I need to work around with it. So only a few things will change here. And what that gonna be? First of all, the color, it's gonna be the light color. So the light color will be visible. This, there you go, there it is coming up. Now I need to rotate it to a different degree. It's going to be, well, before rotating it, actually I want to shift it. So it's gonna be, instead of right, I should pass left here. Right, it should come on the left side. Then only I'll be able to work with it. So it's coming towards the left side, which is not visible properly unless I rotate it. Now I'm going to rotate it. I'll give, let's say, 115 degree and see what happens now. It's not visible yet. Alright, now I have fixed the design. Basically the issue was with the rotate, but still you won't see the design. Why? I'll show you why. Because in the iron item, we just worked with area left, not with area right. So we want to work with both area left and area right. Along with that, you see now, both of them are on the edges. Now I need to give margin on the left and right side on the container. So let me just enable it. I just rotate and I'm just showing it up. Of 12 pixel I have given, which is fine. You want to increase more? Definitely you can. After doing that, this design is coming up along with this design, because here I simply changed what? I simply changed the rotate angle to 290 degree. I was trying with like different angles, but 290 degree was fixed. So in your case also, you can simply try with 290 degree. I hope it works fine. Along with that, the border radius I have given on top left, I have given 0. Top right, I have given 20 pixels. Bottom right, I have given 0, and bottom left was optional. So I didn't give anything for that. You can give 0 also there too. Okay. So after doing that, we got the same design for this particular part too, which is looking nice. So our chat app design is ready to work with, isn't it? Now the only thing that is left is this scrolling part. I need to work with this scrolling part here in order to scroll whenever we have longer text here. So how do we get the longer text? Let me just work with that. I'll give lorem, let's say 100. Okay, I'll get lots of text and I'm going to cut this whole text in this way and pass it in my comments. So here I have already passed. Let me go to the other account and do it there. So let me just do it here. I passed it and I'll just hit the send button. It's gone. Once I get this, look at this. It is filling up the space. Again, I will give it here and the whole space will be filled up. Now scrolling effect will take into place. So I need to work with the scrolling effect now. Let's go for it. In order to work with that, let me go to my chat page TS file where I'm going to work with the ion content. So let me pass a container ion content which will be equals to view child, and in the view child it's view child, not view child imported, and the type will be ion content. I need to work on the ion content here, in which the thing that I'm going to call here is the ion content only. So let me just pass it. Okay, now I need to access it for the scrolling part. Now in order to access the scrolling part, what I'll do here is I'll create a function called scroll to bottom. Okay, and within that I'm going to access it up. This dot content dot scroll function I'm going to use. But this content is related to signals, so I have to pass it in this particular way. Question mark dot scroll to bottom. This is the one. It helps in scrolling to the bottom of the component. So I'll use it and I'll pass a duration of 500 milliseconds. If I do that up, this is going to work wherever I call it. So I'm going to call it as soon as I send a message. This dot scroll to bottom. Okay, let's check it now. Wherever I send the message, let's say hi, and I'll send the message. You see, scrolling is taking into place. But if I reload the application, the scrolling won't work. In order to work with that, I will make use of the effect. So effect I'll use, this is a part of the signal which I've already explained in Angular Signals video which I have made. You can just check it out. That is available in my YouTube channel only. Now in the effect, I will call this dot scroll to bottom, and I will call it on a condition that if we have chats, then only it will be called. All right. And also you can check if its length is greater than 0. So this dot chats function question mark dot length is greater than 0. And you need to pass a exclamation symbol here to get rid of the error, and everything is fixed now. Let's try it. If it is getting reloaded, but the scrolling effect is not taking into place. Why? So in order to fix this problem, what I'll do, let me just cut it and put it within this particular function, because I want to execute some other functionality like set timeout. Sometimes it happens that in the constructor, if you're calling something and if it is not implemented properly, then it's better to pass a set timeout in which you get a time limit, means you can set a duration or a delay, which will help you or which will help the UI to be executed. All right, because this constructor is executed before the view is loaded. So that's why I'll give a time delay of 500 milliseconds and then I'll call my scroll to bottom. If I do that up, let's see now. You see, this is working for us. So this is how you can fix your design part, and every time you are going to make any changes to the chat, it's going to be triggered. So there should not be any problem the next time you try to message something. Let me just try it here. I'll just try to send some message. Let's say hey, and this gets scrolled even here also. Okay, it didn't get scrolled a bit. So what I can do a bit more is in the HTML, sometimes it happens in the, where was my design? All right, in the ion content, I have the ion list. Within the ion list, what I'll do is, okay, this if condition is moving towards the top. I don't want that. It's pretty confusing for me sometimes. I'll give a class here called ion margin bottom. All right. And if you want to increase the margin, definitely you can. So now it's going to scroll properly. And if you want to change it, definitely you can by going to the CSS and working on it. So in that way, you will be able to scroll properly. Let's try it once again. Let me go for hi, and okay, I just hit enter. I have to hit this button. Now this is coming up, and here also it is showing up. If I go for hey once again, see, this is working. And here, well, it's not showing up properly because it's taking the full screen, right? So I think you should give more spacing to it. That would be better. What I'll do is, instead of passing it here, I'll do it directly in the CSS. So I worked with the ion footer earlier. Now I'm going to work with the ion list by passing margin bottom of, how much should I pass? Let me go for 10 VH. I think that would be better. Alright, so we have lots of spacing. I think 10 VH is too much. 5 VH will be fine. Okay, 5 VH looks good to me. Let's try it with passing some data again. So I'll pass hi and pass it. It's working here. What about in the next case? If I try, I'll go for hey. That is also working here too, isn't it? So I think 5 VH is proper to work with. You can try it as per your requirement, but I'm okay with this particular design. So we have achieved, or we have designed our chat app properly, which is working nicely, isn't it? And we see the chat rooms also working properly for us. The design is looking great. You can work around with the other functionality like the settings. And also one more thing we need to fix is the login stuff. So actually what happens is I need to unsubscribe for the on value wherever we are using it. So there is a functionality to do that. Let me go and create that functionality for each and every value that we are calling, mostly in the gate that we are calling, right? So let's execute that. So how do we do that? In the Chatroom service, I'll create a function unsubscribe chatroom. Okay. Now within this, I'm simply going to check if this dot chatroom ref, which I need to create. Let's go for creating it up. So let me just declare it here. What I will declare, let me just show you. Key chatrooms. This particular reference which I have passed here, I'll make it a global variable. So let me just do it. Private chatrooms ref of type, let's say any. Fine. Then instead of this creating a constant, I'm going to pass this dot chatrooms ref. And similarly here too, I'll do the same. This dot chatrooms ref. Where else do I need to pass? Okay, at the bottom I'm getting an error. I will simply check chatrooms ref. If it exists, then what am I going to do? This dot chatrooms ref dot off. This function I can call. This will do what? This will unsubscribe from the listener. And also you can set it to null if you want to. This dot chatrooms ref equals to null. That's what you can do. Just to reset the reference. So reset the reference. Okay. And let's do the same in our chats also. Then we are going to log out and log in with another user and see whether it works properly or not there too. So what am I going to do here is, let me just copy it, get to my chat service, and just not doing it, we have to actually call this functionality somewhere. I'll show you where exactly I'm going to call it. So at first I'm going to pass it. So unsubscribe, this will be chats, and I'm going to create chats ref here too. Okay, everywhere it's changed. I need to do what? This is a chat refs. I'll create this dot chat ref here too, this dot chats ref. Then I will create this variable here simply, and we are good to go. If I create it, chat refs of type any. Done. This is ready now. Where will I call it? I will call it in my chats page and chatroom page, or actually the chats page in the ng on destroy. So let me call it at the very bottom. Whenever this is getting destroyed, I want to unsubscribe. So I'll call this dot, what was the name of the service? Chat service dot unsubscribe chats. This is what I'm going to call. Okay. So the listener will be stopped here because you're coming out of the chat screen, right? If you're coming out of the chat screen, you don't need to subscribe to it. When you go again within the chat room, again the function will be called and you will be able to listen to it. That's what you want to do, right? Similarly, I'll go to the chat room page also, which is chats page. Let me just go through it, and once it is getting destroyed in the ng on destroy, this is the one. I'll call this dot chatroom dot unsubscribe chatrooms. Now, not only chatrooms, I have to unsubscribe the users also, because that will also be of no use here. So I'll just unsubscribe that too. I'll create that functionality, don't need to worry. So chatroom dot, I'll pass the name as unsubscribe users. Okay, that's the function that I'm going to create in my chatroom service for the users. So just copy it and paste it again. You can do it in the same function also, but let me just do it in a different function so that we can understand what exactly we have done here. Now in the, what have I done in that particular function? Let's check it out. I'll minimize the ones which are not in use. Here I'm calling users ref. Let me call it this dot users ref, and this users ref, I'm going to define it at the top. Let's do it here. Private users ref of type any, done. And this is what I'm going to call everywhere, this dot users ref, and then at the bottom also I'll simply call users ref everywhere, done. So this is ready and we don't get any other error. Everything is sorted now. Let's try it whether it works or not. What I'll do is I'll go to the settings, and at first let me just fix the design of this logout button. It is not looking great, right? So I'll just work with this particular design and rest I'll leave it to you. Let me go to the settings page. Where is it? This is the one. What I'll do is in the iron item label is fine, but not on click of iron item. Actually, I'll have a button here. Iron button slot will be end. All right. And then within this, I'm going to have an icon whose name will be power. Okay. And this button fill will be clear. So this power button, what was the name of the icon? I just forgot. Let me go to iron icons to find it out. So I'll just type power, and this is the icon that I need. I'll use it. I will use this power icon here into my design, for which what I'll do is in the TS file, in the constructor, I'm going to add the icons. So the icons will be added. Which icon? Only the power icon. Okay, added, and now it will be visible here. Let's check it out. So this is visible. Now the color, I'll give the color to the button only. So color will be danger, and it's going to be slot icon only. Okay, good. You can enlarge it if you want to. Let me give button to be large, size large, then it will be enlarged. All right, this is fine. Great. And you can give lines to be full to this iron list. Lines full. See, this is looking better, isn't it? You can play with different designs, but I'm liking it. So now if you click on it, I'll get logged out. But before that, let me just check the chats once again. The data is coming, everything is fine. I'll go back to the settings page. Why I did that? Because I need to load the data, right? Otherwise, the data will not show up because it got reloaded many times, right? So now I'll click on the logout button and log in as a different user. What's wrong with the logout? Okay, I removed the click functionality. Let me just pause it on the button. Not removed. Actually, it should have worked, but nevertheless, let me just try it again. Why it didn't work? Okay, it got logged out and I cannot go to login once again, possibly. Let me just check it here. That would be better. Let's go for tabs page, and I'm not able to go there. So I'll log in as Technics. So I'm logged in now. Let me just check everything again. It's working. What's wrong here? There is an error coming up that this is not a function. All right. So how do we fix this error now? Well, for doing that, actually we are using the modular version. So there is a direct function called Auth that we can simply use. Now within this, I'm going to pass this reference, this dot chatsref. Now the event that I'm going to pass, event type will be value. And finally, the listener I need to pass. Okay, the callback basically that we are accessing. Now, how will I do that? Let me just show you. So here, instead of this, I'll give proper types. So let me just pass here chatrefs to be of data reference, which will be imported from at Angular/Fire/database. And I will use it chats listener, which will hold our callback. So which is the callback which I'm talking about? That is available here. So this dot chats, let me give a space, chats listener equals to this particular callback. All right, once that is done, this is fine, and I'll pass this dot chats listener here. Now why am I getting error? Okay, I need to remove these two things, not needed. Now the error is gone. Now after doing this, I will reset chatsref, which will take the value of null, along with this dot chats listener also I'll set it to null. Fine. Let's do the same into our other functionalities where we have used it. So I'll go to the Chatroom service, and here also I'll implement it. So unsubscribe. Let me do it all together. Users and Chatrooms. Okay. And I'll make the changes here. Then I'll call both this functionality in one. In that way, I can use one function. That will be better. So let me just remove it. We don't need that. Along with that, I need one more, which will be this dot chatrooms listener, which is equals to null once again. Don't worry, I'm going to create it now. But let's fix up everything here. Then I'll do it. Let me just get rid of it and pass it here too. This will be users listener. But before executing that, I will call my Auth functionality, within which I'll pass the users ref, then the value event, and finally this dot users listener. Okay, let's create it first to get rid of the errors. So let me first initialize the value of it, and the type of it will be database reference, which we did earlier. So I'll do the same here too. And this one also I'm going to replace with the same value. Okay, so Chatrooms ref and users ref. Along with that, I need the listener too. The next thing which I need is the Chatrooms listener, which is created now. Along with that, I need one more for the users listener. So let me create that also. Now after doing that, I think everything is sorted. We just need to align everything or pass it here. This dot users listener. Okay, done. What's next? In the get chatrooms also I'll do the same. Here, this dot equals to and chatrooms listener. Done. Once that is done, why the error is coming up? I think the spelling is wrong. So chatrooms, okay, R is capital here. That's the issue. Not a problem. Fixed. Okay, one more place is left. Okay, I need to remove all of it. This function is created because I want to call these two functions directly here. This dot unsubscribe users and this dot unsubscribe chatrooms. I'll call the chatroom at first, because if you even do not call the user, still it will be called. Okay, so this function I'm going to call in my chats page. So I'll go to the chats page and I'll call only one function, which is unsubscribe users and chatrooms. That's it. Okay, let's get back. I'll reload it. This is showing up. If I get back, I can see the data. I'll get back and I can get inside it. This is also showing up. I'll get back. I'll get inside it. Now there is no error that is popping up, if you can just see here, right? So after fixing all this, let's go for logging it out and working with the other account. So I'll go here, click on logout. It's working. I'll log in with another account, go for login. And I still get the data, which I don't want. So how will I fix this? So now I'm going to tell you what the problem is coming up. Currently, I'm logged in from this particular account. And if I just try to reload, the data will come up. But what is happening is, when the first time I'm logged in, I'm getting the chat rooms. Okay. So this is what I tested when I logged in from a different account. And the next time that I'm trying to log in again by logging it out, the data is not coming up of the chat room. So it is getting the earlier data, whether you clean up or not. So why that is happening? Because in our chat room service, we are initializing our data into the constructor. So this constructor is getting called only once. Even you go for the logout screen and log out from there and go to the login screen, but still this service will not get destroyed. So how to clean up this service? Well, we can go for the cleanup. That is what I have done. I'll show you what code I have applied for that. But the cleanup is done. But after cleanup also, we won't be able to fetch the data as this constructor is already called once. So at first what I will do, I'll show you what all executions I have made. I have changed the name of this unsubscribe to cleanup, okay, in this particular chatroom service. And I'm also setting up these two properties to null, the signal functions, users and chatrooms, so that it do not have any values from earlier on. Along with that, I missed out to pass auth function into the chatrooms, which I just passed. Now it's clear. Okay, this functionality I have applied, and I'm calling this particular functionality again into my, like the way it was earlier, into my chats page on destroy. So in ng on destroy, I'm calling this cleanup function and I'm passing a console log so that I can just track it down whether it is getting destroyed or not. And in fact, it is getting destroyed. So that is fine. This part is okay. But in order to fetch this data directly, what we have to do, I will do one thing. It's pretty simple actually, but I just need to explain you what needs to be done. I'll cut this functionality from here and I'm going to create another function called, let's say, init or initialize, whatever you call it. I'll pass this functionality here. Now I'm going to call this function as soon as my chat page loads, which means that I'll go to the chats page. This is my chats page, and in the ng on init, I'm going to call it instead of calling it from the constructor. In that way, whenever this page loads, that data will be called. So chatroom dot init function, right? That's what I'm going to do. You can perform the same functionality for the chats page also if you want to, but chats page is not a very big problem because we will get the data based on the ID. Only the gate ID will not be called. So this is also very important. Otherwise, it's going to set it somewhere else, right? Now, what I'll do is I'll cut it up and create an init function here also, within which I'm going to pass it. And along with that, what I'll do, I'll call my this dot get chat messages, in which I need to get the chat room. So chatroom ID. Okay. Now, how will I get the chatroom ID? I'll pass it within the init function, which will be of type string. And this init function, I'm going to call it into my chat page, which is the chat page. This is the one. I'll call it here directly in the ng on it. Where am I calling it? All right. I'm calling it here. Instead of this particular function, I'll call my init function. That's it. If I do that up, everything will be sorted. I'll show you how exactly it works, but let me just confirm if everything is working fine or not. So this is okay. This is also fine. And we will get the exact data like earlier. Let's try it. So this is reloaded. And if I click on it, you see I'm getting the data. Along with this, I'm getting the data. If I go for, even I'll open this up so that you can understand. I'll go for logout and log in with a different user. But see, when I clicked on the logout, I got an error here. Client does not have permission to access the desired result. What it is trying to access? Chatrooms and then the messages within that. And this error is coming from here on value. So from the on value, this error is coming up because I'm resetting everything, right? So when I'm resetting everything, I should reset the values also. What I'm talking about, basically this value, the chat messages, I should reset this also in the cleanup, but I'll do it. First of all, let me just go ahead and try to see if it works or not. So I'll just log in with another account. Okay, go for login. And this time I get the actual result which I need, right? So which is working fine. And if I get inside it, I'm getting hello. So this is working great. I'm not getting any more errors, but this cleanup thing, let me just do it. So in the chat service here, what I'll do, unsubscribe chats. And after this will be done, this dot chat messages, I'm going to set it to null. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Now let's try it again, whether I get the error or not. If I go for the logout, let's get inside it, get back, go to settings, click on the logout. I still get the error, but this is just a warning thing that is coming up because the on value will not work anymore since we are cutting off the connection, right? And that error part is coming up because we have given console.error into my chat service. Instead of console.error, if you give log, then it won't be showing it as an error. Okay. So that's completely okay because these things we have removed and we are good to work with it. So we are not facing any problem because of that. If you try to go for login again, I'll go for login. And if I get inside it, if I get inside that, there is no issue. Okay, everything is working fine. So it is pretty smooth now. Everything is working as expected. I won't work with calls and status as of now. So that's great. It's working. Now our application is ready. We need to run it into our Android and iOS devices. But before that, I need to go to app.component. I have to go to main.ts file where I'll change a few things. What are those? Basically, I told you about the get auth, right? It doesn't work in iOS mostly. So I'm going to change it. How will I change it? Let me comment it. So I'm going to provide auth function, within which I'll pass a callback. Now in the callback, I won't directly pass the get auth functionality. Instead, I'll do what? I'll check a condition, but before that, let me return get auth. If that condition is satisfied, then I'll do something different. Otherwise, I'm going to return get auth. Now what that condition will be? If capacitor dot, it is imported from at capacitor/core dot platform, get platform. If the get platform is equals to iOS, that's what I can get from here. Look at this. If you hover on it, Android, iOS or web, you can go for checking the native platform also is native platform, but I think the problem is mainly for the iOS. We will check it out. If the problem exists for Android also, we will change it later on. Okay, so now I'm going to return what? I'm going to return initialize auth, where I will pass get app function. This is the one imported. And after that, I need to pass persistence colon index db local storage. That's what I need to use. So if I use that, then only this authentication will work. Otherwise, it will show you a blank screen for the iOS mainly. Fine. If once that is done, we are good to go. So now I'll just stop this Ionic server, or I can keep it. I'll run the command Ionic build to get our www folder, which is very important. And also I need to change the package name, but I will be running in emulators, so I can just skip it. Otherwise, if you run it in real devices, then definitely you have to change the package name also here and the app name too. So if you want to do it, you can simply stop now and change it. Like I'll go for com.techniques. Let's say FireChat WhatsApp. Okay. And the name will be FireChat. Okay. So changed. Once again, I'll run Ionic build because I stopped that service while it was running. Alright, it is done. Now I'll add the platforms Ionic app, add Android. Once this will be done, I'll run the command for adding the iOS platform. There you go. This is ready now. Let's add the iOS platform now. So iOS. When both the platforms are ready, I'm going to run the command Ionic app, open iOS at first. So it's going to open my Xcode. There you go. And at the same time, I can go for Ionic app, open Android. So this will open up the Android Studio. Let me trust this project. Everything is in the latest version, so we don't have to worry about anything. Here I'm going to select an emulator, the latest one. Wait for the processing files to be completed. And here in the Android Studio, it is setting up the configuration. So it will take a little bit of time to set up everything. As this is a new project, right? So that takes a little bit of time. Once everything is ready, there we go. I will run this particular thing in this emulator. So meanwhile, this is being done. I'll open up my Xcode and this is also ready. I will run it in this simulator. So let's wait for it to load up. So both are running simultaneously, launching on device in Android. And what about the Xcode? Well, the simulator has not opened up yet. Okay, build succeeded here too. And the simulator has opened up, but it will take a little bit of time to show it up. Okay, both of them are ready, I think. Let me just dock it outside for the time being so that I can work on it. View mode. Let me go for window. All right, I got it. So this is done. And in fact, if you want to connect to your native device, definitely you can. And there is a cool feature that macOS 15, where you can go for iPhone mirroring. So this is the iPhone mirroring that is applicable. If you enable it up and run it in your device, then you can just look into the application from here itself. But for the time being, I'm working with the simulator. Both of them are opened up. Let me just try to log in and check it out whether everything works fine or not. So I'll just log in with an account here, yahoo.com. So both of them are ready. I just need to go for login and it will be showing me the results. There you go. See, both of them are working, isn't it? So here techniques and here, which was the name? I think this is the one. You see hello, hello. And our last message is also showing pretty nicely. What if I pass a lorem ipsum? So let's just try it. I'll close all the files and go to any file where I'll just create it in the HTML. So lorem, let's say 40. It's going to generate me the 40 characters or 40 words, I think. So I'll just cut it and use it here. Let me minimize it and pass it here in this way. And done. Once I do that up, see this design, I thought of showing you that there is a minor issue which is coming up here. I want to restrict it to one line, which I'll show you how to do that, but that's not a big problem. So now let's get inside it and see everything is working as expected. You can just try to text something here also in the same manner. Let me just pass it and hit on this end. Okay, this is the send button, sorry. Done. Same, if you do it here once again, go for it. It's showing up. Same way, go for it once again. It will show up and the scrolling effect will takes into place. Okay. So both of them are working pretty nicely. So in this way, we can run our application in Android and iOS devices pretty nicely and it's showing as expected. So now I just need to fix this and then convert this particular application into NgModules project, and then we are good to go. Alright, everything is showing as expected. You can work with the status bar to change this color. Other than that, everything is fine. Great. Now, how to fix this problem? It's not a problem actually, but we have to fix the design part, right? So I'm into the chat space SCSS file where I'll apply few magic tricks and this will go away. I've already shown you many times in earlier videos, but this is very, very important. So these are the three things: white spaces, no wrap, overflow hidden, and text flow ellipsis. If you pass these three, it's gonna work. If I hide one of those, let's see what happens. I'll just unwrap it one by one. So let me unwrap white space, no wrap. This is working, right? But I don't see the three dots. Now, if I give text flow ellipsis, it's going to show up, right? Not exactly. Well, in order to show this, I have to pass overflow content to be hidden. If I do that up, then only I'll see the three dots. So this is very important. Just a simple CSS trick and our job is done. This is fixed now. Let's move on and work with the conversion of standalone project to NgModules project. In that way, we'll have both the approaches ready. Let's go for it. Now what I have done, I have created an NgModules project for this chat application, and now I'm going to prepare it up just like the way we did for our standalone project. And how am I going to do that? Well, it's pretty simple. I'm going to show you simple steps by which you can do it very, very easily. So I'm going to open up this project folder. So now both the projects are opened up. This is the standalone project, and here this is our NgModules project. All right. Now I need to copy few things. Which are the files I need to copy? I'll show you now. I'll copy the theme folder because it is same across the approaches or the projects. So I'll just paste it, replace. Then environment, I will copy, and along with environment, I can also copy the assets. So assets and environment, I'm going to copy and paste it here. Replace all. Once that is done, we haven't done anything in our global.scss, so I'll just leave that. And in my F folder, I will copy the components, the guards, interface, service. So I'm going to copy it and will paste it within my F folder. I'll remove this home folder and paste it here. After I do that, I just need to create the pages. So in a similar manner, I'm going to create the pages. Let's do it quickly. So Ionic G page, within the pages folder, I'll have the tabs folder, not a tabs folder, tabs page actually I'm going to create. Then similarly, I'm going to create the login page. And then within the login, I'm going to create the sign up. Now in the same way, I'll create the other pages very quickly. So you can just check it out. So all of them are generated now. The next thing which I need to focus on is to set up my Angular Fire. So let me complete that also. So ng add Angular/Fire, but I think I just need to install it because the setup is already done. But still I'll go with it. Let's go for it. I'll install it in this particular way. After doing all the installation part and setting up everything, I'm going to go and prepare my pages. Let me select Authentication, Realtime Firebase database, and cloud storage. Go ahead, select the account. I'm going to select the project, and all of them are selected now. Everything is good to go. So all the setup is done. Let's go to our app.module.ts file. Actually, we didn't set our app.module.ts file. Now it will be easy for us to set it up. In my initialize app, I will simply pass environment.firebase. Once that is done, I also need to change the auth. So what code have I written for it? Let me just check it here in my main.ts file. So you have seen in the main.ts file, whatever we have done, we are doing it in app.module.ts file, the NgModules project, right? So that's what you need to take care of. All right, I have pasted it and just need to import the stuff and everything will be ready for us. Let's do it. I'll finish it up. And it's done. Great. Everything is set up here. The next thing which I need to work on is my components. So in the components, what am I going to do? I have 3 components, where from the empty screen component will be called more than once and the others will be called only once. So what I'll do, first of all, I don't need this import and standalone. That's not needed in NgModules project, and also this particular thing is not needed. So I'll get an error for it, but I'll rectify it later on. And in fact, I'll do the same in this case also. Let me remove it. I don't need this too. Gone. Same in the chat box too. Let me just remove it. We don't need that. Nothing needed here. And I don't need the date pipe also. Okay. So apart from that, everything is fine. I'll get errors. Don't need to worry. Now I'll fix that later on. For the time being, I'll just keep everything in this particular manner. Services, I don't need to do anything. Everything will be fine. Now in the login screen, whatever we have done in the HTML, I will just copy paste everything from here into my project. So let's go there and do it. Start off with the login. Just copy everything blindly and paste it here. After that, the SCSS file, whatever you have done, copy and paste it in the proper location. So this is what I'm going to do. I will copy everything from the TS file also. I'll just copy the class part, not the imports. Otherwise, there will be some issues as it consists of standalone stuff, which I don't want in my NgModules project. And also, I need to remove the icons because in NgModules project, we don't need to work with the icons part. The side icons is not needed. So I'll just remove it and have all my imports one by one. Okay, problem solved. Now here, what am I getting? Okay, form group. So in order to use form group, I'll go to loginmodule.ts file and here I'm going to call reactive forms module and the error will go away. Similarly, in the sign up also, I will be needing the reactive forms module. So I'll just pass it at the very beginning before doing anything. Reactive forms module imported, and then I'll go for HTML file and work with it in the same way that we have done for our login. So just copy paste the stuff, copy everything and paste it here. Then I'll go to the CSS file, copy and do it. In the TS file, just minimize the class. This is the class. Minimize it, copy it and go back, paste it in the proper location. Just do it. Remove anything from the constructor related to the add icons. You don't need that. Import everything which is needed one by one.
Is key to basic.
We are almost there. Now all the errors are gone. See how easily we are able to work with it. So login completed. We just need to do the same in our tabs. So let's start with settings because nothing much is done there. So I can directly do it. Let's go back in the settings page. Login, I'll just minimize it. In the settings, in the TS file, I'll just copy it up and go back, paste it here in the TS file. In this manner, import everything one by one. Alright, imported, no icons needed. So let's remove it. Then what else? I need to go to the HTML and work with that. So in the HTML, we have some stuff. Copy, go back, paste it. Okay, done. Anything in the CSS? Let's check it out here. In the CSS, nothing is done. So this is ready. Let's go to our tabs page and do the same. Copy, go back. In the tabs page HTML file, I'll just paste it. Get back, and in the SCSS, I have done something. So copy and paste that too into your SCSS file. Along with that, I will have the routes not in this way, but I'll just copy everything from the class which is present here. Copy and just go to the TS file and paste it here. Okay. Remove the add icons, not needed. And signal, you need to import it. This is also ready. Now here in the routing, you need to manage something. Let's do that. Then we will move ahead. So I need to pass children like we did into our standalone project. So in the children, I will pass all of it, not the chat. Apart from chat, I will need to pass everything. So I'll just cut everything first of all and paste it here. Then I will remove chat from there and pass it after this particular one. Okay, this is how I'm going to prepare it, and I'll change the name to chats/:id. That will be the name, and in this place everything is fine, but just I need to pass one more thing here, which will be the default route. So path, actually it's going to be the same that we have passed in the tabs route. So in the tabs route, what have I done? I have passed this thing in two places, isn't it? In these two places. So let's do it. I'll get back. I've already copied it and I'm going to paste it here. Similarly, after this will be done, I will even paste it, not here, actually in this particular place, and format the document. Everything is ready now in the tabs routing. Now after doing that, in the app.module.ts file also, not in the app.module, app.routing module.ts file, I need to work around with few of the routing part, but I'll show you how it can be done. Let me get back to the code of my standalone project and go to my app.route.ts file where I'm going to use can match, copy. That's what we have done. And I'm going to pass it here in this particular way. I just need to import it and we will be good to go. Fine. So routing is also added. Everything is added. Tabs bar is ready. Along with that, settings is also ready. Now we need to work with these three things. Call will not be required. We haven't done anything there. So let's start off with chat. So in the chat, we must have done a lot of things. Let's do it. Copy everything from chat and pass it here in the HTML. Then we will copy everything from the CSS, which is very, very important for the designing perspective. And after that is done, in the TS file, whatever things we have written, first of all, copy that, and then we are going to filter up everything. So copy and replace it in the TS file here in this particular way. Then remove the add icons, which is not needed, but we need the effect. So I'll just do it in this particular way and import everything that is needed in our project or in this particular page one by one, and all the errors will go away after that. Computed, import, anything else? Yes, actually we have lots of things left. What about iron content? Let's import that too. View child, I'll import that too. Okay, all the errors are gone. In the HTML, do I get any error? Yes, I do get. I need to use app empty screen, for which I'm going to create a module file, Ionic NgModule, and the name will be components, so that it will create, actually what it does is it will create a components folder, and within that components module will be created. But we already have a components folder where we have all the components, right? There I will be having a components.module.ts file, which you will just see now. See, look at this, it has come up. So now in this particular module file, I will pass in the declaration, or actually I'm going to create a constant called components, where I'm going to pass those components which I'm going to share among multiple pages. So that particular component will be, in my case, the empty screen component. So empty screen component I have passed, and I'm going to call that by making a copy of it, components, and even I need to export also. So I'll pass exports, then only it will be used or it will be called in any other pages, components. Done. Once that is ready, I can call my empty screen component anywhere I want, but let me just check it out. Is there any error popping up? Yes. So I need to pass here in the imports to get rid of the errors and to use the Ionic components, Ionic module I need to call it. So let's import it up, give a comma, and you're good to go. No more errors here. Everything is ready. I can directly call it into my chat page. So let me go to the module file and pass it here. Components. You can name anything you want, but I have just given components. So components module, I'll import it. And now I'll be able to use that particular thing. And regarding the chat box, it will be only used in this particular page itself. So in the module file, in the declaration, I'm going to pass it. And the name will be chat box component. So I've called it. And the error will go away from the chat box component also. If you just check it out here, everything is good to go. No more errors, right? So this is ready now. And in this, if you are using this date pipe, for that you need common, I think date pipe, comes in within the common module. So I think we already have that. So yes, we look at this. We already have the common module, and forms module you also use. If you don't want it, you can just remove it like the way we have done in our standalone project. Okay, but let's keep it if you don't want, since we are not using it. So you can remove it also. Okay, so once that is done, okay, actually we are using it, so I need that. See, this is very, very important. Sometimes you need to keep a track of each and everything. So this is done. Only thing left is the chat room page. Basically, I call it chat rooms, but it is chats page where I need to pass the same design. Let's go for it. Copy everything, and I'm going to prepare this particular page now. Once that is done, what I'll do next is go to the CSS file, SCSS file, and copy everything. We will have the same stuff in our chats page as it was earlier. And in the TS file, the last thing which I need to copy is this particular one. Let's just copy it up, and I'm going to replace everything, whatever I've done here, with this in the class. So once that is done, let's just import everything, and it will be ready for use. Once I do that, then only it will be ready for us to work with. Okay, almost there. Okay, I did a mistake. It should be imported from this particular one, the interface, and then import the other stuff one by one. So why am I not importing from directly from standalone project? Because in most of these pages or components we use at Ionic/Angular/standalone packages. But here in your NgModules project, if you use the same package, it will give you an error. Like the way we are importing this particular one, we are importing from at Ionic/Angular. So this package is used in NgModules. If you pass /standalone, something will break into your project and it will not show the same design. So be sure that you're not passing even in one place also. Alright. But in standalone, definitely you have to pass in that particular manner only. Now here only error is with the users. So we need to pass users into our declaration in the module file. So users component, I'll call it here, and mostly the error should go away. Let's check it out. Why the error is there? Okay, it's gone. And in the module file, what error am I getting? I don't think there should be any error. Okay, fine. Everything is okay. What's next? I need empty screen also. So I will go back again and pass my components module here. Import it. Once that is imported, no more errors and everything is good to go. We have set up everything. We don't need to do anything else, I think. So let's try to run this up and see if everything works fine or not. So I'll just run the project and see now. Alright, this is the one running. Well, everything looks fine. Possibly there is one issue on this particular route. So I think I need to change the port number because we have already run the earlier project in this particular port number. So let me change the port number, --port 8101. That's what I'm going to use. Now possibly the error will not come up. Let's check it out. Okay, when I enter the tabs, then only it's opening up. What's the issue? Let's check it out here in the routing file. Have I done anything? Okay, redirect. My mistake. /tabs. That's going to be the redirect URL. That's what we have given here also. So it was not related to the port number. It was my mistake. Directly the tabs. I can pass directly the tabs. You can pass / also, not a problem. But now it will be fine. We have given auth card and everything. So it works perfectly since I went to the tabs and it is redirecting me to the login. Now I just need to log in and see if everything works fine or not. I'm almost there. And you see the data is coming up along with the images. If I get inside it, I can see all the chats and scrolling is also working as expected. Everything is working as expected. The users is coming up as expected. If I click on it, it is getting back to the earlier chat and we are getting all the stuff here. Logout functionality is also there. So see how we have managed to shift from standalone project and create another project with NgModules approach so smoothly, right? It hardly took us how much time? Well, I think not much of a time, 15 to 20 minutes possibly. And we have done that part. So I'm pretty sure you have understood everything, whatever I've explained in this particular course. So let me know in the comment section how you like this particular course. Thank you.